The carriage struggled through the fierce snowstorm. The rough mountain road made it jolt again and again. Afro, sitting inside, was shaken so hard that she hit the wall of the carriage. She clutched her forehead and let out a cry. I'm on my way to my own wedding right now. It is a long journey of nearly a month for an arranged marriage decided before I was even born. The impact just now hurt so much that tears sprang to her eyes. Afro, sat leaning against the carriage, lost in thought. The specially designed dress and the fine gloves. Even though everyone around me treats me with quite a bit of respect, these things still feel completely unfamiliar to me. Because, in truth, I am not someone who was ever treated this way. My father abandoned us when I was young, and my mother, who resented him, drowned herself in alcohol. Those are my parents, and I was simply neglected. Still, I should be grateful for that much. At least I was not abandoned entirely. But my mother always said that I wanted to die. She had completely collapsed, just as she wished. However, I had no time to sink into that luxurious grief. I had to live a life in which I was responsible for my mother. The web novel, Taming the Male Lead, helped me escape reality, if only for a moment. A warrior overcame his sorrow, met the heroine of the novel, and in the end, everyone lived happily ever after. Like other novels, there were also times when the love between those two faced difficulties. The male lead's parents suddenly passed away, and he was forced into an arranged marriage from childhood in order to produce an heir. The male lead of the novel, Axlos, quickly rose to the position of great mage thanks to his innate talent. And his wife, Avin, the partner in his arranged marriage, had difficulty with magic. The closer she came to magic, the weaker her body became. However, no one knew the cause of her illness. Meanwhile, Avin was pregnant with Axelos's child. In the end, she could not endure the weight of the magic and died together with her newborn child. But Axelos, once again driven mad after losing his family, then met the heroine, Princess Andrea. She easily controlled Axelos's erupting magical power. That moment made his heart tremble. In this way, the two of them fell in love. Up to that point, it was still just an ordinary romance novel. But the readers beneath the story kept making a fuss. Unlike his late wife, Afro, the princess is bright and full of life. Unlike that former wife, Afro, the princess is truly amazing. Unlike the wicked Afro, the princess is so kind. And the problem was that poor Afro, who had already died, was constantly being compared to Andrea. As she read through the comments, she could not help feeling angry. Seriously, what on earth was Afro's fault? If that was how it was, why did he not divorce her from the start? She was only a short-lived supporting character from beginning to end. Avro, on the other hand, was loved by everyone. Princess Andrea. Afro was not welcomed anywhere. Yes, just like me. She only wanted to be happy. Afro did. She only wanted. I fell asleep while thinking that. Night began to fall over the palace. Distant jasmine petals fell, making the castle look even more delicate. That morning, Afro was dazedly led into a carriage by the servants. When I opened my eyes, I suddenly found myself inside a carriage. She abruptly wondered, wait, am I in Afro's body? Before she could even collect herself, the carriage had already sped onto the road. Now that she remembered everything, Afro's mind was in chaos. I never thought I would experience something called transmigration. I am glad that I remember the entire plot of this novel. First, I should organize everything so I do not forget. Avin's past was not revealed in the original work. However, Axelos's childhood was briefly mentioned. So what I need to do is 1. Comfort Axelos after the loss of his parents. 2. On the first night, we will sleep in separate rooms because we are both still too young. 3. Make sure to find the great mage who awakened Axelos's magic. For the hostile monarchy is extremely dangerous. 5. Avin's body is very weak, so I must take care of my health. 4. This is a place where even lords can die. Will I really be able to survive? And finally, 6. Maintain a friendship with Axelos. After finishing her plan, Afro suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then she could only let out an exhausted sigh. She was somewhat worried. I did not even know what Avin's original personality was like. And what about Axelos? I heard they were engaged before birth. Will I be able to get through this without being discovered? The winter chill turned her breath into a faint white mist. Afro could only remind herself of one thing she must never forget. Never have a child with a male lead. As she reminded herself, her eyes filled with determination. Before her stood a gloomy palace. That was the hostel manor. Looking up at the top of the palace before her, Afro was a little stunned. Judging by the flag bearing that emblem, there was no mistake. What I saw along the way was the desolate land of Hostel. This land used to be very prosperous, but now it has become like this. It must be because of that curse. The curse on hostile territory had existed for a very long time. It was a curse cast by a great mage. In return, that mage also received a curse. Afterward, the princess appeared and lifted the great mage's curse from the land. Here in Hostel, golden snow carrying warmth fell like sunlight. Every frozen region melted. It was an ending where everyone was happy. But that ending did not include me. Whatever the reason for my reincarnation may be, I have a reason to return to this world. Therefore, I will bring a secret weapon with me. The maid beside her was showering Afro with praise. My young lady, you are truly beautiful. Seeing the servants lined up in 2 long rows, bowing to greet her, she felt rather awkward. I really cannot get used to this. The pressure is so great that I cannot even lift my head. The moment she raised her eyes, she grew tense. Has the male lead finally appeared? Axlos stood faintly behind the palace doors. His smile was like a fresh breeze blowing through. It left Afro stunned for a moment. What was that? What was that feeling just now? His voice slowly rang out as he called to her. Afro, have you come to comfort me? I am truly glad. She froze, and both her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. What? Axlos suddenly embraced her, making her turn to stone on the spot. My body will not move. The overpowering scent of chrysanthemums and the bewitching smile on his lips. All of it began to make Afro nervous and anxious. Like morning itself, his black eyes were lifeless. He raised his hand lovingly and beckoned to her. Come here. It made her instinctively want to step back, but she seemed to suddenly remember her position. She immediately placed her hand in Axelos's. As they left, Afro still could not stop wondering. How strange. Why is my body not moving the way I want it to? In addition, everyone seems very frightened. At that moment, a steward approached and respectfully introduced himself. Lady Afro, it has been a long time. I am Odin, the steward of the manor. She stared at him, thinking inwardly, he really does look like a steward. Still, she smiled brightly and replied, It is nice to meet you, Mr. Odin. After hearing that, he paused for a moment. The smile on Axelos's lips also stiffened. The awkward atmosphere left Afro bewildered. Was that not right? I should have spoken less formally, shouldn't I? She stiffly turned and said to him, Axelos, I feel a little cold. He maintained his gentle attitude and replied, Is that so? Then let us go inside, Afro. She obediently followed him, still feeling uneasy inside. But this really is strange. Even though everyone is welcoming me, this bizarre chill keeps lingering. I think it is because of the Marquis and Marchioness's deaths. I should not pay too much attention to it anymore. Axelos led her to a delicately decorated room. This is the room you will stay in, Afro. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Afro began to feel dizzy. What is this? What is with this bizarre pink room? Oh no, this is not the time for that. She hesitantly called out, Axelos, thank you very much for welcoming me like this. And about your parents. Before she could finish, Axelos calmly cut her off. Fine, but Afro, why are you calling me Axelos? Afro immediately went speechless. What? He spoke bluntly, anger in his voice. Since it concerns my parents, I should at least show some concern for you. But to me, you are nothing but a cursed nuisance. The door between our rooms has also been locked, so do not even dream of stepping into my room. She stared blankly, unable to understand. What is he saying right now? He crossed his arms and gave the friendliest smile possible as he said, And I hate you very much. Make sure you know that in advance. Each of those words fell on Avro's head like a huge rock. After that, Axelos cheerfully left, not forgetting to say, So have a good night, Afro, and do not loiter near me. She stared open-mouthed at the closed door. No, does someone like him really exist? Afro clenched her fists and began to feel irritated. Does someone like him really exist? Now, she also had to face another problem. No, but is this pink room for real? Is that my bed? Where am I supposed to sleep? Suddenly, she noticed a stuffed doll. Avro looked at it and silently judged this thing. No matter how I look at it, it resembles Axelos. Could Avro have been more than I thought? Perhaps she liked Axelos very much. Unfortunately, she died before receiving the love she wanted. She picked up the doll, her mind still blank. No matter how much I think about it, I still cannot stand that personality of his. Afro hurled the doll hard against the wall. Looking at it, she smiled in satisfaction. If he shows that temper again, next time, I will throw him into the wall, just like that doll. After that, she cheerfully skipped away. The sudden sound of the door opening startled her. Afro asked timidly, who is it? A maid entered and spoke politely. I am Real, the head maid, my lady. Do you not remember me? She felt guilty. Could she have been standing outside the door all this time? To smooth things over, Afro hurriedly said, of course I remember. Please come in. She answered, yes, and quickly shut the door firmly. At that moment, Afro's head was filled with question marks. Maybe I did something different from the real Afro. From outside, Real called in, my lady, you told me never to set foot in this room because I am ugly and lowly. She tried to explain, it is not entirely like that. She could only blame herself. You really were childish, Afro. She walked over and took Real's hand. Please come inside. It is cold outside. Afro's action surprised her. My lady, you truly have matured a great deal during the time we have not seen each other. I'm sorry. I am rambling. Afro quickly waved it off. Not at all. Real then said emotionally, but truly, the young lady's late uncle would be very happy if he saw you like this. Afro recalled that in the story, it said Axelosa's parents had been caught in an avalanche on Mount Yushia and lost their lives. The death of Axelosa's parents had only been summarized in a single line. Before, I felt nothing about it, but now, thinking of them feels strange. She spoke in the most sincere voice she could. I understand. I miss him very much too. Real looked up in surprise, her eyes still brimming with tears. Yes. Afro kindly handed her a handkerchief, silently guessing. Axelos must be suffering a great deal from this grief. She declared firmly, from now on, I will change. After this, none of you will have to cry anymore. I promise, Real. Overcome with emotion, Real burst into tears and hugged her tightly. Lady Afro also smiled and wondered to herself, is finally all right now, isn't it, Real? Real cried until her eyes were swollen, and only after she calmed down could she speak. My lady, I am truly sorry. I behaved improperly again. Outwardly, Afro merely murmured and let it pass. It is all right. But inwardly, she felt helpless. My clothes are a bit wet. I should change. At that moment, Afro clasped her hands together and spoke hesitantly. I am a little curious. This may be a bit strange, but could you tell me what my past behavior was like? I will use it as a basis to change myself starting now. Real answered with great enthusiasm. I will tell you everything, my lady. Seeing Real agree, Afro's eyes shone brightly. Yes, tell me everything. Suddenly, Real remembered something. But if I tell you, my lady, I will likely be dismissed for disrespect. Yes, Afro forced herself to agree. Then there is nothing that can be done. She could not help doubting herself inwardly. Just how awful was I? Afro had no choice but to allow it. You must be tired too, so go and rest, Real. Real quickly replied, yes, my lady. After she left, Afro was alone in the room. By the time night fell, Afro sat down on the bed and thought to herself, I am exhausted. Even so, I learned quite a lot. Will I be able to do well from now on? Her gaze began to grow hazy. She reminded herself, I have to write this down in my notebook. I have to do it tomorrow. 20 minutes earlier, in her dream, Afro saw again the moment Axelos had said to her, I hate you very much. You probably already knew that. The fireplace in his room was still burning. He sat leaning back in a chair, thinking this should be enough. Although I may have spoken a little harshly, I had to go that far to make her stay quiet. The countless sounds ringing in his ears made Axelos unable to sit still. He thought irritably, it is so noisy. His ears could even hear the footsteps of animals outside the manor. This often occurred in nights with highly developed physical abilities, but I hate it. Because of Afro's excessive love for me, I have been unable to escape it. I warned her many times, but nothing changed. The constant rumbling made veins bulge on his forehead in anger. It is starting again. Suddenly, he wondered blankly, why is it so quiet today? Is she hurt somewhere? If not for my parents' wishes, I would never marry someone like her. Because marriage is important for becoming the head of the family, I also cannot ask to break off the engagement. I cannot let my parents' family fall into the hands of relatives like those people. His hands unconsciously clenched. Axelos kept telling himself, I only need to endure it. Only I do. Compared to losing the family, this is easier. If I just ignore it. At that moment, Afro's voice rang in his ears, making him stop. I understand. I miss him very much too. Yes, from now on, I will change. All those words made him fall silent. But then Axelos looked doubtful again. What's she talking about? Did I hear wrong? From the next room, Afro's voice sounded again. After this, none of you will have to cry anymore. I promise. Axelos stood rooted in the dark room, listening to Avro's words. Go and rest, real. He could not believe it. This is insane. Why am I focusing on Avro's words? He kept urging himself not to be deceived. Those nauseating people taught me that human nature does not change. So Afro. Axelos's gaze hardened coldly. He declared, I will never trust you. On this side, Afro was sitting at the desk, writing intently. Suddenly, she stopped in a daze. This much should be enough, right? But why do my ears itch so much? Is Axelos cursing me? A knock came from outside, and she said, come in. A petite maid introduced herself brightly. Greetings, madam. I am Senna, the maid assigned to serve you. Afro said to the maid in confusion. But I had someone come with me. Senna kindly informed her. That person has returned to Robert, madam. Afro was momentarily speechless. She went back down that road? Impressive. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Wait, maybe someone I've just met will be easier to deal with. People of this family know Afro well, don't they? With that thought, she answered Senna in a friendly manner. Is that so? I'll look forward to your help. Looking at Afro, Senna's eyes were filled with admiration, as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow. She immediately stepped closer and said excitedly, Yes, madam. I will make you the most beautiful woman in Hostel. Lord Axelos is waiting to have his first meal with you, madam. At the mention of him, Afro became visibly awkward. I can't believe it. Axelos is waiting for me. Then she thought, Axelos is very extravagant. If I dress up too much, Axelos will hate it. She awkwardly said to Senna, Hey, just make it simple. Hearing her request, Senna looked briefly surprised. Pardon? I understand. After the maid helped her get ready, Afro set off. As she stepped into the main hall, she suddenly noticed the person in front of her. Afro immediately recognized him as Odin, the manor steward. Although he still wore a proper smile on his lips, his face was dark and stiff. She wondered, what's this? Why does he look so irritated? It reminded her of job interviews from her old life. Afro could not help imagining the scene. Manor steward Odin had issued a challenge. She walked over and greeted him timidly. Mr. Odin. He looked at her without the slightest change in expression and replied, Yes. Afro's vision seemed to darken. Fine. If this is a kind of interview, I'll show him what the interviewer wants to see. In my opinion, the talent an interviewer wants is someone whose combat ability is an annoying unknown and whose loyalty to Axelos is extremely high. Having figured that out, she curled her lips into a smile and called, Odin. In truth, you don't welcome me, do you? But I have one main goal, to strengthen this family's position. She declared firmly to him, I will no longer act childish or spoiled like before. I need your help, Mr. Odin. Inwardly, she felt a little pleased because she had expressed her thoughts clearly and confidently. Afro looked at him sincerely and continued, Because I will become an outstanding mistress of this manor. Odin looked at her deeply, as if at a loss for words. In the end, he bowed respectfully and replied, Of course, madam. Seeing that his attitude had changed somewhat, she was delighted. All right, he still hasn't called me mistress, but this is good enough. I could just keep building my position like this. As soon as she entered the dining room, Axelos spoke first. You're here. His gaze was cold and full of challenge, making her think he's like a boss monster. She smiled stiffly and nodded. Good morning, Axelos. In her mind, she knew clearly that Axelos must have overheard her conversation with Odin, but his hostility toward her was still there. She let out a sigh and sat in the chair beside him. Her eyes darted upward as she secretly assessed his face. So, this is what he looks like. With such perfect beauty. Unexpectedly, Axelos turned his head, and their eyes met. Afro hurriedly looked away and pretended to cough. Maybe I stared too much. His low voice rang out. Are you satisfied now, Afro? His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. She turned to look at Axelos in surprise. Seeing his dark expression fixed on her, she wondered, what is he talking about? Axelos's deep voice sounded again. Are you satisfied now, Afro? You said that no matter what happened, I had to smile whenever I saw you. Because if I didn't, you would tell my mother. But do you know why I still smiled at you even after my mother passed away? Afro's eyes widened in shock. What is this? My body won't move. He brought her hand to his lips without hesitation and said each word clearly. Because I could only receive my title if I married you. Her body was frozen. Only her mind was in chaos. My body is reacting on its own. This is the real Afro's reaction. His voice sounded like a warning. Your existence alone is enough. So live quietly. Afro sat silently in her chair because she knew she understood why Axelos was acting like this, but her hand clenched unconsciously. Anger was rising inside her. Why is he insulting what I said to Odin? And in front of all the servants, too. Afro replied coldly. A title? How could that alone be enough? He slammed the table hard. What are you saying? She calmly raised an eyebrow and looked at him. I said, how could that be enough? You have another important goal, don't you? She knew of the destiny passed down through the hostile family for generations. That destiny was to break the curse on the territory. It was also Axelos's goal. He had to continue the family line according to his parents' wishes. She leisurely enjoyed her meal as she said, I know how to break the curse on the territory. He immediately pressed her. How do you know that? The piece of steak she had been about to put into her mouth had to stop midair. She could not say she had read the web novel. Afro coughed lightly and gave a vague answer. I heard the adults talk about it before. They said that once we grew up, someone would come to break it. Of course, Axelos answered bluntly. Nonsense. Hearing him say that, she understood too. Yes, I wouldn't believe this either, but it's the truth. He arrogantly turned his head away and said, it seems you want to gain my attention this way. Her voice was calm and composed. About that, if we find people we like, then let's get divorced. His expression immediately turned ugly as he stared at Afro in disbelief. Axelos hesitated before asking, are you serious? Without the slightest hesitation, she replied, yes. So I hope there won't be any talk of an heir. After saying that, Afro carefully looked at his expression and guessed to herself, that should be enough, right? But when she turned to him, she froze. His face had flushed red with embarrassment, and his voice trembled as he replied, an heir? It's far too soon for that. Afro could not understand Axelos's attitude right now. She stiffened and told herself, maybe I went a little too far. Afro had no choice but to choose her words and reassure him. I'll be careful from now on. After the meal ended, she returned to her room. As soon as she stepped inside, Senna happily threw her arms around her. Madam, you were so amazing earlier. Afro smiled awkwardly and supported her. Was I? Suddenly, someone spoke. Miss Afro, this is Odin. Could you come to the reception room for a moment to prepare for the transfer of manor management duties? As soon as Senna heard his voice, she immediately pulled away from Afro's arms. With tears in her eyes, she whispered, Madam, Lord Odin is very frightening. Afro thought to herself, I'm also the master here. How scary could it be? As soon as she entered the study, Afro immediately woke from that dream. I take back that thought. She pointed at the towering pile of books and hesitantly called out, Odin. He enthusiastically gestured to her. This is a necessary process for becoming a perfect mistress. Let us begin. Afro was quickly forced to sit down, while inwardly screaming, why are there so many things to do? It was not until late at night that she finally finished dealing with that mountain of books and documents. She forced herself to mutter, working from morning until night without rest. Isn't this just office overtime? The moment Odin said, you may stop there for today, she immediately put down her pen. He looked at her, his attitude beginning to seem more sincere. You have changed a great deal. It is as if you are a different person, madam. Afro's eyes wavered slightly when she heard those words. After returning to her room, she flopped onto the bed and sighed in relief. She complained softly, I worked for so long, but being acknowledged does feel pretty nice. Suddenly, Senna called out to her, Madam, the master has come to see you. Afro tiredly climbed down from the bed and answered faintly, all right, I'm coming. She stepped out, tilted her head slightly, and asked, what brings you here, Axelos? Holding a pile of documents, he hesitated and said, there is something to discuss about the wedding. The atmosphere became awkward. Afro knew it felt awkward because of what had happened earlier. In a mild voice, she took the initiative to invite him in. It isn't good to stand outside, so would you like to come in? Inwardly, she calmly told herself, if he doesn't want to, that's fine. Afro folded her arms in front of her chest and thought, there's something I realized from what happened earlier. Although outwardly, she still said gently, I won't do anything to you, so don't worry. Inwardly, she knew Axelos hated her very much. Suspicion was written all over Axelos's face. Afro, are you not feeling well? She made up a random excuse. Not at all. I just don't want to act like a child. Afro suddenly realized that whenever she touched Axelos, her body stiffened. His hand hovered in midair, not knowing where to place it. She hesitated, uncertain. Or maybe this is the real Afro's bodily reaction. Axelos's voice lowered as he called, Afro, I apologize for what happened this afternoon. Her eyes widened in surprise. He gently took hold of a lock of her hair. He said sincerely, I think I went a little too far. Also, the documents you organized were excellent. Thanks to that, there is less work now. Thank you, Afro. Afro's body stiffened. Again, he only touched my hair, but I can't move. Then he hesitated and continued. But that much I can do as well. These are the catalogs. Look at them if you want. Axlos quickly put the booklet into her hands and walked away at once. Afro could only laugh it off. Maybe he doesn't hate me that much, right? She returned to her room and told herself, then I should take a look at the catalogs. The designs are beautiful, all right. The collection of wedding dresses inside made her exclaim, they're so pretty. Even at a glance, she could tell they were all high-end, and every single one suited her taste. But what if they don't suit me? I still haven't properly looked at myself. Since I'm a supporting character, I don't have high expectations for my appearance. The moment she stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself, Afro froze. This is ridiculously beautiful. Bright pink hair, fresh blue eyes, skin as smooth and white as milk, and flawless plum-colored lips. If beauty were a crime, I deserve the death penalty. Just you wait. I'm going to dress up beautifully. Meanwhile, in Axelos's study, he sat there fingering the pages of a book. But his mind was wandering as he thought about what Odin had said, that he only needed to approve them. I didn't believe it. With Afro's extravagance, I thought we would go bankrupt in no time. But those documents were too perfect. It made me wonder whether Afro really handled them. Axelos recalled what Odin had said. Please be gentle with Madam. She must be feeling lonely in such an unfamiliar place. Then, the moment when he had lightly kissed Afro's hair suddenly came to mind, making Axelos's face turn bright red. He hurriedly shook the image away. His thoughts began to grow chaotic. At first, I only intended to pat her head and praise her. But for some reason, she avoided my hand. I thought she would have liked it. Or does she no longer like me? Suddenly, he heard Afro exclaim, "This is ridiculously beautiful." Hearing that, he curled his lips smugly. What is this? She must be holding that doll and making a strange face. Axelos imagined all sorts of scenes in which she might say with infatuation, "Look, Axel, isn't it adorable and cute?" Of course, Axel was hundreds, thousands of times more beautiful than the doll. Inwardly, he brushed it off. Adorable and cute? I don't like that at all. I'm a man of the North. I should be strong and dignified. But the word she shouted next made Axelos freeze. Just you wait. I'm going to dress up beautifully. He suddenly realized, this? She wasn't talking about me? How embarrassing. A new day began, and Afro was once again full of energy. Last night, I picked a dress I liked and slept happily. Looking over at Axelos, whose complexion did not look good, she pouted and wondered, but why does he look like that? Fine, I won't pay attention to him anymore. Then he called, Afro. Her heart remained perfectly calm. I had just thought that, and now he's talking to me. He moved his lips a few times and then said, "It's nothing." Afro began to lose patience, but she only dared to scold him inwardly. This brat, Odin, who had become friendlier toward her, approached happily and asked, "You seem to be in a good mood, madam." She smiled brightly and replied, "That's right. I'm very happy today." But Axelos's expression was not as cheerful as theirs. In the end, he stood up and gave a mild excuse. "I have matters to handle this morning, so I will go now." Afro watched him leave and thought worriedly, is something bothering him? But then again, when is he ever happy? Suddenly, he continued, "I also have to inspect Mount Iokia." That made her pause. Mount Iokia, that's where Axelos first meets the great sage, isn't it? I should go with him to find that person. After thinking that, she immediately called out, "Hey, Odin, I'll also..." Before she could even finish, his voice turned cold as he replied, "You cannot, madam." Real, who had just brought something over, also whispered to her, "That's right, madam. Absolutely not. That is where man-eating monsters live." Afro was stunned. What? She understood. But in her heart, she had not given up at all. Although it still isn't time for the sea monster to appear, I should find him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the dining table in front of her shook. Afro also realized it. The dining table seemed to shake a little just now, didn't it? It was not an illusion. Suddenly, a guard outside cried out in panic, "Emergency! There is urgent news." Odin hurriedly ran out. Emergency? What happened? The guard quickly reported, "Lord Steward, there's a report from the eastern coast that a giant creature has appeared." Those words made Afro freeze on the spot. Afro turned pale as she listened to their conversation. Has the monster appeared already? Real, who was beside her, also began to tremble in fear. This news frightened her and all the servants inside. Astonishment flashed in Afro's eyes. Real, beside her, called desperately, "Madam, please come to your senses and hide quickly." Only then did Afro remember. That's right, Axelos isn't the only master of this place. I'm also its master. The soldiers on guard outside shouted hurriedly, "Run!" Afro made her decision. Then I have to protect them. She quickly regained her composure. Everyone, protect your heads and crouch under the dining table. If there isn't enough room under the table, use large furniture as cover. Suddenly, Axelos's urgent voice called out, "Afro!" She hurriedly tried to stop him. "Axelos, it's dangerous, so don't come here." His face was full of worry as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" For a moment, she stood there blankly, frozen in place. What? The chandelier on the ceiling had begun to sway. Afro only had time to look up. She was still dazed, thinking, Axelos reached her in time, pulled her into his arms, and dragged her away. Shards of glass burst apart, glittering before her eyes. Afro had turned to stone like a statue. She could not understand what was happening. But did Axelos save me? Afro stammered out a thank you. "Axelos, it seems the earthquake has stopped. Thank goodness." His voice was no longer calm as he shouted, "Thank goodness." Afro, veins stood out on his face, and even his shoulders were trembling. Axelos's eyes were wet with tears. "How can you say thank goodness? Why was the person who should have hidden first commanding the servants instead? You could have died. Come with me." He firmly took Afro's hand, while inside she screamed, "No, he's too close." Without thinking, she said, "You're so handsome." Now, it was his turn to stare blankly. "What?" Afro could not stop herself from blurting out, "You're handsome even when you're angry." Suddenly realizing what she had just done, she wept inwardly. "What am I saying?" Afro again, but Axelos still gently held her hand. "Come here, Afro." Her eyes lit up. He gently reassured her, "If you're scared, hold my hand. It's safe now, so don't worry." At that moment, it was as if a flash of light crossed her heart. He draped a coat over her and promised gently, "I will definitely protect you." Afro's heart began to waver. The strong scent of chrysanthemums filled her nose. "Axelos, did you just visit your parents? I should have gone to see them at least once after coming here." She lowered her head slightly and said in a quiet voice, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry I carelessly brought up your parents." He asked in confusion, "Is that what matters right now? If this ever happens again, I won't let it slide." After that, he turned around and said angrily, "All the servants will be punished. How dare they hide first and leave you there?" Afro tried to explain, "I was the one who told them to hide first." But he still refused to listen, no matter what. She looked around the room and quietly assessed the situation. It will take a lot of time to restore everything to how it was. The timid maids turned back and said, "Madam, thank you for last time." Even the guards enthusiastically assured her, "Madam, we will protect you for certain." Afro realized that, ever since that day, the way they treated her had completely changed. They used to be busy avoiding her, so it was utterly different from when she first arrived. Axelos was establishing military discipline. Only then did Senna come over. Seeing her, Afro gently asked, "Senna, is there something you want to say?" With a heavy expression, she struggled to speak. "Well," Afro asked worriedly, "what is it?" Senna anxiously twisted her apron in her hands. "What should we do? We may not be able to hold the wedding." For a moment, Afro fell into thought for a few seconds. Then she calmly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Senna was so worried she was on the verge of tears. "Madam, because of this earthquake, all the roads in Hostel have been blocked. So for a while, no ships carrying goods and resources will be able to come in." Afro replied softly, "I see. Then we just need to secure enough food and resources for the period of isolation." First, we must send the marriage documents to the royal palace." Senna suddenly froze for a moment. Afro calculated inwardly. If the marriage documents were sent to the royal palace and approved, then at the very least, Axelos would be recognized as the heir to the family. With that thought, she hurriedly turned away. "We also need to grasp the scale of the damage, so we have to hurry." Senna still asked hesitantly, "Madam, is it really all right that you can't hold the wedding anymore?" Afro turned her head and laughed it off. "How could I hold a wedding while ignoring people who need help?" Senna knew that Madam must surely be the saddest one. Yet she thought of the people of the territory first. A large bouquet of roses was quickly pushed into her hands. Senna explained, "This is a gift the master sent for you, madam." Afro stared intently at the bouquet. The flowers were made of paper, and beads had even been attached around them. Afro's cheeks flushed faintly, and her heart grew warmer as well. She could feel Axelos's sincerity. It was the comfort of a little husband for his little bride, who could not hold her wedding. "When the situation improves, I'll choose an even prettier wedding dress." In the palace hall, Axlos paced back and forth in worry. The situation was more serious than he had thought. Because of a single monster, the entire kingdom had been shaken. Hostel was surrounded by the sea and had been isolated from the outside world. Afro was happy at the thought that she would be able to wear a beautiful dress, but for some reason, the sight of Afro overlapped with the image of his parents, and before he knew it, he had reached out his hand. He was afraid of losing the people dear to him again. He no longer hated her as he had before. He had once thought people could not change, but in his mind, Afro's gentle smile naturally came back to him. He told himself, "I'll make an effort, just as you did, Afro." Afro tilted her head slightly and asked, "Is Axel unable to eat with me today as well?" Senna bowed her head slightly and smiled. "No, today he can eat with you." Afro could only awkwardly continue. "Axlos seems very busy these days." Senna could only smile and give a vague reply. "You are the same, madam." Afro thought to herself that, as the mistress of the mansion, there were many things she had to manage, so she was extremely busy. If Odin and Reel had not helped, she probably would not have managed. Looking at the dress inside the gift box, Afro could not help screaming inwardly, "It's so luxurious." I wanted to repay Axlos, so I used the bead from the paper bouquet to make this. But what if he doesn't like it? I wonder if it will satisfy that picky young lord. But it should be all right as a substitute for wedding rings, shouldn't it? Afro hesitantly asked. Maybe I shouldn't give it to him after all. But Senna encouraged her. "Madam, you made it yourself while thinking of the master. I'm sure he will like it." Hearing that, Afro encouraged herself too. "Let's try it once." Then she requested, "Senna, I want to wear this outfit today." When she entered the dining room, a servant respectfully announced, "Madam has arrived." Hearing that, joy clearly appeared in Axelos's eyes. "Afro is here." But when she appeared, his eyes filled with surprise. Afro, radiant in an exquisite dress, walked over. "Good morning, Axel. I tried on the dress you gave me. Does it look all right?" Embarrassed, he turned away and stammered, "Huh? Oh no, it's pretty a little." But inside, Axelos was screaming, "Have I gone crazy? Why does Afro look so beautiful today?" She sat down and secretly observed his expression. Afro nervously clasped her hands together. "Does the dress not suit me? He won't even look this way." He isn't saying anything either. Suddenly, the two of them turned back at the same time and said, "Hey." She softly yielded. "You speak first." Axelos lowered his head and spoke awkwardly. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance. You must have been looking forward to the wedding, but it was canceled." Seeing his sorrowful expression, Afro wondered, is that really something to worry about so much? "I'm truly fine. I just wanted to thank him for the gift. How can I convey all of my feelings?" No words came out. She stood up and suggested, "Axel, let's talk in the back garden later." He smiled faintly and quickly agreed. "All right." She greeted him softly. "Then I'll go first. You can take your time and come afterward." Axelos unconsciously broke into a bright smile, but inside he had frozen. Why didn't she say anything about the wedding? Every possible scenario ran through his mind. In Axelos's imagination, Afro said, "You dared to cancel the wedding? I'm going home. The marriage documents have already been sent, too. Does she want to go back to the Robert estate?" He imagined her face as she calmly said, "Bye-bye, barren land. I'm leaving." Axelos worriedly wondered, was my apology not enough? Odin helplessly asked, "Aren't you going, master?" Axelos, still lost in thought, answered, "All right." He left, his mind still filled with thoughts. Is there something she couldn't say in the dining room? Why do I feel so uneasy? Calm down. Although she has changed a little, she is still Afro. Just then, she turned back and spoke gently. "You're here." It was as if a fresh breeze blew through Axelos. Embarrassed, Axelos avoided her gaze. "Yes, what did you want to say?" In his heart, he clearly realized that his judgment had been wrong. He had thought that no one knew her better than he did. But now, he knew nothing anymore. Afro looked at him sincerely and said, "You must be very busy. Thank you for giving me a gift, Axel. It can't compare to your gift, but I made rings." Axelos's lips moved. "You made them yourself?" She said shyly, "They're only rings made from beads." Her heart was full of confusion. Why am I trembling? Is it simply my body's reaction? Afro innocently told him, "I made them using the beads from the bouquet as a substitute for wedding rings. If you don't like them." Before Afro could finish, he hurriedly shouted, I do like them." She stared intently at Axelos. "Do you like them?" He carefully opened the ring box. His cheeks flushed faintly when he saw the pair of rings inside the box. Axelos's voice softened. "Yes, they're really beautiful. Thank you." He turned back, his eyes somewhat vulnerable and full of expectation, and asked, Afro, then we really are married, right? She felt slightly awkward. But he quickly took her hand. With no falsehood in his voice, Axlos said, I hope you will help me. Her heart suddenly trembled. There was no splendid dress and no guests offering congratulations, but they put rings on each other and held a small wedding mint only for the two of them. After returning to her room, Afro breathed a sigh of relief. At least I've become friend with Axel now, right? Senna came over cheerfully. Madam, the master has come to find you. This time, Afro answered with full energy, I'm coming right away. She stepped out and spoke gently. Axel, let's go. Outside, white snow covered the pine forest. Afro told herself, now that he has officially inherited the hostile family, he has to go greet them. What does it feel like to visit the graves of deceased parents? It was a terrible thing to imagine, but it was not as if she had never experienced something similar. I also have a mother lying in a hospital. He had to go through this sorrow while still so young. Axlos looked at his parents' gravestone and said in a trembling voice, I will live happily, and I will definitely complete the things the two of you could not. His words made Afro pray along with him. I will too. I will take good care of Axlos, so please watch over us. He looked at Afro thoughtfully. Who is protecting whom? She nearly got hurt herself because she was thinking of others. What a fool. Axlos called to her softly, let's go back, Afro. After returning to the palace, he asked with concern, you must be tired. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? Is there something else you want to say to me? She took a small sip of tea and said in a low voice, I feel that we shouldn't delay any longer. Her heart sank a little. After visiting the graves, I keep thinking of my mother who was left all alone. To go back, the novel probably has to end. So I have to find that person quickly. Afro spoke to him with determination. Let me go to Mount Iokia. I will go as the mistress of Hostel. I think inspecting the territory is necessary. After hearing this request, Axlos fell silent for a moment. His unreadable gaze rested on her. After a while, he had no choice but to coax her gently. Afro, did you come here just to say that? She felt a little anxious. If he refuses, what other reason should I use? But Axlos was somewhat sad. Only when she says something like this does she look into my eyes. He said softly, let's go tomorrow. Her eyes shone brightly. Really? Suddenly realizing that the distance between them had become too close, she hurriedly stepped back. Too close. Ah, that was close. His face flushed bright red. I'm only going because I have business there. Don't expect too much. In exchange, promise me you'll stick close to me. Afro looked at him in amazement. His whole face is red. Can a person's face really get that red? She asked awkwardly. Axel, are you feeling unwell? Your face is really red. Those words instantly turned him to stone on the spot. Axlos hurriedly ordered, go back to your room and sleep. Looking at the door that had been slammed shut, Afro was helpless too. What? I didn't do anything. Is this puberty? Well, at least we made one step forward. A long line of cavalry rode together along the snowy road. When they arrived, Afro happily told herself, it's good that we managed to reach Mount Iokia. Everyone's faces looked bright and smiling. Standing between two rows of soldiers, Afro felt somewhat nervous. Why are there so many knights? Thinking back to when she got off the carriage, Axlos had warned her, it is a man-eating mountain, so don't even think about going near it. But in order to find the great sage, she needed to climb it. I probably won't find him at the mountain entrance, will I? Is there any way? While she was hesitating, a knight walked over. Madam, you must be very disappointed that this outing is not a date, correct? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and for a moment, she could not speak. Then Afro smiled gently and explained to him, the two of us are only friends. It is not like that. The nearby knights froze on the spot. Pardon. They turned and whispered among themselves. That's not how it is it? But the master said. Suddenly, Afro noticed something. Looking closely, all the knights are tall and strong. As they hesitated, she spoke again. Since such strong knights are accompanying us, would it be all right to go up a little? The row of knights could only smile awkwardly and refuse. Not at all, madam. The master is stronger than all of us combined. Afro exclaimed in disbelief. That can't be true. That small, sickly child. At that unimaginable statement, they explained carefully. You may feel that way because the master is still in his growth period. But if he continues growing like this, he will certainly become very handsome and strong when he grows up. Her face was full of suspicion. Axel, handsome and strong? When that time comes, madam, you will see a different master from the one now. Axlos appeared behind her like a ghost. I think I heard my name. The knights saw him appear and immediately slipped away. Then we will be going. They left her there alone, her face pale. Why did they already leave? Afro answered stiffly. I said it would be enough as long as you went with me. It was nothing. Embarrassed, he stammered. That doesn't sound bad, but I still can't be at ease. She pouted inwardly. He still doesn't trust me. He won't let me climb the mountain either. Just then, Axlos continued, and also, a thick cloak wrapped around Afro's body. He scolded her slightly. It's this cold, so why are you dressed so thinly? Seeing him give his cloak to her, she grew a little worried. But then you'll be cold too, Axel. Avoiding Afro's eyes, he said, Fool, I'm fine. I'm a strong man of the north. At that moment, she pouted and pleaded, but Axel, just a little. I want to go up Mount Iokia. But he still answered firmly, no. She did not give up and continued, but if I'm with you. Axlos still firmly refused. No. Even when she suggested adding more nights, she still received the same answer. No. I told you it's a man-eating mountain. The carriage was parked beneath the heavy, falling snow. Rows of carriages moved slowly along the road in groups. Axlos only stood silently above, looking down. Afro could not hide the sadness in her heart. In the end, I didn't gain anything at all. Even Axel is cautious to that extent. Maybe I took it too lightly because I only read about it in the novel. Then how am I supposed to meet the great sage now? Come to think of it, I still haven't returned his coat. And Axel is even riding a horse. She immediately turned her head toward the window and said to the knight beside her, Could you call Axlos for me? The knight replied, The master is riding ahead and will soon separate from us for maintenance work. Those words struck her like lightning, making Afro even more worried. What should I do? Looking again, this coat has become very old. I want to take good care of him while I'm still by his side. With that thought, she said, In that case. They returned to the town, splendid beneath the cold snowflakes. She looked around with wide eyes. So this is Hostel's shopping district. I need to take this chance to buy new clothes for Axel. The shop owner welcomed her warmly. Please come in. Afro said gently, I want to buy new clothes for my husband. Could you help me? As soon as he saw her, the shop owner panicked. Isn't this the Marchioness? Seeing him recognize her so quickly, she guessed inwardly. Perhaps they recognized me at once because of my unusual hair color. As for the shop owner, once he saw her, he continued promoting his store. It is an honor to have you visit us. Our family has run this business for 3 generations. The knight standing outside called awkwardly, Madam, it seems you have bought too much. She thought to herself, Axel often has to go to dangerous places, so his clothes need to be sturdy. The knight helplessly said, I will carry them for you. Afro gladly handed them to him. Thank you. With her long years of experience working at a clothing shop, she had chosen only sturdy and warm clothes. And while walking through the shopping district, she discovered that, because the main route was blocked, it was quite difficult to find fresh food. I still haven't found any trace of the great sage, but I just need to keep trying in the meantime. Suddenly, Afro paused for a moment. Just as she was dazedly wondering, what is that sound? She realized in surprise the next second what it was. A small black rabbit jumped over the wall, surprising Afro quite a bit. That rabbit is so cute. It was so irresistibly cute that she did not feel anything strange about it. Afro thought to herself, but why is there a rabbit here? Hostel's environment is difficult even for magical beasts to live in, so it should be even harder for small animals to survive. Suddenly, she remembered a passage from a novel. The great sage often appeared in the form of a rabbit. She was not certain whether this rabbit was the great sage, but perhaps. Seeing the rabbit leave, she immediately chased after it. A servant warned her, Madam, running like that is very dangerous, madam. As she ran, she thought, if it is the person I'm thinking of, if you truly are the great sage, then you can save this world. And I might also be able to go back. Wait, the servant still chased after her. Madam, I'm sure it went down this alley. Afro exclaimed, I finally found you. Did you come here because you smelled something strange? The rabbit suddenly disappeared. In its place stood a man with a handsome face and ice-cold eyes, reaching out to seize her by the neck as he said, It seems you know me. Great sage, Ice Sled, I have no ill intentions. You expect me to believe that? You're not from here. How interesting. Why did you chase after me? Afro, without hesitation, she looked into those sharp eyes and answered, Please help me. Ice Sled smiled. You are bolder than I thought. She looked at him with pleading eyes. I truly need you. The great sage Ice Sled knew a great deal about the world. In other words, he was bored by predictable things. So she had to make an impression first. Ice Sled looked at the girl before him with interest and asked, What do I get? Afro declared clearly, a cozy home no worse than a castle. Delicious, balanced meals with premium hay and fresh vegetables. Sweet fruit snacks will also be provided whenever you want them. Are you joking? She immediately cut him off. And lastly, I will introduce you to a disciple with exceptional talent. You need a disciple, do you not? The word disciple made Isolde's expression darken. How do you know that? She thought to herself. The great sage was cursed for the crime of cursing humans. This man is a complicated character, and it is unclear whether he is on our side or an enemy, because he is the one who cursed Hostel and, at the same time, Axelos's master. He would not destroy me just because I know too much, right? This man has an obligation to teach the person with the strongest magic in order to bestow magic upon humankind. And Axelos is the right person. Isled smirked. Interesting. Both you and I will die if we stay beside Hostel's child. Do you know that? She immediately replied, I know my condition. Isolde's expression turned cold. And do you also know that I hate Hostel? Do you know everything about that man who betrayed me? Axelos thought, betrayed? Startled, she answered, I only know what I just said. He laughed softly, right? Because you only know that much. You came to ask for my help. Right now, I do not have the strength to teach a disciple, and I will destroy you. Even if you survive, I must do that for my curse to be broken. Those words could not help but frighten her. Before the magnificent palace, it was clearly a dead end. She suddenly disappeared. Hearing his subordinates say that, Axelos was furious. What are you talking about? Someone wearing a dress and shoes like Afro's distracted you and then vanished? The subordinates could only bow their heads and endure his anger. We are truly sorry. Axelos flew into a rage. Shut up, all of you. Just then, a servant ran over in tears and cried out loudly, Master, the lady has been found. We have found the lady. Hearing those words, Axelos was so relieved that tears came to his eyes. Axelos hurriedly tried to run as fast as he could to find his lady. He flung the door open and shouted, Afro. His actions startled her greatly. Axelos. He quickly ran over and clung to her leg, making her jump in surprise. You fool. I was so worried. I thought you had truly disappeared. She thought to herself, he must have been terribly panicked when I suddenly disappeared. It was not intentional, but right now, Axelos only had eyes for her. I am glad you returned safely. Rest now. I will go. Her trembling hands, which had been raised for a while, finally moved. Wait, Axel. Afro grabbed the hem of his clothes from behind and gently leaned her head against him as she said, I'm sorry I frightened you. Axelos took her hand and slowly turned back. Afro, I truly do not want to lose anyone else, especially. His somewhat ambiguous action made her inwardly exclaim, too close. Seeing that, he could only say, Rest, Afro. With a reluctant gaze, Axelos pretended to step out of the room, leaving Afro sitting blankly on the bed. Axel. As soon as the door closed, he sank down and clutched his head. He pulled at his hair. What were the feelings I felt when I heard she had disappeared and when I saw her again? Rage? Resentment? Regret? Or relief and joy? But what hurt me more than all those feelings was the fear that I might never see her again. But why? It was a political marriage that would be annulled when we grew up. A marriage with not even the slightest feeling in it. Because in that situation, in order to become head of the family, I needed to marry. Her family had prestige, and Afro had goodwill toward me. She was a suitable marriage partner. That was why I did it. The image of the person who had always been childish and who had somehow changed appeared in his mind in many different forms. I will become the perfect lady of the house. Let's be friends. From now on, none of you will have to cry anymore. Everyone, protect your heads and duck under the dining table. Her mature and calm attitude was so sharp it made people feel ashamed. She was completely different from the past, when she only knew how to receive love and not how to give it. But Axelos suddenly seemed to realize something. Without thinking, he said aloud, could it be because of me? Even having to give up the things she enjoyed, or suddenly becoming the lady of the house. If the reason for everything was me, then the root of my fear would be my remorse toward her. Then once again, he fell into an endless stream of thought. Images of her kept flickering through his mind again and again. Axel, and that is also why I do not want to lose her. Axelos stood up and walked with pensive steps. Even though I do not understand anything right now, there's one thing I am certain of now. My heart does not want to lose her, and I am determined to become an adult who is stronger and steadier. I will definitely protect her. That is all. In the bedroom, Afro was not feeling much better either. Like him, she was thinking about many things. I made Axelos angry again. She collapsed onto the bed. Maybe I made him misunderstand even more. Because he was too close, I was startled and froze up. How am I supposed to explain magic resistance syndrome? This is all Isolde's fault. I had just found Ice Sled, and now I have made Axlos misunderstand too. I still have to ask what Ice Sled meant. He might have followed me here. Once I recover, I need to search around the manor. What cannot be found in that cold place can simply be lured out with free carrots. He will change course soon enough. The people wept, and the military was drenched in blood and fire. 6 years had passed, but Hostel had not improved at all. Hostel was cut off by constant earthquakes and avalanches. Therefore, they could not search for food in neighboring regions. Other countries tried to approach the sea monster with military forces, but no one returned alive. By then, Axlos had matured greatly compared to before. Furious, he slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it, if the territory were not cursed, we would have been able to obtain food. Afro calmly opened the door and stepped inside. Axel. Seeing her arrive, he immediately asked, "What is it?" When she saw that his hand was injured, she hurried over. "Your hand is bleeding." Afro took out a handkerchief and gently dabbed the blood from the wound. She did not forget to ask after him either. "You must be exhausted. But if it is you, you will surely be able to overcome this. So please keep going." Her encouragement made him too embarrassed to look straight at her. "Yes, thank you, dear." Axlos suddenly noticed the handkerchief. I have never seen that handkerchief before. If it is something to sell, it is a little. That question made her heart leap. It is nothing. Hiding it only makes it look more suspicious. In any case, I will do my best too, so let us work hard together. Her words of encouragement moved him deeply. As if gaining new strength, Axlos answered firmly, "All right." But later, he would regret having accepted her comfort. If I had known that her comfort that day would turn into this, I would not have accepted it. In the mansion, a gloomy darkness covered everything. Axlos asked his subordinate again in a cold voice, "Where did you say Afro went?" The subordinates looked at him and stammered, "Well, the lady said she needed tree bark, so she went to Mount Iokia." The mountain was covered entirely in snow, forcing Afro to rub her hands together to warm herself. Hearing the answer from his subordinates, Axelos's expression darkened, but an unusual worry shone in his eyes. "What? On the mountain?" Afro worked hard. After who knew how long, she finally gathered a sack of tree bark. There, as soon as she finished tying it, she rubbed her hands because of the cold. With this amount, all the children being cared for at the manor will be able to eat. She slowly recalled what had happened then. When Real heard her say that, she could not help but worry. "What are you saying? My lady, what do you mean you're going to gather edible tree bark?" Afro replied, "Tree bark that can be boiled into medicine is edible." I asked the doctor which trees could be eaten, but Real was still extremely worried about her safety. "But the mountain is very dangerous." To reassure her, Afro only smiled and comforted her. "I will not climb up. I will only stay near the foot of the mountain." As she descended the mountain, she thought, "That is what I told Real, but in order to gather as much as possible, I ended up climbing up. If I go down carefully, I should be safe." Before she could finish the thought, her foot slipped and she tumbled down. "Oh no, I'm sliding down." There was a boulder ahead, leaving her extremely startled and frightened. A boulder. Not knowing what to do, Afro could only close her eyes and brace herself. "What do I do? I am so scared." 1 second, 2 seconds. She did not feel herself crash into the boulder. When she opened her eyes, she saw Axlos holding her and shielding her from the boulder. Axel, embarrassed, she pulled herself out of his arms. "Thank you, Axel." Both angry and worried for her, he roared, I told you Mount Iokia is extremely dangerous. Even if there is nothing to eat, why would you act so recklessly?" Afro, she lowered her eyes and whispered, "I also have a duty and responsibility to the people here. I'm sorry I left without telling you, but you have even gone several days without eating." Raising her voice, she continued, "You gave me your food too." Those words made Axlos hold her still as she continued, "If you keep fasting like that, you will not last long." He turned his face away and asked her, "What if you came here alone and ran into wild beasts?" Afro answered calmly, "I have a way to deal with that, so it is all right." Still angry, Axlos turned back to look at her and said loudly, "What way could you possibly have?" "Well," Afro took a large carrot out of her pocket and looked at him with a confident expression. He looked at her helplessly, both angry and fond. "I know what you are thinking, but that is not it." Afro hesitated and said, "I cannot tell you everything right now. But nothing has gone wrong when you have followed what I said so far, has it?" Axlos watched her in silence, with an unhappy expression. She patted her chest and declared, "When the time comes, I will tell you everything. So please trust me until then." "Yes, of course. I will not go anywhere alone again. You promised." Suddenly, Afro pulled out a large leather bag and said cheerfully, "Since you are here anyway, could you help me with something? Could you carry this for me?" Axelos took the bag and asked, "What is this about?" She answered, "Well, first of all, the wild beasts of Hostel might be edible." He looked down at the bag in his hand in confusion. A hint of sadness crossed Axel's face. He answered, "The wild beasts in Hostel are cursed. How can we eat diseased beasts?" "You are right, Axel, but no one has ever tried eating them directly." She smiled gently back at him. "Please wait a moment." Axelos found himself lost in thought before he knew it. Afro did things that were impossible to understand, like waving carrots in the air or talking to herself as if she were speaking to someone. An ordinary person might think she was insane, but I can sense something strange. Wherever Afro looks, there is always something unsettling and eerie. I do not yet know what it is, but if it does anything bad to Afro. His thoughts were interrupted by Afro's clear voice. "Hey, if it is cooked thoroughly, it can be eaten. If possible, could you hunt a few for me? That was what I wanted to ask." He shrugged and replied, "Of course. That is not difficult. It is just that I am worried you will be in danger while I am hunting. I cannot fight, and I already used the carrots." She thought in surprise, "Why is he not asking what I used the carrots for? Huh? Why is the sea monster moving after being quiet for so long?" Suddenly, Axelos's face turned pale and he shouted, reaching his hand toward her. "Afro, take my hand." Afro was still standing there blankly. Beneath her feet, a bottomless abyss seemed to appear, dragging her down. Afro lost her balance in a daze and fell, only managing to let out a sound. Then came a cry that rang through the sky. "Afro!" Axelos managed to grab her hand. From who knew where, sharp branches kept flying toward him. Carelessly, he was wounded below the eye and grimaced in pain. Afro cried out in worry, "Axel!" He twisted his leg and planted himself firmly against the ground. Axelos used all his strength to pull her up. At last, she escaped the abyss. But an indescribable fear rose in Afro. In the novel, it did not move this much. Why does it feel like it is trying to erase this entire world? In the distance, the last rays of sunlight gradually left the sky. Afro hurried over and asked after him, "Axel, are you all right? What about your eye?" Axelos reached out and stopped her hands, which were flustered with worry. Afro looked at him in confusion. Axel spoke to reassure her, his voice softening. "It is only a small wound under my eye." Hearing that, her gaze softened a little. "Even in this situation, my body. I am sorry, Axel. It is my fault. But could you let go of my hand?" Hearing that, his body stiffened slightly. Axelos said, "It is dark now. It will be hard to return, so let us first find somewhere to warm ourselves." The scene changed. By then, the two of them had found a small cave. A fire flickered inside. Afro sat across from him and said, "So there was a cave here. Axel, how did you know?" He answered casually, "I often go on patrol, but we will not go down the mountain now. The mountains are very dangerous at night. Instead, it seems you were hurt when you fell earlier. Let me check." Seeing him approach, she hurriedly dodged and thought to herself, "Ah, my heart will definitely explode." Axelos asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Feeling guilty, she mumbled vaguely, I only twisted my wrist a little, so it's all right." He flared up, "Then you should show me even more." "There is no need. I know my own body best." Axelos frowned and shouted, "Do you hate me touching you that much? Even before, you would avoid me after the slightest touch." Panicking, she shouted back, "That is not it. You have to be only moderately handsome for me not to avoid you." Realizing she had misspoken, Afro hurriedly covered her mouth. She thought to herself, "Am I possessed by Afro or something? I'm going crazy." It seems Axel is angry. What should I do? But this expression of Axelos's did not seem like anger. Embarrassed, he replied then, "I apologize for that. Since you can shout like that, you seem to be fine." The two fell into an awkward silence. Afro spoke first. "As soon as the sea route opens, I plan to request help from Roki. That place suffered little damage, and the land is fertile, so they have plenty of food." But Axelos once again fell into a tangled stream of thought. If not for me, she could have lived comfortably in Roki. "Axel," her voice pulled him back to reality. "You do not look well. Are you all right?" He answered vaguely, "I am fine." Still worried, Afro asked again, "You do not look fine at all. Are you truly all right?" Suddenly, Axelos lost patience and shouted, "I said I am fine." He was startled by his own tone. He inwardly blamed himself. I accidentally got angry at Afro, even though she did nothing wrong. In truth, I'm angry at myself. I have to apologize to Afro. Afro paid it no mind and continued. People say that sprouts that emerge in spring must endure harsh sunlight until just before harvest. But would it not be such a shame to give up? The hardest time is right before the shoots break through. The people of the territory, and you have endured so well until now. So, Axel, you'll be able to overcome this. After a period of silence, Axlos finally spoke. Thank you, and I'm sorry as well. Afro only smiled brightly in response. It is nothing. At times like this, we have to encourage each other. Suddenly, he noticed the handkerchief in her hand. That handkerchief, is that not the one you had last time? Why did you hide it? She answered. Actually, when I disappeared in town 6 years ago, I felt guilty for making you worry, so I planned to give you a gift. I made a handkerchief myself, so you would not feel burdened accepting it. It did not turn out very pretty. It is embarrassing enough that I would not want anyone to see it. That is why I always carry it with me. Looking back, I think I was so foolish. Axelos's face was visibly red by then. He tilted his head and muttered, "You really are an idiot. Now give it to me. It's mine." Afro reluctantly handed it over. "But it's ugly and stained with blood, so don't tease me about it." He answered sulkily, "So what? Hurry up and give it to me." It was already late at night. Everything around them was wrapped in a silent darkness. Axlos looked at the person sleeping on the ground and thought to himself, thanks to Afro, he had remembered the goal he had forgotten for so long, the plan to break the curse on hostile territory. Then green trees would sprout and warmth would return to this place. When spring came, the frozen earth would melt. The roads buried beneath the snow would open again. When that happened, he would have to go with Afro to Roki and formally pay his respects, so that Hostel could live on, so that he could bring happiness to her, who had endured the winter. The next morning, Afro woke up feeling exhausted. Her whole body felt terribly worn out. Axlos asked, "Are you awake?" The sleepy girl answered, "How's the weather?" Still staring intently at the sky, he replied casually, "Not bad." She moved closer to him. "Wow, you're right." Axlos thought to himself that he did not know the reason, but the aura that always surrounded Afro had grown stronger than yesterday. The two of them set out together to return. The road is slippery, so be careful. However, neither of them noticed that Ice Sled was quietly standing behind them, watching everything. At the hostel manor, Senna's urgent voice rang out. "My lady, we thought something had happened to you. We were so worried." Standing in the middle of them, Afro could only answer vaguely, "I'm sorry." Odin also welcomed the two of them. "What a relief that both of you returned safely." Afro suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, look what I brought back." She opened the bag she had brought with her. Inside was the wild animal they had hunted the previous day. Thinking back to what had happened in the forest yesterday, it was astonishing to see how he had hunted it in an instant. Fortunately, they had food for the time being. Afro said to the servants, "I'll teach you how to cook it, so don't worry." After a tearful reunion, she was finally able to return to her room. Now it was time to write down what had happened today. Ever since becoming Afro, she had not missed a single day in her diary. Unlike at the beginning, when she recorded only the things that had changed from the original storyline, she now wrote more about her daily life. Perhaps it meant she had grown used to this world, or maybe that was why she had dreamed such a dream. On the night she was stranded on the mountain with Axlos, she had a strange dream. In that dream, she met her mother while in Afro's form. For the first time, her mother called out to her desperately, but she was too far away, so Afro could not hear anything. When was the last time her mother had looked at her? Perhaps she had that dream because she missed her mother, but it was also a little unsettling because it seemed as if her mother was searching for her. Suddenly, she noticed the calendar beside her. What mark is that?" As if remembering something, she abruptly sprang to her feet. "Oh my gosh, Axelos's birthday is coming up. Then today is." Afro hurried to the meeting place she had waited at every day. Because of the matter with the territory, she had completely forgotten. At last, when she arrived, she called out loudly, "Ice Sled." A faint light shone from a corner of the courtyard. Afro's expression softened a little. 6 years ago, just as expected, Ice Sled had come to the villa. She had decided to wait until he recovered his strength. They had made a contract that satisfied both of them. Because of that, they had become closer. And today was the day she had promised Ice Sled. At that very moment, Axlos suddenly appeared from behind her. Startled, he called out, "Afro!" He immediately became wary. A dark figure slowly revealed himself. Afro said in relief, "Finally." Isled also continued, the time has come. If Axlos could awaken with Isil's help, then the food shortage and the sea monster problem would be resolved. Then Axelos's sharp voice rang out. Who are you? State your identity. He stepped forward and firmly grabbed Afro. But Isled was not the least bit shaken by that action. As for Axlos, he remained on high alert. Afro hurriedly stopped him. Axel, calm down and listen to me. Only then did Isled speak. I acknowledge your spirit, but pointing a sword at your master is truly arrogant. As he spoke, he cast a spell and made the sword disappear. Afro let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he was not angry at Axelos's hostility. She introduced him. Axel, this may be a little sudden, but this man will be your master. He asked in confusion. What are you talking about? That man who appeared out of nowhere is my master. She did not know how to explain it either. She could only hesitate and stammer. Axlos still could not accept it for the time being and stood there frowning. Afro thought to herself that if she let him meet Isled and then explained, he would understand. But Axlos was more flustered than she had expected. She called out, Axel, can the two of us talk privately for a moment? He replied, I'll wait in your room. She stood rooted to the spot. She had not meant for it to happen. But because of her, perhaps this had become the worst possible first meeting. The scene shifted to Afro's room. Her voice rang out. I'm coming in. Axel, do you remember what I told you before? I said someone would come to break the curse on hostile territory. You brushed it aside at the time, but actually, it has to do with that man. That person can use magic. If you learn magic from him, Axel, you may be able to break the curse. What should she do if he did not believe her and thought it was absurd? Axlos asked suspiciously, Are you serious, Afro? She slowly nodded. He continued in an earnest voice. What you said when we were young about how to break the curse, and the fact that you want me to learn magic from him. Are you serious about all of it? Unable to look straight at him, Afro answered softly, Yes, that's right. She had to explain more, but Axlos quickly agreed. All right. He slowly walked toward her. I'll do as you say. You've never been wrong until now. Axlos gazed gently at the girl before him. He continued, and you are my most precious friend. I trust you. Afro's heart twisted. Friend. But she quickly regained control of her emotions. Thank you for trusting me. Please hold on just a little longer. Once you learn magic, you'll be able to break the curse soon. She looked at Axlos and thought to herself that, for some reason, part of her heart felt uncomfortable. But they were following the original storyline, so it would be fine. Axel would defeat the sea monster, and this famine would end. If that happened, even if she lived, the original storyline would not change, right? No matter how muddled her words were, he had always believed her. She could not forget the trust and friendship in front of her. The fate before her belonged to the princess. If she did not have children, maintained a friendship with Axlos, quietly left, and carried no lingering regrets, then everything would be fine, as long as she could just. Her train of thought was cut off when she saw Isled staring at her from the door of the room. She walked over and said, Isled, please help Axlos. He replied, Of course. She left, her figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Only the two of them remained in the room. Isled spoke first. Why do you like that girl who is about to die? Yes, Afro had heard those words too. I'm asking whether you like that girl who is going to die. Losing patience, Axlos drew his sword. Do you want to die now? Afro hurriedly turned back to stop him. Hearing her voice, he froze in place. Axlos gritted his teeth in displeasure. She walked over and persuaded him. You promised me, didn't you? You promised to learn magic from Isled and break the curse on the territory. He answered, unconvinced, but he insulted you. Am I supposed to just stand there and watch? Standing off to the side, Isled blinked as he watched the scene unfold. Then he suddenly spoke. So the husband and wife are quarreling. I never expected I would get to witness such a precious scene. This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes. Afro continued. See, Axel may be a little mischievous, but he's not a bad person. Nothing will happen, so could you please try it once? Axlos answered firmly, I trust what you say. I'll overlook what that man just said only because you said so. Afro was momentarily startled by those words. She pressed her lips together tightly. Her heart was clearly filled with many thoughts. Afro forced a gentle smile and answered briefly, yes. Thank you for trusting me, Axel. From that day on, Axlos began training with Isled. Thanks to her own efforts to treat Isled well, Isled also showed respect toward Axlos. But perhaps the training was harsh, because Axlos always returned to the manor looking exhausted. As soon as he returned to the manor, he would go straight into his study. Just like that, 2 years passed. On a sunny day when white clouds covered the sky, Afro was working diligently in the kitchen, counting ingredients. 5 crates of carrots, 2 crates of potatoes, and cabbage. This time, they might last a little longer. Before, it had been difficult to obtain seafood because of the sea monster. She rolled up her sleeves. All right, let's start cooking. Real, who was beside her, said timidly, "My lady, you could have ordered me to do this." She answered with a bright smile, "It's all right. I think cooking is fun." Real looked as if she was about to cry and sniffled as she said, "Because I'm incompetent, my lady has to wear an apron." In the end, Afro had to soothe her. "That's not it, Real. This is entirely because I want to do it." Suddenly, a black rabbit's foot touched the toe of her shoe. The great sage ice sled, in the form of a rabbit, was sitting obediently below her. "Is it already time?" She handed a carrot. "I'll give you this carrot. Enjoy it." Whenever Axelos's training was almost over, Ice Sled would send his rabbit clone to her. Thanks to that, she could prepare Axelos's meal right on time. Wearing an apron, Afro walked around the manor. She stood there waiting and told herself, "It seems I came out a little too early." It was as if they would force her to go even if she refused. Her eyes fell on the items on the ground. They were so dazzling that she worried her own clothes were too plain. Come to think of it, ever since the training began, she had not been able to talk with Axelos anymore. How could she talk to someone who was exhausted? Looking at the clear blue sky, Afro's heart filled again with thoughts. Had it already been 8 years since she came here? To be honest, there was nothing here that she could do. All she could do was help Axelos, the male lead, grow up well and experience fewer hardships. Suddenly, a small snowflake fell onto her hand. "Ah, it's snowing. Everyone worked so hard preparing this. So, it's a bit of shame, but we should go inside." Axelos's voice rang out from behind her. "Afro." When she turned around, Axelos had somehow appeared behind her. "Afro, why are you outside? It's snowing, and you were still waiting out here." She immediately replied, "The snow only just started falling, so it's fine. It's been a while since we ate outside, so I thought we could have a change of mood, but I didn't expect it to snow." Because food had become scarce in their territory, Axelos had recently taken a greater interest in good meals. In addition, perhaps because her cooking was both delicious and nutritious, seeing Axelos grow healthier day by day truly made her feel very satisfied. "Axel," Afro suggested, "you've only been eating bitter dishes made from medicinal herbs lately, right? So today, I was planning for us to eat something more delicious. There's even seafood, but it might be too much for only 2 people." Her eyes met Ice Sled, who was standing off to the side. "Ice Sled, would you like to eat with us?" He answered arrogantly, "Medicinal herbs don't smell good, so I dislike them. If you bring the vegetables directly to my room, I'll eat." Afro was speechless. She told herself that he was probably saying that as another strange excuse. He was basically saying other people smelled, wasn't he? Axelos suddenly called out, "Afro." She answered, "Were you calling me?" Axelos asked, "Do you know what day today is?" Afro asked blankly, "Today?" Axelos's hand tightened slightly, and he looked at her with a pitiful, wounded expression. "Today is our wedding anniversary." It was like a bolt from the blue. A storm raged inside Afro's heart. She had completely forgotten, and yet Axelos still remembered. She stammered and lied. "Of course I remember. I was planning for us to eat outside, because it's our wedding anniversary." Inwardly she thought, "I'm sorry." But Axel knew everything. He smiled gently at his wife. In a soft voice, he comforted her. "It's all right, Afro. How could I not know that you're always doing everything for the territory? It's just a shame. I wanted to stay by your side all day today, but I couldn't. That's all." She awkwardly replied, unconsciously stepping backward. "I see, but we'll be together while we eat." When she took one step back, he took one step forward. "That doesn't count as being together all day. I want to stay beside you the whole time." Something deep inside her heart was being thrown into confusion. It was a strange emotion. Perhaps it was because she was too close to Axel. Yes, that had to be it. The look she gave him suddenly grew deeper. Come in first. Since it was their anniversary after all, she should have dressed up a little more, she thought. Even if their married life was like a friendship, it was still their wedding anniversary. She had been too indifferent. But Axelos's gaze as he looked at her was as gentle as ever. He hesitated before making his offer. "Afro, actually, I specially ordered a cake for this anniversary." She asked in surprise. A cake. Inwardly, she wondered how he could have prepared something so precious when, in their territory, even seeing one had become difficult. He continued, "This much is all right, so don't worry. Not only our territory, but the situation in other places has improved a lot too. Look, Afro, right now, we even have precious seafood in front of us, and there haven't been any major earthquakes recently. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of shrimp and fed it to her. So, you don't need to worry. As Afro chewed the shrimp, she thought that he was right. According to the original storyline, the monster would die soon, so there was no need to go all-out stockpiling food like this. Perhaps because she had been eating poorly lately and her stomach was not in good condition, she was being more careful than usual. But for some reason, there was still something off about the air around Axelos. Looking at his expression, she could guess that something was going on. Axelos's expression. She asked, "Axel, is something wrong? You don't look very well." He forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, Afro, but the snow is falling harder, so it's colder now. Let's go inside and eat the cake." They went into the manor together, but Afro still felt that something was not right. Did Axelos have something he wanted to tell her? Should she just ask? No. Perhaps he was avoiding the subject because he did not want to say it. She should not. But those thoughts were cut off by a series of party poppers. The servants of the manor were standing in front of them. In unison, they shouted, "Congratulations on your wedding anniversary." But Afro was left stunned by the sight. She happily thanked them. "Everyone, thank you so much." And just like that, they chatted cheerfully with one another. Afro thought to herself that perhaps this was what Axelos had wanted to hide. If she had asked, Axelos would surely have been flustered. She had been right not to ask and to wait. Suddenly, he spoke. "Afro," she reflexively answered. "What is it, Axel?" Axelos answered nervously. "There is something I want to tell you. Actually, I may soon have to leave the territory. And for a very long time." He spoke awkwardly. "And for a very long time. It seems the time has come to eliminate the monster completely, so I'll have to leave this territory for a while." Afro looked at him in silence. Had that much time already passed? The story she was in began with the defeat of a sea monster. She looked at him and answered softly, "You're going to leave so soon? I told you before. Axel, you will definitely do everything well." But in her heart, she knew. "Axelos, the time has come for us to part." He tried to reassure Afro. "Once it's over, I'll come back right away." She answered understandingly, "Of course, Axel. I'll wait for you to return safely. You will win the battle against the monster. And there, you will meet someone good, someone who can share true love with you." A trace of sadness crossed her face as she continued. "The timing is a little awkward, but you wanted to tell me before it was too late, didn't you?" She hoped Axel would be happy. Axelos reached out his hand. He took Afro's hand and placed a bracelet on her wrist. Then Axelos said, "I'm sorry for suddenly taking your hand. This is a gift for you." Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That startled her. This was a small bracelet fit neatly around her wrist. Axelos said seriously, "I place protective magic on it." Iceled said he can't leave hostile. Afro understood very well what he was thinking. He was afraid that strange Iceled might do something odd to her, so he gave it to her. But Iceled had not done anything lately. He was probably still lying comfortably in his room right now. He knew about my magic resistance syndrome. At times, he had shown curiosity about how I would die, but I had no intention of dying. I would return to my original world. Afro tilted her head, smiled, and replied, "Thank you, Axelos. I'll wear it well." He looked at her, his heart pounding. "Yes, 2 years. During that time, we overcame hardships and safely maintained a friendship. Perhaps feelings of love would never arise in the future. But even if our relationship was not that of lovers, could I still wish you happiness and peace? Because we are friends." Scene change. Afro was now standing alone in front of the hostel manor. Iceled beside her spoke up. "How do you feel?" She answered calmly, "I'm not as sad or distressed as you expected. Axelos will definitely come back safely." Iceled smiled teasingly. "Such firm faith. Sometimes you talk like an old woman who has experienced everything in the world, despite that fresh young shell of yours. What kind of way is that to speak?" Afro replied irritably, "Humph, calling a young lady an old woman is rude." Suddenly, he changed his tone and asked curiously, "What I want to ask is, what is that?" Iceld's gaze stopped on the shining bracelet. Suddenly, the bracelet emitted a warm golden light, enveloping the space around them. Afro Lim Jim enjoyed the sensation. So warm. Protective magic. So this is what it's like. Yes, of course. Iceled did not miss the chance to sneer. "This kind of magic is poison to you. And that brat gave you that poison?" She answered shyly, "This much magic probably won't be a problem. Besides, when I leave this place, I'll be healthy again." Though she said that aloud, in her heart she thought, "Now he's going to say that before then, I'll die by his hand." He asked again, "Does that brat know that all you want is to leave?" Afro was silent for a long while. Strangely calm, she answered briefly, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't know." He gave a faint laugh. You're both fools, and you suit each other perfectly. It's interesting to watch. Keep being fools. Afro was unconvinced and argued back. Who are you calling a fool? You say you hate humans, but you still haven't left the manor. But what she truly thought was, it really will be fine. Even if Axlos knows about my magic resistance syndrome, he will forget everything about me as soon as he meets the princess. Sled acted sulky. I taught you, and now you're chasing me away? Children these days, honestly, Sled, who had been bound to the territory and stripped of his power as the price for cursing hostile territory and every living being within it, had spent nearly 2 years eating only the vegetables I gave him. Since he couldn't smell anything from me, he had grown comfortable. Could it be that Sled has actually become closer to me? If the princess breaks Isold's curse like in the original, will his intention to kill me change? Thinking that, Afro asked him directly, Sled, if someone could break your curse, would you spare me? He answered immediately without thinking. There is no such person, little brat. She pressed him again, but what if there really were? Close your eyes and imagine it. Sled sighed. Even if there were, by then you would already be dead and gone. Clearly unconvinced, Afro still insisted on asking, what if the person who can break Isold's curse appears before I die? He was at a loss for words and could only say awkwardly in that case, I'll think about it when the time comes. After Axlos left the territory, news about him was still heard frequently. When he arrived in the kingdom, when he boarded a ship and set out to sea, and even when he successfully defeated the sea monster. And it was as if he had become the hero of the kingdom. Back to Afro. At this time, she was sitting in her room, writing a book. She carefully wrote in the diary before her. Meanwhile, I recorded all the news from the past half year and compared it with the original. Every event matches the original. It seems that my survival has not greatly affected the original. Many things have happened, but my goal is now right before me. 8 years. During my time here, many traces of my life in this place have appeared. And 6 months. During Axelos's absence, I began gradually preparing to leave. A few sets of comfortable clothes, a few pieces of jewelry for reserve money. A small bag was neatly packed, enough for traveling before returning to my old world. Should I check one more time? Better that than missing something and getting into trouble. Her eyes suddenly fell on the Axelos doll on the fireplace. Its expression was the same as ever, scowling at her. Looking at it, Afro remembered Axelos, then thought back. Axelos has also become much gentler than when we first met. It feels like only yesterday that he said nothing and just glared like this doll. With both hands, she carefully picked up the doll. Afro smiled bitterly and murmured softly to herself. It seems that during this time, we've become much closer, haven't we? By now, Axelos has probably met the princess at the banquet hosted by the king. The beautiful princess and the hero who saved the world. When a picture-perfect love begins, the story will flow according to what I know. Except for me, the background character. No, it's fine. By then, I will no longer be here. Her thoughts were cut off by a shout. My lady, the head of the household, is returning to the manor. Afro could not believe it and tried to confirm. What? You must have seen wrong. Senna immediately answered, No, my lady. Please look outside. Suspicious, she looked outside. Afro went closer to the window. The clattering sound of a carriage rang out from below. Axelos returned gallantly on horseback. It's true, but there are so many strange things. It is still too early for him to return from the banquet, and there are no women among the returning party. How could that be? No, maybe the princess is hidden, so I can't see her. Instead of staying here, I should go out and check. Afro. Axelos's voice rang out, drawing her attention. He stood below, breathing heavily. Axelos happily called again, Afro. She also could not hide her joy. You're back, Axel. He answered. It's been so long since we last met, but your greeting is far too cold. As he spoke, he approached her. The two of them drew closer and closer, creating an extremely romantic scene. Axelos said plaintively, Afro, I missed you so much. With Axelos's return, the gap between the original and reality began to appear. Axelos looked at her fondly. Afro, I missed you so much. In contrast, Afro was somewhat hesitant. Without another word, Axelos directly pulled her into his arms. I really missed you. Axel's magic has become stronger than before. I feel so nauseous. She hurriedly struggled. Wait, Axel. Axelos cut her off directly. Afro, I thought about you all day. I missed you so much I nearly went mad. Didn't you? Hearing these words, Afro fell silent for a moment. Remembering the time she had missed him so much she could neither eat nor sleep, her emotions finally burst out. You idiot. Why would you say it like that? I was so worried you might be hurt that I couldn't eat or sleep. Axelos asked joyfully in return. Really? You were worried about me? She answered softly, of course. We're friends, after all. Axelos's expression sank. His hand clenched tightly, and he said bitterly, right? Friends. Afro sensed that the atmosphere was not good and thought, why has the mood turned like this? I was so worried about him. Anyway, it's a good thing my body is still obeying me. If I blurted out nonsense because of my magic resistance syndrome, the atmosphere would definitely become worse. Suddenly, he drew closer to her. Axel. He looked at her without looking away. Your face is red. At this distance, Axel could see her clearly. His face is so handsome. Axel took the chance to tease her. It's been a while since you saw my face, so you're thinking I'm too handsome, aren't you? Startled, Afro stepped back. It's because it's cold. I really haven't fully recovered yet. Seeing her reaction, he drew even closer. Why are you avoiding me? Are you uncomfortable doing this? Afro answered shyly, it's not that. But he seized the chance and embraced his wife. Then what is the problem? We are husband and wife. She still tried to push him away. Friends like husband and wife. But Axelos held her even tighter. Husband and wife like friends. She thought to herself, when did he become so sly? His eyes suddenly swept over the object on the floor. Axelos picked up the doll. It's been a long time since I saw this doll. Don't tell me you were looking at the doll, because I wasn't here. Afro hurriedly denied it. No, I wasn't. He handed the doll to her, making her flinch slightly. What is this? Honestly, you hugged me on your own, and now you're making me hold the doll? It's not that I dislike it, but he said happily, I'm very happy. She looked at him in confusion. What? Seeing you hold the doll makes it look as though there's a new member in our family. It's truly adorable. Axelos's words made her freeze in shock, rooted to the spot. Axel. Afro reached out to return the doll. What do you mean by saying that? Not paying attention. Her hand slipped, and she dropped it. The doll's face hit the ground hard. The two of them looked at it and fell into an awkward silence. Afro's eyes welled with tears, full of distress. I didn't mean to drop it, but why did he bring up that topic? Axelos stepped forward and picked up the doll from the ground. Afro looked after him hesitantly. She saw him gently brush the dirt off its clothes. Axelos put it back in its place and asked tenderly, Are you all right, Afro? You said you were cold. So it was true? Yes. I don't feel well, so I must be tired. In her heart, she was thinking all sorts of things. He brought up the topic of children, so I was startled. Axelos didn't say it on purpose. It must be because after transmigrating, I have always thought that I must not have children, so I reacted unconsciously like that. She tried to speak and smooth things over. If I'd known you were coming back, I would have prepared a meal. You must be very hungry, right? He answered, No, I'm not that hungry. But Afro knew everything and exposed him directly. You're lying. You went without eating to come back early, didn't you? You didn't want to eat Afro's cooking after half a year? But Axelos looked at her with lingering concern. I do want to eat, but you said you weren't feeling well. Hearing that, she was very happy. So it was because of what I said. Good thing it wasn't because of me. Afro grabbed his sleeve. It's only because I ate too much. So while I digest, I'll prepare a delicious meal. This is my hobby, so don't stop me. Just wait a little. I'll make the best meal right away. And then I was chased out of the kitchen. Afro stood there stiffly in stunned silence. She thought in disappointment, I only wanted to prepare lots of delicious dishes for Axelos when there aren't many days left for us to see each other. As if Senna had caught the signal, she smiled cunningly. So my lady wants to have a special day. She went over and said to Axelos, my lord, Please leave the matter of your date to us. My lord, it would be better if you went to prepare fine clothes for the date. Of course, we will prepare my lady as well. He began to imagine it. Thinking of Afro wearing a beautiful dress, his face flushed unconsciously. Afro also heard the call on her side. Afro, I forgot that I have something to do. So if we do not eat dinner together, it will cause a very big problem. I think I should go prepare for dinner. See you later. Senna slyly approached and urged her on. Oh my, it seems my lord intends to dress up nicely. Then our lady must do the same, right? Cornered, she stammered, Senna. Before she could say anything more, Afro was dragged away by Senna. Axelos had returned safely, and the sea monster that had caused us so much trouble was gone. Then can I relax a little today? The two sat together at the large dining table. Looking at the serious Axelos before her, she could not help asking, It's been a long time since you've eaten at home. Is it good, Axel? He looked at her affectionately. Axel lowered his voice and answered, The meal is delicious. And I'm also very happy to hear in detail about Afro's life while I was away. I was always worried something might happen. Afro answered shyly, Honestly, I'm not a child. I can also look after the territory on my own. Axlos smiled gently and continued, "Moreover, I'm glad Afro has recovered." She awkwardly turned her face away. "I said earlier that I didn't feel well because I ate too much. It was only because I ate too much porridge. Our head chef is skilled, after all." She said that outwardly, but in her heart, her thoughts were in turmoil. But why? We've been talking for quite a while already. Why hasn't he said anything about the princess yet? Noticing her gaze, Axlos spoke awkwardly. "Is there something on my face?" She hurriedly looked away. "No, nothing." Suddenly, a servant beside them spoke up. "My lord, an invitation to a banquet at the royal palace has arrived." A formal letter was brought over, drawing Afro's attention. She thought to herself, "Thank goodness. The story is still proceeding as before. Now, if Axlos attends that banquet and meets the princess, the plot will follow the original." Axlos picked up the letter and read it seriously. She spoke up to urge him on, her eyes shining with expectation. "If it's an invitation from the royal palace, you must prepare to go, right?" Afro quietly sat and waited, her expression unable to hide her anticipation. Axlos simply said, Then, unfortunately, I do not have time to attend the banquet, so there is no need to worry." Hearing that, the smile on her lips froze. Axelos's tone changed, revealing irritation and disgust. It was already annoying enough that they made a busy person go back and forth, but now they want to introduce a princess to a married man too? Afro looked at the pile of ashes on the floor that had once been a high-class invitation and could not help sighing. There was no need to burn it. So he came back immediately because of me? Axlos hasn't met the princess, so that's why. He simply hasn't had the chance to fall in love at first sight yet. A small change like this is fine. The pale, golden light shone down, making the beauty of the garden stand out even more. She mustered her courage and said to him, "Hey, Axlos, why don't you try going to the royal palace banquet? Axlos, you're the hero who defeated the sea monster, and perhaps you'll meet someone good who can help you. If I don't say this now, I may regret it later." And do you remember the promise we made long ago? That when either of us found someone we liked, we would divorce. She hesitantly waited for his reaction, thinking inwardly, "I have to say that the promise is still valid." His voice sank. "Do you have someone you like?" "Axel." Afro laughed it off and answered, "What are you talking about? I'm only saying this in case you forgot." Before she could say more, he hurriedly interrupted. "You look very beautiful today." Afro looked at him in confusion. Axlos kept speaking fluently. "You were beautiful in the past too, and today as well." It has been half a year since we last met, so perhaps that is why. But in my eyes, there has never been a time when you were not beautiful. Being praised over and over, she also felt embarrassed. Why is he suddenly praising me? She said politely, "Is it because we haven't met in a long time?" "Axlos, you have also become more handsome." "Of course, you were handsome before too." Then the two of them fell into silence again. She cautiously watched Axelos's reaction, and in the end, Afro had to find an excuse to leave. "Maybe the wind is blowing into the greenhouse. It's a bit cold. I'll go in first." Axelos stood up and asked in a serious voice, "Afro, is it because I mentioned children?" She panicked and hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that." He was so angry that he clenched both hands tightly. "Then why did you startle when I gave you the doll to hold? And now you're talking about divorce. Did I do something wrong?" Seeing Axelos in that state, Afro could not help panicking as well. "No, Axel, you didn't do anything wrong." He answered curtly, "Then tell me, why did you say such unsettling things?" Her heart was tangled like a ball of thread. Her tense fingers clenched tightly together. How should I answer? I deliberately avoided that topic. If he asked me directly like this, how can I avoid it? Although she felt guilty, Afro still forced herself to say, "No one knows what will happen in the future. We're only friends. And how could friends have children together?" That's why I said that. He looked at her with pain-filled eyes. "Afro, we are husband and wife too. I thought matters about children were a natural topic of conversation between husband and wife, so I mentioned it. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm sorry. I didn't think you would feel pressured by it. From now on, I will not talk about children anymore. We are still young, so there's no need to talk about heirs. I hope you will not worry about that either. And even in the future, I will never pressure you about it, because your thoughts are always more important than anything else." Axelos reached out and took her hand. Afro shyly withdrew her hand. Thank you for saying that. I'm so cold. Let's stop here." He forced a smile and said, "All right, let's go inside." Afro turned away, blaming herself over and over. "I am sorry, Axelos. Between us, there will never be. Not a child at all. After all, you were always destined to be connected to the princess. So I will leave here, because I have to return to my mother. If I go back there, I will At that thought, her heart grew heavy. The image of the diner where she had worked so hard at her part-time job rose in her mind as well. Afro still stood silently in place, and she thought of her mother again. Even so, I still have to go back. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. Snow filled the sky as Afro's voice rang out. Axlos still hasn't returned from the palace? Senna looked troubled and answered hesitantly. Well, he had work to do, so his departure was delayed. Afro did not want to make things difficult for Senna either, so she smiled awkwardly and said, "There's no other choice. Is having such a capable husband a sin too?" But Axlos was frequently summoned to the royal palace. Even when he planned to return to the manor, if he was only a little late, the palace would send knights to urge him back. Even so, I kept my promise. Thinking about it now, summer is almost here. In the novel, it was probably in summer that Axlos and the princess officially began dating. Yes, that's right. Everything is gradually returning to normal now. He spends more and more time in the palace. That should be enough. The newspapers have long been making a huge fuss every day about the princess and Axlos. I have to take down those articles with the rumors. I feel like everything is fine now. Why does no one believe me when I say it's fine? There's no need to worry about that gaze anymore, is there? In any case, I survived. After all my efforts, I avoided the ending where I had to die. From now on, when I am beside Axel, I no longer have any reason to be afraid of being with Axel. The reason to avoid him has disappeared too. After everything returns to its proper place, or perhaps to Roki, even if things change a little, Afro's parents will understand that everything was difficult from the beginning. I'm so glad, Axlos. As long as you remain happy like this forever, beside the princess. Senna's sudden call cut off that train of thought. "Madam," she called in a hurry. "You must have been startled, right? I am sorry. No matter how I called you, you wouldn't answer." Afro replied, "It's all right. What did you call me for?" Senna said excitedly, "Madam, the head of the household is about to return." Afro only remained silent. If it is this important right now, then he must want to publicly announce his relationship with the princess, right? So please get ready and dress beautifully. Ignoring Senna's words, Afro cut her off directly. "No, there is no need. And Senna, you will not need to do that anymore either. When I meet Axlos, I will begin by congratulating him. After that, I will return to my room, take the things I have prepared, and say goodbye to the people I cherish. The day I return to the place that truly belongs to me. That is today." Axlos. Her eyes widened in shock at what she saw. Afro spoke in a daze. "Axel." When he saw her, Axlos blushed without realizing it. He looked visibly happy and asked with a bright smile, "Afro, did you come out to greet me?" She anxiously pressed him. "What about the princess? Where's the princess? Why are you alone? Why do I only see Axlos?" He tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Where is the princess?" As he spoke, Axlos raised his hand to her cheek. He said tenderly, "My princess is right here." Afro was thrown into panic by this action and hurriedly corrected him. "Ah, no, that is not what I meant. I mean the real wife you're going to marry." He asked suspiciously, "What? Are you saying I'm a fake husband?" She quickly said, "No, that is not what I mean. Didn't you say you had something important to do?" Axelos's expression softened a little as he answered, "I did say that, but I promised Afro I would return today." This time it was Axelos who could only stare blankly and let out a confused, "Huh?" Afro was so taken aback that her face froze. "Isn't that extremely disrespectful?" Axel ignored a royal palace order just for that reason. If this becomes known, Axelos will no longer be valued by the royal palace. Axelos pressed close and grumbled in a sulky, coaxing voice, "Afro, I feel a little sad. In order to return as early as possible, I did everything the king asked of me and stayed up all night. So while I was away, did you find a real husband? Is that why you only see me as a friend?" Her heart beat faster and faster. In her panic, she shouted, "What? Why would you say that?" "No," he continued. "Is that why you do not want children?" Before Afro could react, he lifted her up and held her in his arms. Axelos continued awkwardly, "But it is all right, Afro. Even though I cannot truly feel it yet, everyone sees me as a hero. No matter who the opponent is, I do not think I will lose." Afro's face was now as red as a tomato. Trembling, she said, "Axel, my stomach feels awful. It must be because of my magic resistance syndrome. I feel so dizzy." Axelos continued speaking, not realizing that she was uncomfortable, and leaned even closer. "But, Afro, I am certain. I will make you the happiest person in the world." Axlos. He looked at her with infatuation. Because I'm certain I can make you the happiest person in the world. When I was little, there was only one thing I truly wished for. It was not a grand castle, or a pretty doll. It was only this, to live a peaceful life with loving parents. Could such a life happen with Axlos? Even if the story changed a little, if the princess had never appeared at this moment. Only then did Afro speak. Axel, suddenly. Her gaze darkened. Blood flowed from her mouth. She did not look all right at all. Axelos's eyes widened in shock at the sight. She was dazed as well, clutching her face with a startled sound. Immediately after, her vision went black. All she could hear was Axelos's desperate scream. Afro, if that could happen, how wonderful it would be. The weather grew gloomier and gloomier. A group of people stood before Axelos, facing him in fear. What did you just say? They hurriedly defended themselves. We are sorry, but there is no problem with the Marchioness's physical condition. We cannot find the reason why the Marchioness will not wake up. He cut them off impatiently. Enough, you may leave. From that day on, Afro fell into a deep sleep. Because of that, Enemies Palace was submerged in sorrow. Many people came to examine her, but they all said the same thing. We cannot determine the cause. This is the first time something like this has happened. The reason why the Marchioness will not wake up is unclear. We are sorry, my lord. That day, the door to her room opened again, right on time. Axelos quietly stepped inside. He looked at her affectionately. Good morning, Afro. She still lay there, unable to answer. Axel continued, the territory is peaceful again today. I applied all the rules you said, and now it has become easier to keep everything in order. Then Axelos took her small hand. The steady sound of a clock echoed through the quiet space for an hour. He only sat there in silence, looking at the girl on the bed. She showed no reaction at all. His eyes filled with tears as though he was about to cry, and he tightly held Afro's hand. It is all my fault. Please open your eyes. It was because I brought up the topic of having children. That shocked Afro and made her end up like this. Afro expressed many times that she did not want it, but I only thought about my own feelings, and I kept forcing her to understand how I felt. Afro had clearly changed for the better, but I could not keep up with her. That is why Afro either grew tired of me, or she became too exhausted from being by my side. Because her belongings had been neatly arranged under the table, extremely minimal and orderly. It was obvious that she had been ready to leave at any moment. I know full well how selfish I am, and I also know that she wanted to leave because she was too tired of me. But please do not leave. Isolde's cold, low voice suddenly rang out. How is the little girl supposed to wake up if you stay beside her all day? He appeared abruptly in the corner of the room. Isolde warned coldly. If you came here to say that nonsense, then leave. Isolde placed a hand on his shoulder and taunted him. How can you speak that way to your master? Axelos's expression became more sullen than ever. He warned through gritted teeth. Stop it. Isolde spoke as if nothing was wrong. If you do not want that child to be caught up in all of this, you had better do nothing. Axelos's face darkened as he asked, Is this your doing? Isolde merely shrugged and replied calmly, Is that so? Do you truly think I am foolish enough to do this when I already made a promise to her? Only then did Axelos calm down. A promise? Isolde glanced at him with amusement, as if watching an entertaining show. He reached out and stroked Afro's long hair. You really know nothing about this child, do you? I suppose I will have to give you a clue, since you are my disciple. Try staying away from her for about a week. You must not go near her bedroom, and you must not touch anything this child eats or wears. If you do exactly as I say, something interesting will happen. No one knew how much time had passed. In Afro's pink room, she still had not awakened. Real was beside her, preparing things for her. Real brought the spoon over and said slowly, Madam, the medicine is a little bitter, but please drink it all. It must be uncomfortable because you are not fully awake yet, but I will try feeding you little by little. Suddenly, Afro made a sound, causing Real to freeze. The spoon in Real's hand fell. Real cried out, Oh my goodness, madam. Madam has awakened. Before long, Afro's room was filled with voices and laughter. Madam, look at me. Madam, are you hurt anywhere? Do you want to eat something? Oh my goodness, thank heavens. Having just woken up, Afro held her head and said tiredly, Hey, wait, could everyone speak more slowly? My head still hurts a little, but I was unconscious for 10 whole days. After that, the two of them acted as if they had not heard and continued fussing. The doctor will arrive soon, so please lie down and rest comfortably. That's right, the gods have blessed us. Seeing them so worried, Afro could only give a wry smile and wave her hand. She got out of bed and thought to herself, 10 days. I lay there for 10 days. What's more, I do not understand why I suddenly collapsed. She staggered, tried to keep her balance, and muttered cautiously, "Ow, my whole body is stiff. In any case, my condition seems all right, doesn't it?" Suddenly, Afro seemed to remember something and let out an "oh." She thought doubtfully, could it be because we were too close at that time? From Axelos's point of view, perhaps he was too excited because he had not seen me in so long. But my body could not help reacting. By the way, where is Axelos? While I was unconscious, did his relationship with the princess progress well? In any case, he should at least come to visit a sick person once. Being in the room for too long made me uncomfortable. I need to open the corridor window. Then Afro walked toward the window. She was briefly startled and stared outside. It turned out Axelos had been standing there for some time. Hearing her call, "Axelos," he hesitantly answered. He did not dare look straight into her eyes. "You're awake, Axelos." She still knew nothing and replied with a bright smile. "It has been 10 days, right? That was such a long time. You must have been surprised, weren't you?" He answered cautiously, "Yes. It has been a long time since we met." She continued speaking, making him freeze for several beats. "It is cold. Why are you standing outside the window? Is it because there is someone you want to meet?" Axelos looked at her with sadness in his eyes. Yes. Afro also became awkward. Then why not use magic to go meet them? In her heart, she thought, if he uses magic, it will only take 3 days to reach the palace, and he will be able to meet them easily. But I do not know why one corner of my heart feels uneasy. Axelos looked at her more deeply and asked in a low voice, "Then may I go meet them?" She answered innocently, "Of course, Axel. Even though I am his wife, I have never gone to the palace while I was ill." Truly, Axel must miss the princess very much. Even so, he should at least visit a sick person once. Axelos reached out and opened the window. Afro stared at him blankly, and their gazes met. Axelos said seriously, "Afro, the person I want to meet is..." Before he could finish, she interrupted him. "Did you come here because of the rumors?" "If it is because of the rumors, and you do not mind, then that is fine too." He asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that? What rumors?" Seeing his reaction, Afro could not help wondering. Why do you look as if you know nothing? The rumor that you and the princess are dating is spreading everywhere. It has spread so widely that many newspapers are full of it. Why does the person involved not know anything about a rumor that has reached all the way to the north?" Axelos looked at her blankly and asked back, "Afro, are you talking about rumors about me?" Hearing that, Axelos began to grow angry. "What is going on? You thought I had another husband? While you can date the princess, why can't I have a romantic relationship? Of course, I do not have a real husband, and there are no rumors about me either." She turned away sulkily. "I feel tired. I'm going inside." Axelos, worried, wanted to come closer, then close the window and go inside. She was furious. "Who gave you the right to interfere in my affairs and order me around like that? I do not like it. Whether I open or close the window is my choice." He tried to soften his voice. "It is cold. I will close the window and Afro will go inside. We will talk later. Why are you being so stubborn?" The two of them continued arguing. "I will decide everything. So go meet the person you truly want to meet." But in the end, Axelos had no choice but to give in helplessly. He directly used magic to close the window. Afro stared blankly, still unconvinced. How dare he use magic to close it? That is not fair. "Fine, I will go into my room." Axelos still stood outside the window, confirming that she had gone inside. Afro leaned against the wall and sighed. She looked at the bracelet on her wrist, still somewhat reluctant to part with it. Axelos's magic is becoming stronger and stronger. Then this bracelet will become dangerous too. I should ask someone to help me remove it. But her heart was in turmoil, and hesitation showed clearly on her face. My feelings are so strange. Meanwhile, Axelos still reached his hand toward her, lingering there, unable to leave. He kept blaming himself. I was so childish just now. It felt as though Afro was recovering, but unintentionally. Because Afro knew about the rumors, I truly got angry at that moment. Thinking back, Afro really did wake up. Although it took longer than a week, as Isled said, Afro has actually recovered. Did Afro really faint because of me? Then how did Isled know that information? Can I still stay beside Afro? In a situation where everything was a question mark, a bad feeling suddenly appeared in my mind. In any case, perhaps Afro. Perhaps Afro had long since noticed the cruelty I hid in my heart. To be honest, Isolde's training methods could not be called normal, because Isolde himself pushed Axel right to the brink of death. The sword had been stolen long ago. When space twisted so badly the directions could no longer be distinguished, monsters constantly attacked young Axel in a frenzy. But Axelos wanted to live. No, I must survive no matter what. I must carry on my late parents' dying wish. For the fate of Hostel, which could only rely on me, and for Afro, who had completed the training I assigned her and was waiting for me to return. Using that chaotic magic to destroy the monsters, it was no wonder Axelos's body was repeatedly torn apart. What was shocking was that Ice Sled never lifted a hand. He leisurely watched Axelos's body being ravaged bit by bit until the moment just before he stopped breathing. With a snap of his fingers, he simply reversed time to the moment right before Axelos died. There was not the slightest trace of pity on Isolde's face, only mockery and ridicule. There was no sign that the training would end. Every day, Axelos struggled in agony, close to death, until he understood that if he did not want to be destroyed, he had to strike first. At that moment, Axelos mastered the skill of killing. The training came to an end. The flashback ended. Axelos was still outside the hostile manor. Afro, did you realize it? Even the sea monster burst out laughing and made everything a mess. Afro, do you know? Thinking that, he hesitantly withdrew his hand. No, she knows nothing. But why do I have the uneasy feeling that Afro will find out? A girl like her should only have to do beautiful things like flowers and grass. I know very well that someone like me is not worthy of her. That is why I must hide it even more carefully so I can continue standing beside her. The scene shifted to Afro. She said lazily, "I sled. If you sit up there, won't the railing collapse?" He simply replied calmly, "If I sit here, will it really collapse? Don't you look lighter than you actually are?" She snapped back angrily, "Yes, but it's a miracle that the railing didn't collapse when you sat on it," I sled. "Honestly, I didn't even get to see your face before, and now that I have, I hate you even more." Only then did he pay attention to her. Ice Sled gave a faint laugh and replied, "Where were you? Don't you know I was the one who stayed beside you the most while you were sick?" Afro asked blankly, "Oh, really?" He looked at her thoughtfully. "It is good to see the heirs of Hostel getting along so well. The closer I grow to this child, the more I cherish her." I did not even realize the side effects were becoming increasingly severe. At that moment, Afro was still chattering away to herself, not noticing the gaze fixed on her. Ice Sled recalled the past. He had heard countless pleas for help. "Lord Ice Sled, save me. Lord Ice Sled, it hurts so much. I never intended to pity those people of Hostel." But suddenly, Afro cried out, cutting off his thoughts. "Oh, so you're afraid the vegetable delivery cart will disappear? Because if I die, it'll be hard for you to eat good food, right?" Ice Sled was left speechless, then gave a faint laugh and played along. Quite clever. Afro seemed to be in a better mood and smiled as she said goodbye. "That's right. Then I'll be going first." Ice Sled quickly grabbed her and said with a serious face, "Wait, your condition has worsened. That means your life force has reached a dangerous level." Afro asked suspiciously, "Life force?" When I woke up this time, I felt clear-headed. He gave a faint laugh and replied, "What good is being clear-headed? Haven't your emotions been more unstable lately? Before, just seeing Axelos made you blush. But lately, that no longer happens. Your life force is gradually decreasing, and your complexion is growing paler." Thinking back, she realized he was right. She told herself, "I thought blushing was just dizziness after waking up. So leaving this place really was the right decision." Seeing Afro's reaction, Ice Sled happily held his stomach and chuckled. He tilted his head and teased, "How can the two of you be so foolish? Watching this makes me shiver with joy." Afro felt awkward. She averted her eyes, but suddenly her gaze met Axelos's. Axelos was standing downstairs, and when she called out, he looked up. She still waved at him innocently. "Axel, why are you standing there in daze? Look at me, huh?" Axelos stared at her. Then he directly turned his head away, ignoring Afro's words. "Look at me, huh?" Her face darkened. "What is this? Is he still angry?" Ice Sled suggested. "Why don't you try going to your husband?" She immediately retorted, "This floor is too high. Do you know where Axel is going?" He replied lazily, "Of course. I am no ordinary person. How may I help?" As he said that, he reached out, but before Afro could react, she only felt her body grow light. Her whole body fell downward. Before she could even understand what was happening, she let out a startled sound. Iceled looked at her calmly and said, "Go on, tell him your secret." Iceled was eagerly urging, Tell him your secret." As Afro was falling, someone screamed, "Afro!" At that very moment, a hand reached out from somewhere. Axlos successfully caught her safely. He asked with great concern, "Afro, are you all right?" Afro slowly came back to her senses and said, "Thank you for catching me." Meanwhile, Iceled was above, exclaiming, "So you caught her?" Axlos was furious and growled, "I'll kill that detestable bastard." Seeing this, she hurriedly stopped him. Wait, you can't, Axlos." He was displeased with Afro's reaction. "Even in this situation, you still want to defend that detestable bastard." She hurriedly explained, "Iceled has always liked teasing people." After saying that, Afro thought to herself, "Though honestly, this is something I can't really defend." Axlos was extremely angry and gritted his teeth. "Afro, who is your real husband, me or Iceled?" She suddenly froze when she heard him say that. Afro thought helplessly, "He's still going on about who my real husband is. Why does he keep picking fights for no reason? Only Iceled is enjoying this. How hateful." She hurriedly soothed him. "Calm down, Axlos. My real husband is no one but you. Besides, if the two of you fight, I'll only be put in a difficult position. I don't want to see the manor destroyed." His hand gradually tightened into a fist. "Do you mean that?" Afro immediately confirmed it to Axlos. "Of course." But he did not stop there and continued questioning her. "Then why don't you blush when you look at me anymore? You said before that you avoided me because I was handsome. You were always honest and told me how you felt. Do you know, Afro? Ever since I defeated the sea monster, you have changed in a strange way. Now it feels as if you are hiding something from me." After saying those words, Axlos left the manor. Although I was worried about where he could be going so late at night, I wanted to ask myself whether I was in a position where I could ask such things. I truly had not expected Axlos to be thinking that way. Even when I saw Axlos, I did not blush at all. Was the reason my emotional fluctuations had become slower than before because my life was being depleted? At that moment, Afro sank deep into thought. Even though I made excuses to Axlos, saying it was just because I had matured, he must have realized that was a lie. Because he looked at me with those eyes. Her heart felt stifled. She did not know what she should do. After that, Afro went out to the balcony and softly called, "Axlos." Seeing her appear, Axlos asked curiously, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Afro quickly gave a reason. "I just couldn't sleep." "What about you?" Axlos admitted frankly to her, "I don't feel sleepy at all." "Afro, if you don't mind, may I come to your room for a moment?" "Yes." Afro immediately agreed to his request. "Of course, please come in." Once they were inside the room, she poured tea while commenting on magic. "It really is convenient. The moment you say you want to drink something, the tea set is immediately transported here." Afro could not help asking curiously, "By the way, why did you want to come to my room?" Axlos immediately told her the reason. "I have to leave tomorrow." She seemed to know where Axlos was going. "To the royal palace? Please go safely and come back." In recent days, Axlos had often been summoned to the royal palace, so this was nothing unusual. Suddenly, he proposed to Afro, "But this time, I want you to come with me." "Afro?" she asked in disbelief. "Me come with you?" Axlos gave a very reasonable reason. "Since we got married, you haven't had a chance to see the capital." Only then did Afro realize it. "That's true." He continued speaking at length. "The capital is very warm now. I'm sure you'll like it. Of course, it isn't only Roki." Afro thought, "If I go to the capital now, I could meet the king, right? If I ask the king for a divorce, everything will be resolved quickly. But then Axlos, who refused the princess, won't be able to save face." So, to protect Axelos's reputation, Axlos made a somewhat cautious suggestion. "How about we also stop by Roki on the way?" Afro immediately smiled and refused. "There's no need to go to Roki. I will go to the capital. But before that, there is something I need to do." His expression changed in an instant. "Something you need to do?" She did not know how to say it. Afro told herself, "I can't hesitate anymore. The reason Iceled called me today was to give me a definite answer about the state of my body." She pondered for a moment, then spoke. "I don't know what you will think, but I have made my own decision. I can no longer stay here." And so she carefully said, "Let's get divorced." Axlos had never expected Afro to say such a thing. "What?" Axlos asked in disbelief. "What? Divorce? I'll calmly explain everything. Afro sat there and said calmly, actually, I know you have someone else you like, and I'll show you this. If I show you the scandal reports I've collected all this time, the conversation will be much easier. He was momentarily stunned when he looked at the papers before him. She explained with some sadness, these are the reports I have collected until now. Scandals about you and the princess. Axelos read those papers and asked in disbelief, these are all my scandals? Then his entire body suddenly stiffened. In the articles I clipped and pasted, it details when, where, and how the two of you met. So you should be able to understand this situation easily. Afro spoke seriously. Axelos, I support your new marriage. After all, our marriage was only a political one for the sake of your position as head of the household. Neither the marriage nor the divorce was what you wanted, so I don't want you to feel guilty. She quickly noticed something. Your face is deathly pale. Is he embarrassed because I said it out loud? Afro could not help asking, Axelos, are you all right? Then Axelos burned those papers. You only need to say that much, Afro. She questioned him in great surprise. What are you doing? I went to all the trouble of organizing them. Sitting there with a dark expression, he replied, then you did something useless. The next second, Axelos unexpectedly grabbed Afro's hand. When she was pulled toward him, she panicked. What? Afro was shocked. She was stunned to find him holding her tightly. Not understanding Axelos's actions, she softly called, Axelos. He only said joyfully, thank goodness. It wasn't because you had another man. You were planning to divorce me only because of that reason. Afro was deeply shocked as he said, I swear, I don't even know who that woman is. Afro thought in utter astonishment. What did he just say? At the same time as in the original story, the scandal had spread throughout the entire country. Everything was exactly the same as what I knew. Why would Axelos say he did not know the princess? Her voice trembled slightly. Then what were those scandals? Afro was still overwhelmed and could not believe it. Could Axelos be lying? After hearing her, Axelos stared at her. It seemed he had understood many things. Then Axelos said frankly, I kept wondering what Grizel was up to. So this is what it was. The king kept making strange proposals, so I refused him. And yet he intended to use this method to scheme against me? Don't worry, Afro. I will get rid of everything that bothers you. If you want, I can eliminate both the king and the princess. She was horrified by Axelos's reaction. What is this? I've never seen Axelos smile in such a frightening way before. Meanwhile, he held Afro's hand even tighter. If I do that, no one will doubt me anymore, right? She suddenly realized an even more important problem. The magical power radiating from Axelos is making it impossible for me to breathe. So Afro could not hold back and pushed Axelos away hard. Stop it. Stay away from me, Axelos. He was stunned by Afro's reaction. Afro, did I hurt you by touching you? Or the words Axelos was about to say suddenly caught in his throat. He voiced his own guess. Do you hate me now? Icelet had told me to honestly reveal my secret, but everything I was about to say would only cause Axelos pain. Even so, should I tell him about the illness I had? Meanwhile, Axelos looked deeply saddened. Afro, I was afraid that the original story would change because of me. Maybe Axel. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Axelos, may I ask you for one thing? Could you remove the bracelet you put on me? Perhaps he had developed a little more goodwill toward me compared to the original story. Unexpectedly, he immediately refused coldly. No, Afro still tried to persuade him. If you remove it, I'll tell you a secret. Even if you take it off, I will never run away. So please don't worry. At that moment, Axelos gritted his teeth and hesitated in thought. In the end, he raised his hand and touched the bracelet on Afro's wrist. Very quickly, Axelos removed the bracelet. At present, her eyes were filled with sorrow. Afro slowly closed her eyes. Axelos, the truth is I have an illness. It is called magic resistance syndrome. They say it is an incurable disease with no proper treatment. It seems that in this world, there are also people like me who cannot be near magical power. That is why I cannot stay by your side for long. Icelet told me. He suddenly recalled the things that had happened. Then the reason you collapsed before was also because of that illness? She gently nodded, confirming it. Axelos continued asking, even when we spoke through the window? And the reason you told me not to come near you in the cave too? Afro admitted it honestly. Yes, that's right. It seemed Axelos realized the problem. Then the bracelet I gave you must have been making you uncomfortable all this time as well. She hurriedly reassured him. Axel, that wasn't your fault. I hid it from you. After learning the truth, he was furious. Why did you hide it from me? Afro had not expected Axel's reaction. What? Well, Because I intended to leave before you found out about my illness. After all, you are destined to be happy with the princess. In this world, my existence is only a burden to you. She had her own suffering too. How could I possibly say that? Suddenly, he asked with concern, Afro, is this all right? At that moment, Afro realized in surprise, is my body's condition improving? Afro was extremely surprised by the state of her body. I feel lighter and more full of life than ever before. She asked in disbelief, what is going on? When Afro saw Axelos cough lightly, she grew anxious. She observed his expression and thought, Axelos's condition has suddenly become strange. Could it be? Afro turned pale and rushed forward to warn Axelos. Stop it, Axelos. Sealing your magical power won't change anything. But he remained stubborn. No, this is the right thing to do. She could not believe what Axelos said. What did you say? Then he looked gently at Afro. Color has started returning to your cheeks. She froze when she heard Axelos say those words. His voice held a trace of reproach. If you hadn't endured it alone and had told me, things could have changed. Then you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Even if I am an unreliable husband, this is not about anything else. This is about your health. You should have told me. Axelos's concern made Afro's heart tremble. Unconsciously, she buried her face against Axelos's shoulder. If I had told you, would anything have been different? It's not as though you can seal your magical power until the day I die. He stared at Afro and whispered, why couldn't I? The stronger I become, the longer I can keep it sealed. Besides this method, if there's any other way to keep you safe, I will find them all. So you only need to worry about your health. Faced with Axelos's words, I could not say anything. Not long after Axelos left, a loud explosion rang out from Isolde's room, and a commotion broke out. Then I heard the maid say that Isolde's figure had vanished toward the sky. The next day, Afro stared blankly at the pile of items before her. What is all this? Odin immediately reported, they are gifts the head of the household sent to you, my lady. They are clothes, shoes, and accessories for you to wear when you go to the capital. She questioned him in shock. What? Why waste money like this? Senna quickly chimed in. My lady, this much is naturally necessary. I will take care of all of this, my lady. You need to take care of yourself a little more. To find a most wonderful combination that suits you best, my lady. My lady, please look at this. Afro was made curious by her attitude. What is it, Senna? Senna took out an outfit and praised it. Isn't it beautiful? I was just about to place an order for a dress for you at this shop. But how does it both suit you so well and fit your size perfectly? Then she seemed to realize something. Senna could not help exclaiming, that's right. The one who knows your measurements best would naturally be the head of the household. Hearing this, Afro became extremely embarrassed. Wait, I know what the two of you are misunderstanding, but it isn't like that. She admitted her own mistake. I really wasn't perceptive at all. Hurry and put the gifts away. When Afro saw him cough softly, she became flustered. Please listen to me for a moment, both of you. In the dining room, many delicious dishes had been laid out on the table. She was putting a piece of cake in her mouth, and Afro gloomily chewed her food. Thanks to Senna, the misunderstanding had turned into such a huge commotion that I had to explain so much I no longer knew whether the rice was going into my nose or my mouth. Now that I think about it, where did Axelos get that much money? Even if it was the reward for exterminating the sea monster, it was still far too much. Besides, Alice had also expected him to use the curse as an excuse to come back, but a whole day had passed, and he still hadn't appeared. Axelos noticed her staring into space and asked curiously, what are you thinking about, Afro? Afro snapped back to herself and hurriedly answered, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just thinking about you. I am joking. I was thinking about the clothes you gave me. He asked a little cautiously, do you like them? She immediately praised them. They're really beautiful. After hearing that answer, Axelos breathed a sigh of relief. He said a little shyly, what a relief. I didn't know what you would like, so I prepared all kinds of things very carefully. I came up with that design just for you. Afro sat there, listening attentively as Axelos explained. At last, she understood the problem. So that was it. No wonder. That really was the case. After hearing her, he asked in confusion, what is it? What did you say? Afro did not answer and only thought to herself. In that case, I can't nag him not to waste money anymore. I should just be honest. And so, she spoke frankly. They suit my taste much better than any clothes I've ever worn. Thank you, truly. The silence that followed made Afro wonder. Why isn't he saying anything? Unable to hold back, she turned and called, Axelos. Then Afro was startled by the sight before her. Axelos's face was bright red. Alarmed, she asked, Axelos, what's wrong? Are you all right? His voice trembled slightly. Don't come closer, Afro. Afro obeyed Axlos and did not come any closer. As for him, he could not help smiling faintly. Axlos now admitted honestly, "Whenever I feel such good emotions, it becomes difficult for me to suppress the sudden surge of my magic. Just seeing you healthy already makes me so happy. The moment we sit facing each other like this, it feels just like an ordinary married couple. That is why I feel so happy I can't control my magic." She was deeply moved by Axelos's words. Afro asked in great surprise, "Those words made you that happy?" Then she saw him let out a sound as if confirming it. Even though she was happy, deep in her heart, she still felt a stab of pain. This was surely guilt toward Axlos. She reminded herself that she must not let the atmosphere grow heavy. Afro suddenly remembered another matter. "Oh, by the way, how did you know my body measurements?" Axlos answered extremely calmly. I just knew, because I'm always looking at you. So I just knew. I must not misunderstand." Axlos fell in love with the princess at first sight the moment he met her. "Even if that is not the case, I still have to leave. I have to survive safely and return to the place where I belong." The moment Axlos and the princess meet will be overflowing with joy. His magic will spread throughout the kingdom. When that happens, this body will be exhausted. I don't want to die. Suddenly, he reached out and called, "Afro." Axelos's hand naturally touched her cheek. Then he gently lifted Afro's chin. After that, Axlos told her, "It's late now. You should go to sleep. Shall I walk you?" She also snapped back to herself and replied, "Oh, right. Yes. No need to see me off. I'm going to sleep now." Afro quickly returned to her own room. She sat down on a chair in a daze. Afro's face was still flushed. She suddenly felt unbearably embarrassed. "I thought Axlos was going to kiss me. How stupid." Outside, white snow had covered everything. Real carefully instructed her, "Don't skip meals just because you have no appetite, all right?" Senna, standing beside her, also quickly chimed in. "When you go up to the capital, you must enjoy all the luxurious dishes you've never tried before. You live far too simply. If you don't, Senna's heart will break." But Afro hugged her and reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll be sure to live well. I'll miss both of you very much." Real could not hold back her tears. "Goodness, why do you keep acting as though you're about to be exiled?" Senna felt the same. "Exactly. We'll see each other again in a few days anyway." At that moment, Afro smiled and explained, "No, I just wanted to say it. Odin, please stay well too. I'll go and come back safely." Just then, someone called, "Madam Afro, thanks to your presence here, this cold place was able to come alive again. We will miss you and wait for you here. Please take care and return safely, madam." Deeply grateful, she smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sir Odin. I'm not someone that great. The princess will soon arrive here and make this place more lively. Though our fate together only goes this far, I will miss everyone." Suddenly, Axlos spoke up and asked, "Are you done saying your goodbyes, Afro?" Afro froze when she saw him approaching. Axlos held out his hand to her. Now he smiled and suggested, "Then shall we depart?" Afro immediately followed Axelos's words. All right, the easiest way to reach the capital would be to use magic, but Axelos had chosen to travel by carriage. I could only feel grateful for his thoughtfulness. Sitting in the carriage, she suddenly wondered aloud, "Now that I think about it, when will we reach the royal palace?" I heard the road is very long. Axelos immediately answered Afro's question. "In 10 days. Lodging will be arranged at the castles we stop by along the way." She was very surprised by that fact. "What? Doesn't it normally take half a month to get there? How?" Then he said calmly, "I cleared away the things blocking the road." Afro did not understand what Axelos meant. Clear them away? He explained it to her. Things like mountains, trees, and rocks. "I went out early this morning. After all." After hearing him, she cried out in disbelief. "What?" Seeing Afro's expression, he burst out laughing. "I'm joking. Your reaction is really funny." That was not a joke. She came back to herself and asked, "Then what were you doing early this morning?" After hearing her, Axelos stared at Afro in surprise. As if he could not believe it, he asked, "Training?" She muttered inwardly, "Training? That's suspicious. In any case, this is his territory. Just in case something happened, I need to check whether any fragments collapsed." Axelos still decided to keep silent. If I tell her the truth, that I really did clear them away, she'll get angry. After that, he acted casually. "Afro, make yourself comfortable." 10 days later, Axelos called her name softly. "Afro, Afro." Afro came to her senses and let out a quiet sound. Seeing that, he reminded her, "Afro, are you not feeling well? We're almost there. You seemed uncomfortable. She hurriedly denied it. I'm Fina. I brewed tea and drank it throughout the trip, so I feel better now. Axlos also seemed more relieved. That's good. Next time, I'll prepare more thoroughly. Afro suddenly felt a little helpless. What more can he do? He already shortened a 15-day journey to 10 days. Just then, Axlos called softly, "Look over there, Afro." The next second, she stared blankly at the sight before her. At last, Afro realized that this was Latella. After traveling for a while longer, the carriage came to a stop. The people around them stared blankly toward the carriage. Then everyone shouted excitedly. They were loudly welcoming them. The hero has visited Latella, the mighty hero who defeated the sea monster. Afro looked at everyone's reaction and thought. So everyone gathered here to welcome Axlos. Just then, someone came over and greeted her. Long time no see. She froze when she saw Zabori appear. Now, Zabori smiled and said, "Miss Afro." Hearing that, Afro thought, "Miss? Everyone must know I'm married to Axlos, right?" Also, she ignored Axlos and greeted me. That means she must be an acquaintance of Afro's. What if I'm found out not to be Afro? No, before that, what is Afro's relationship with this person? What if they weren't close? Suddenly, she broke into a bright smile. Then Zabori shouted, "Afro, did you lose all your memories after leaving the South?" Grace, standing nearby, grew flustered. Zabori. Afro was still bewildered. Zabori suddenly rushed forward, hugged Afro, and whispered, "I really missed you so much, Afro." Afro was still focused on analyzing the situation. If it's Zabori, then, is she Afro's close friend and the villainess mentioned in the novel? In the novel, she thought Afro was still living well. But in reality, Afro died after becoming pregnant with Axlos' child. When she came to Hostel, she witnessed Axlos forgetting Afro and remarrying the princess. Zabori became extremely furious and plotted to poison the princess. But the princess used that incident against her. In the end, Zabori was imprisoned in the castle until she died. Afro thought without much surprise, it's only natural that Zabori was angry. If so, the man standing over there must be Grace, the one with unrequited love. He carefully reminded Zabori from behind, "Zabori, Afro is startled." According to the original story, right after he heard that Zabori had been imprisoned, he became a knight guarding the castle. When I read the original story, I had hoped the two of them would end up together. In any case, meeting someone on my side makes me feel a little more at ease. At that moment, Zabori complained unhappily, "Don't interfere for no reason when girls are gathering." Grace tried to persuade her, but thank goodness. Then he asked with concern, Afro, are you all right? Your complexion doesn't look good." She hid behind Axlos and let out quietly, "Aye." He shielded Afro behind him. "You have kept a tired person here for a bit too long. We only just arrived, so Afro needs to rest." Only then did Grace come back to himself. "I was careless." Axlos then asked her with concern, "Afro, are you all right?" Afro let out a quiet sound, as if confirming that she was fine. After receiving her confirmation, he suggested, "Then let's go to the castle." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Hey, hero, why are you hurting our Grace's heart? Do you think he still likes Afro?" Grace went pale and called, "Zabori." Zabori kept rattling on. "A happy marriage is all well and good, but Afro is our best friend." Then Axlos said coldly, "Zabori, you are fine." That made her even angrier, and she shouted, "Oh my goodness, Afro. Axlos won't allow you to meet Grace. Hurry up and talk to your husband." Afro, suddenly dragged into the matter, was stunned. "Me?" Zabori immediately stepped forward and questioned him. "Afro has the right to go out with her friends." He pointed out frankly, "You know Grace is the exception." Caught in the middle, she could only cry out blankly. Afro had no idea what to do right now, so she said, "Then let's meet at the victory banquet." After Grace finished speaking, she muttered inwardly, "I'm married anyway, so I need to be careful. Besides, I was planning to pair Zabori and Grace together as the secondary couple." Zabori cried out after hearing that. "What?" "When I heard Afro was behaving like a proper lady, I thought it was a lie." "Axlos, what did you do to Afro?" Axlos glanced at her and replied, "Nothing." She was extremely excited. Afro has grown up. Time passes so quickly. It couldn't be the power of love, could it? Love strong enough to flatten two mountains. Love that can level mountains is terrifying. Afro caught the important phrase. Two mountains. Just then he urged, "Let's go." She continued questioning him. Is that true? Then Axlos calmly suggested, hurry along, Afro. Seeing this, Zabori sighed in admiration, still as childish as ever. The scene shifted to a vast mansion. At present, Afro could not help exclaiming, oh my, this architecture is absolutely wonderful. Seeing her reaction, Axlos explained, actually, this is our mansion. Afro, do you like it? Afro expressed her thoughts. I like it very much, but it doesn't have a name yet, does it? He stared at her and answered, actually, I have thought of two. I'll tell you when we get upstairs. Afro was thinking inwardly, if this is the magic tower, then it should be called Aster in the ancient language. It means magic, so the name itself contains magic. She analyzed it in her heart. If the magic tower's name is Aster, then perhaps it was built so that even ordinary people could use magic. Meanwhile, Axlos opened a door and said, here's the room, Afro. Afro was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. She could not help letting out an exclamation. The room was decorated beautifully. An indoor garden was filled with pink hydrangeas. Though it was slightly different from the flower gardens in the Magic Tower I knew, it was a flower garden in the center of the tower, far larger than any castle. But when going up along the black brick walls of the spiral staircase, it resembled the Magic Towers I knew. Then this place must be Aster. He spoke up to explain, the name of this place is Blue. Afro, blue means seal. Afro was startled when she received that information. What? Afro hesitantly asked. What do you mean by seal? Axlos slowly explained in an affectionate tone. To prevent magic from spreading everywhere in this tower, I filled it with ancient language magic. It should be effective. Her eyes immediately filled with astonishment. You used a place that was supposed to be the magic tower to seal magic instead? After that, Afro voiced her doubt about that method. Is that possible? He smiled and confirmed it. It is possible as long as it remains here. This tower is an extremely special place. That answer made Afro's heart restless. Of course, this place was originally supposed to be the Magic Tower, after all. If such a place is arbitrarily sealed, then unlike in the original story, magic will no longer become easily accessible to commoners, and Latella will no longer rise as the Kingdom of Magic. This cannot end simply because the original story changed so greatly. The news that a mage appeared in Latella must have spread to other kingdoms, and Axlos will not be able to stop the coming threats by himself. If other mages do not rise up to support Axlos, Latella will turn into a sea of flames in an instant. As the tragic future gradually appeared before her eyes, Afro could not help blaming herself inwardly. This is probably all my fault. The cracks in the original story were probably born because I'm still alive even now. Axlos perhaps keenly noticed her face gradually changing color and asked with concern, Afro, are you all right? You suddenly went pale, Afro. She immediately escaped her illusion and hurriedly reassured him. I'm Fine. I must be tired from the journey here. She forced a smile, but the nameless unease still lingered in her heart. It would probably be strange if I told him to change the name now, and I'm probably just worrying about the distant future, so for now, I should wait and see. Besides, who knows what will happen if he meets the princess? After forcing herself away from those pessimistic thoughts, Afro took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, my room isn't on the very top floor, is it? I don't know about you, but I'm not confident I can climb all the way up there. After hearing that, Axlos had to laugh because of her unusual concern. Of course not. Our room is on the third floor. She became even more wary as she turned to observe the row of corridors. Are you talking about those rooms over there? They aren't like the connected rooms at home, are they? He looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, I left the threshold open. Afro was speechless inside. Good idea. Axlos suddenly declared in an extremely gentle voice, I'm not joking. His sincere appearance made her heart skip a beat. Afro shyly turned her face away and changed the subject. The weather is nice. It's warm, and the air is bright too. Axlos, you should also. Before she could finish speaking, she fell into Axelos's warm embrace. The sudden hug left Afro stunned, and her senses abruptly became much sharper. I could feel Axelos's scent right at the tip of my nose. He also smelled the same as me. I suddenly realized that 9 years together as husband and wife had been long enough for our scents to become alike. My heart was beating very fast. In the luxurious, vast banquet hall, countless overlapping voices carried through the air. Golden hair gleamed as a woman swept past. Ignoring the gossip, Andrea still radiated her usual bright and elegant aura. But her indifferent face revealed her mood. She was displeased. Another day of nagging. The emperor growled in dissatisfaction. "Are you listening to me, Andrea?" She immediately smiled brightly and answered, "Yes, father." He continued rambling on, his intent urging her on. "Andrea, you must marry the Marquis. It is true that you are very lovely, but you cannot take this matter lightly. Look at the Marquis and the Marchioness. Even after that scandal, they have not wavered at all." She did not answer and merely kept smiling. However, Andrea's eyes gave off a chilling coldness. He is telling me to drive away a perfectly suitable wife and take her place? How absurd. The only plan he could think of to stop Marquis Hostile from seizing power was through marriage. The novel I had transmigrated into, If You Can Tame the Hero, was a romance about the female lead comforting the male lead, who is suffering from many wounds. I possessed the body of the female lead, an abandoned, illegitimate princess who suffered at the hands of many villains until she met the male lead. It is true that I found this life somewhat difficult at first, but with the knowledge I gained from reading the original work, I somehow managed to make it this far. Everything up until now, when the king needed me, matched the original. But for some reason, Afro, the character who should have died, was still alive. The course of the novel, I knew, began to diverge. After recalling the plot, Andrea finally spoke to reassure him. "Do not worry. I will personally look into the Marchioness more thoroughly." That assurance made the emperor raise his voice impatiently. "Have you come up with a good idea?" She confidently declared in a clear voice. "I am thinking of going to meet the Marchioness in person. I'm also very curious what kind of person she is." The emperor, without the slightest guilt, shamelessly praised her. "Since when did my daughter become so grown up? As your father, I am very proud, Andrea." Hearing that, Andrea could not help feeling resentful inside. "In the past, you did not even know I existed and completely ignored me. Now you are acting as if you care so much. Meeting the character Afro in person is a good idea. I can see whether I missed anything. And if I can successfully marry him, I will live as a princess in the hostile territory and enjoy a comfortable life." Meanwhile, as soon as the news spread that the beloved youngest daughter of the Roki family and the hero's wife had arrived in Latella, hundreds of invitations were sent to the hostile mansion. Dresses were also sent from shops known to be extremely difficult to book, along with shoes and accessories that suited Afro. The noble ladies continuously probed for information. "Do you know what Marchioness Hostile likes?" In the end, even maids from a marquis's castle were bribed and asked about Afro's preferences. It was understandable that people were willing to go that far to please her. Afro was the daughter of the Roki family, one of the renowned families in high society. Even during the period when sea monsters ran rampant, the Roki family still had food stores on par with the royal family. Moreover, because the Roki family had continued operating the mines they owned, it was only a matter of time before they regained their former glory. And that was not all. The husband of their youngest daughter was none other than Marquis Hostile, the foremost mage of Latella and the hero who had defeated the sea monsters. Although he had been caught up in several scandals, everyone knew that all those scandals were schemes by the royal family, who wanted to obtain Marquis Hostile. At the tea parties of high society, the whispered chatter between madams and young ladies rang out endlessly. The Marchioness is not the type to give up her husband easily, is she? Of course not. Can you even imagine how close those two must be after overcoming such a difficult time together? And even if we're talking about His Majesty, forcing them to divorce is impossible. Say something that makes sense. Try to make the kingdom's princess the Marchioness is far too absurd. A blazing conflict is about to break out between the princess and the Marchioness. Many bets and stories revolved around the princess, the Marquis, and the Marchioness. Everyone's predictions turned out to be completely wrong. Everyone thought Afro would immediately begin attending important public events, but she had not left the mansion once since arriving in Latella. And surprisingly, the first event she finally appeared at was the secret tea party hosted by the princess of Latella. Andrea, the hostess of the tea party, personally welcomed Afro with great warmth. "You must be Marchioness Hostile." Afro immediately curtsied. "It is an honor. I'm finally able to meet you. I am Afro Hostile." Not long before that, Afro had been lost in thought, fiddling with the letter in her hand. An invitation from the princess. I do not know why she sent me this invitation. Does she want to talk about that scandal with me directly? Axelos, who was beside her, anxiously advised Afro. If you do not want to go, you do not have to. I can handle invitations like this myself. Receiving his concern, Afro smiled and reassured him. I cannot ignore an invitation from the princess. And in any case, I want to meet her. However, his worry did not lessen. Would it not be better if I went with you? She firmly rejected that intention. It is all right. How could you come with me when I am the only one invited? Axelos stammered as he explained, because I am your husband. Afro softened her voice and coaxed him. Her caressing motion was extremely gentle. Do not worry. I'm only going to an ordinary tea party. If you are that worried, I will wear the bracelet you took off last time. Axelos's brows remained tightly furrowed. I will put it on you with as little magic as possible. Good night, Afro. Though it was already late at night, Axelos still sat motionless on the bed, sinking into his thoughts. I cannot believe she is going to meet the princess by herself. In the past, Afro would use rumors to ensure that anyone she regarded as a rival could not enter the political world. But now she is completely different from before, so I no longer worry about that side of her. But why is she doing something that benefits the princess? Could it be? Is she preparing to leave me again? But she should know that I will not let her go so easily. What exactly are you thinking, Afro? The next morning, Axelos carefully put the jeweled bracelet on Afro for her. Before stepping into the carriage, she expressed her gratitude along with a promise. Thank you, Axel. I will return soon. He cheerfully told her, be careful, Afro. Though he was reluctant, Axelos still remained behind and saw her off. Watching the carriage gradually disappear from sight, he could not help remembering his own worries and clench his fist. Meanwhile, Afro had finally traveled to the front of a splendid mansion. The picturesque scenery gave her its first impression the moment she entered. There are so many flowers. I remember reading in the novel that it was because of the princess's special relationship with magic. She feels uncomfortable near artificial things. Just as Afro was blankly looking around, Andrea's voice suddenly rang out. The weather is very nice today. Afro was startled and became aware of the identity of the person in front of her. That must be the princess of the kingdom of Letella, the true female lead of this novel. Andrea greeted her kindly. You must be Marchioness Hostel. Afro immediately came back to herself and bowed respectfully. It is an honor. I'm finally able to meet you. I'm Afro Hostel. Andrea quickly swept her gaze over the other woman, assessing her. Then she looked away without leaving a trace and spoke. Let's sit down first. After all, I did not invite you here just to make pleasant conversation. The two of them sat facing each other at the tea table prepared in the garden. Amid the suffocating silence, Andrea calmly enjoyed a sip of tea. She naturally went straight to the point. I suppose I would be right to assume that you have heard it too. The rumor that Marquis Hostel loves the princess. Afro quietly answered. Yes, I have heard that rumor. I'm also aware of the source of the rumor. And if that is what you wish, I had intended to step aside without resisting. Afro's firm and resolute gaze made Andrea, who had always held the initiative, pause for half a beat. She cautiously probed. And your reason is? Afro calmly gave a standard answer. I am merely an ordinary noblewoman. But Andrea suddenly cut her off bluntly. I do not think that is the only reason. I know very well that you have loved the Marquis one-sidedly for quite some time. What is the real reason? After hesitating for a long time, Afro still chose to reveal the truth. My health is gradually worsening. It is to the point that it will be very difficult for me to stay by his side for long in the future. This made Andrea lower her gaze awkwardly. I see. She fell into a troubled recollection. Come to think of it, I forgot that the character Afro in the original had magic resistance syndrome. Then Andrea politely asked after her. I know this may be a rude question. Do you know why your health is worsening? That question made Afro somewhat tense, and she fiddled with her fingers. Yes, I know. Then Andrea timidly offered a guess. Could it be that you are currently carrying the Marquis's child? Hearing that, Afro hurriedly denied it. No, we were busy handling the sea monsters. We never thought about that. Because of that, Andrea secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she is not pregnant. Afro most likely will not die. After that, she first expressed her apology. I want to apologize to you about that scandal. I'm not a shameless person. Afro uttered in confusion. Pardon? Andrea calmly explained every misunderstanding. No matter how much my father wants me to marry the Marquis, I have no intention of stealing him from you. Since you're still young and your health condition is not yet severe, please find a suitable method. So please forget about that scandal. Afro anxiously emphasized the problem. You may not know this, but my illness is more serious than you think, and it cannot be cured, so there is no method. At this moment, Andrea frankly shared her thoughts. You may find it hard to believe, but I know your illness very well. And just as magic appearing in this world is a miracle, I am certain that there will also be a way to cure your illness. Because nothing is impossible. However, Andrea's unusual attitude only made Afro's unease grow stronger. How can the female lead be so strong? Even though the story has changed this much. If it were me, I probably would not have been able to say such a thing. Seeing that Afro did not look very encouraged, Andrea boldly probed, do you actually want to divorce your husband? I am curious. If your health allowed it, would you want to continue living by your husband's side? Afro no longer had the strength to answer. At this moment, her mind was filled with tangled thoughts. I did not know anymore. I always thought the princess was supposed to be with Axel, so I thought I had completely prepared myself for what had to come. But if I can cure my magic resistance syndrome, is it all right for me to stay by Axel's side? This must have happened because I changed the original story too much. Andrea watched the constantly trembling body of the person across from her with concern. Because of that, she gently reassured her. I'm not interrogating you, Marchioness, so please do not be too tense around me, Afro. Afro clearly recognized her own rude behavior at the moment and stammered with tearful eyes, I am sorry. Andrea immediately cut her off and gently stroked her hand. What are you apologizing for? To be honest, I can understand how you feel right now. Look over there, Marchioness. Afro unconsciously did as she was told and could not help being shocked by the figure that entered her sight. Axelos looked at her with a pained, sorrowful gaze. A few seconds later, he turned to greet Andrea briefly. Your Highness, I was too worried about my wife, so I behaved somewhat rudely. Andrea smiled with interest. It is all right. I am very happy to see the two of you so affectionate. You two should come here often and let me see that wonderful relationship. Under Afro's fixed gaze, Axelos expressed his agreement. I will consider it. Seeing that, Andrea became even more encouraged and leaned in, teasingly whispering into her ear. What should I do? It seems I heard everything about the Marchioness. Axelos switched into a guarded mode and asked, Did your Highness hear everything? She cheerfully played along. I did. The perfectly coordinated exchange between the two of them made Afro's head feel tangled enough to spin for a moment. Before she could make sense of it, Axelos took her hand and pulled Afro to her feet. The two hurriedly left while she was still bewildered. Hey, wait, Axel. Afro could only follow him with a restless, uneasy heart. What should I do? He clearly heard everything. I said I wanted to part from Axelos. Axelos is clearly very angry. Suddenly, Axelos stopped abruptly, causing her to bump her head into his solid back by inertia. Though the place of impact sent a sharp pain through her, Afro still anxiously wanted to explain first. Axelos, But before she could speak, Axelos cut her off. I am sorry, she asked back in confusion. What? He then explained in a low voice. I did not intend to eavesdrop. I only came by because I was worried. This made unease rise even more in Afro's heart. He really did hear everything. Not only do Andrea and Axelos not like each other, the original story has been completely thrown into disorder. However, he misunderstood her silence as something else. Are you very angry, Afro? Your hair is messy. Axelos gently reached out and adjusted Afro's hair for her. Only then did he speak guiltily. I promise I will not eavesdrop again. I promise. Hearing that, Afro pretended to threaten him. If you do something like that again, I will not look at you anymore. Axelos hurriedly caught her wrist tightly, as if afraid she would really do it. Then he firmly affirmed, All right, I promise. The tense meeting ended just like that, to Afro's disbelief. I thought I would feel more at ease after meeting the princess, but I do not understand why I feel even more confused. In a room filled with warm sunlight, a knock at the door woke Afro. My lady, there's a letter for you. She sat up on the bed and answered, Leave it there. I will read it later. Senna exclaimed in great surprise. Oh my, you're already awake? Afro smiled and offered praise. Yes, the bed was so soft that I slept very well. But inwardly, she felt embarrassed as she thought of the true reason. Actually, it was because of the wild strawberry sponge cake Axel gave me early this morning. I could not sleep because I could not digest it. She recalled Axel's puppy-like eyes when he offered the cake to her. It looks delicious. Afro could not possibly refuse. Thank you, Axel. Seeing that Afro had woken up, Senna hesitantly advised her. I think you should read it right away. Her hard-to-say expression made Afro tilt her head in curiosity. What is it? Is it a letter from the princess? Senna quickly corrected her. No, it is a letter from Madame Roki. Afro was no less shocked as she took the letter. What? If it is Madame Roki, does that mean my mother? Senna awkwardly urged her. Yes, you should read it quickly. Before reading the letter, Afro could not help frowning. The handwriting is so scrawled. Her hand could not help trembling as she passed over the first lines. As expected, the message written in the letter left Afro speechless. Though you did not greet us when you came to the palace, I heard that the first thing you did after arriving was meet the princess. Whatever the reason, you are not suited to that girl. She is the one who interfered with your marriage to Axelos. Perhaps you do not know that. You must be careful. I will meet you soon. Senna, beside her, kept lamenting. What should I do? As for Afro, after reading it, her expression changed unpredictably. In any case, it seems she heard that I met the princess and hurriedly wrote this letter. In the letter, the handwriting is scrawled, the tone is arrogant, and the letter is also curt. But I can feel that she truly wants to protect and worries about her daughter. I feel confused, but why do I feel so restless? This is the first time I have experienced this feeling. To change the atmosphere, Senna suddenly announced, "Oh no, and there's also a guest looking for you, my lady." Afro asked curiously, "A guest?" Senna pondered for a long time. They said she is the daughter of the Zabori family. Hearing that, Afro's eyes immediately widened in surprise. The Zabori family? The sudden unexpected variables still did not affect the beautiful, softly sunny weather of that day. A knock sounded steadily at the door, along with a cautious voice. "Princess, I'm Axelos hostile." Andrea, who had been sitting in the room waiting, picked up her familiar fan by habit. "Comein, Marquis." Right after that, Axelos's steady figure slowly entered. She lightly flicked open her fan, covering the expression on her face. Her sharp eyes continuously assessed him. Just as described in the novel, he had a cold and suspicious personality. However, his handsome appearance was enough to hide that personality. There was only one difference from the novel I had read. Instead of him falling in love with the princess at first sight, his gaze was very strange. Even so, his magical power was still stable. It must be because Afro had not died, so Axelos's rage had not erupted. After calculating for a while, Andrea warmly spoke first. "I do not know why the Marquis has come to see me." Axelos, somewhat displeased, brought up the political matter. "I came to meet you to discuss the scandal concerning the relationship between me and the princess." She shrugged innocently. "If you came to see me because of that, I have nothing to say. That scandal was not caused by me." Those denials made the anger that had been building in his heart suddenly flare up. Even so, her silence meant that she had tacitly agreed. In response to the other party's criticism, Andrea calmly brushed aside her own involvement. "It seems you have come to the wrong person, Marquis. As you can see, I am merely a powerless princess. That scandal cannot be withdrawn unless His Majesty the King changes his mind, and the Marquis's beloved wife will continue to be attacked. Then how about joining forces with me? Would it not be more effective for us to become allies than enemies?" Axelos. He closed his eyes tightly to consider the proposal carefully. However, the next second, he still answered firmly, "I refuse." That decisiveness made Andrea prop up her chin in puzzlement. "I truly cannot understand you, Marquis. You are a seasoned mage, but your social skills are only average. I can see through everything. Your current state is merely being suppressed before an eruption. It seems you do not realize how your magical power will affect your wife." Andrea's thorough understanding made Axelos grow wary, and he questioned what she wanted. Having waited for precisely that, Andrea confidently displayed her eloquence. "My ability to control the flow of magic is exceptional. With this ability, I can extract the surplus magic stagnating inside your body. I will ensure that the magic I extract from you can help your research. You only need to promise me one thing, Marquis, my personal safety. That is all I need. That condition for exchange made Axlos press his lips together and think for a long time. A princess who had married out held very little power. However, the princess's authority could also become a useful card. After suddenly gaining both influence and power, Hostel, who still lacked a solid foundation of support, had been placed in an unstable position. If she was no longer useful, he could simply abandon her. From Axelos's eyes, Andrea easily read the calculations in the other party's heart. Perhaps that was what he was thinking. Just then, he spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. "I have one condition." She listened leisurely. "What is it, Marquis?" Axelos immediately made a straightforward request. "Please put an end to the rumors spreading throughout the kingdom. It will be most effective for the person involved to end them." However, Andrea's view was completely opposed to his. "I think it would be better to postpone that for now. Nothing can deceive His Majesty the King better than that." Axelos struggled to state his true purpose. "My wife is the target of gossip for no reason. At the very least, please allow me to protect my wife." Even so, Andrea remained completely unmoved and presented a broader picture of the situation. "Although I understand how you feel, sometimes small sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. It would be best to stab His Majesty the King in the back after you are fully prepared." That rebuttal seemed to touch Axelos's limit, making him grind his teeth in irritation. After that, he coldly declared without the slightest courtesy, "Then I must refuse your proposal. If our intentions are not the same, it would be best not to cooperate. Please excuse me." In the huge room, only Andrea remained, sitting high above as she watched Axelos leave. The conversation just now made her compare things in her heart. Axelos, as described in the novel, was a rational person. The book said that in order to obtain what he needed, he could make cold and calculating decisions after weighing both benefits and losses. But the Axelos before her was completely different. If anything, he looked like the type of person who would do anything without hesitation if it was for Afro. Thinking up to this point, Andrea had no choice but to murmur aloud, "I suppose that means I absolutely must befriend the Marchioness." The scale of gains and losses in her heart tilted entirely to one side. "If I must choose one ally, I will choose Afro, who is like a spring breeze, rather than Axelos, who is as cold as steel. Especially because Axelos would be willing to sacrifice himself if Afro told him to." Andrea's mood could not help improving when she mentioned the future. Speaking of Afro, she was unexpectedly cute, like a little rabbit. Then it seems the story is about to become a little more interesting. Meanwhile, Afro's mansion today welcomed an enthusiastic guest, Zabori. Afro cried out happily, "Thank you for going through the trouble of coming all the way here, Zabori." However, in her heart, she could not help lamenting and crying silently. "Why did you suddenly come here? Did you come to talk about memories I do not remember at all?" Zabori kept glancing left and right, sparing no praise. "This mansion looks so unique. What was its name again?" Afro helplessly corrected her and changed the subject. "It is blue." "Blue. Shall we go to the indoor garden?" The two of them strolled together past rows of flowers. Zabori chatted cheerfully. "Actually, I came here because I wanted to invite you to the party I am hosting." Afro stiffly put on a professional smile and played along. "Of course I have to attend." Zabori continued whispering advice in her ear. "You should leave that husband of yours behind when you come. Do you not feel sorry for Grace? To be honest, Grace is only an excuse. There will be lots of nights there that day. So if Axelos comes, it will be a little troublesome." Afro asked innocently, "Why is that?" That carefree appearance made Zabori burst out in amazement. "Good heavens, what is with those innocent eyes? Usually you are the one most interested in things like that." I deliberately invited a whole group of them. Afro became even more confused and asked back, "Huh? What do the nights have to do with Axelos?" Zabori could not bear it and wanted to explain again. "What I'm saying is..." Suddenly, an image entered her sight, forcing her to stop mid-sentence. The other party's sudden silence made Afro tilt her head and call her name. "Zabori, what is wrong?" Just then, a mysterious voice came from behind her. "Marchioness Hostel." Afro immediately jumped and turned around. That voice. She instantly recognized the identity of this uninvited guest. "Princess, why have you come all the way here? It has been a while, has it not?" Andrea smiled without the slightest guilt. "Hello, Marchioness. And hello to the young lady beside you as well. I have just met Marquis Hostel, and it seems we have something important to discuss." Zabori, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up in question, her voice filled with anger. "Why? You know exactly what kind of rumors are rolling around the kingdom right now. So why do you come to see Afro when she has done nothing? Could it be that you are the sort of person who enjoys scandals, Your Highness? Faced with those hateful, offensive words, the corners of Andrea's mouth curved up provocatively. Of course not. I am simply accepting the Marquis's request and opinion. Afro easily noticed the gunpowder-like atmosphere between the two of them and was about to step in to stop Zabori. However, Zabori held on to her indignation and dragged her away. Come with me for a moment. Afro, bewildered, she tried to resist Zabori's strength. Zabori immediately expressed her frustration and reproached her. Afro, what are you thinking? Are you really the Afro I know? Afro anxiously tried to soothe her agitated mood. Zabori, calm down and listen to me. But now, Zabori was drowned in indignation on behalf of her friend and raised her voice. That woman is your enemy. Do you really not understand that she spread the rumor? She is trying to steal Axlos from you. After hearing that, Afro only quietly explained, It is all right, Zabori. The princess promised me a few things related to that matter. And right now, I need the princess. So will you trust me? I will definitely bring the princess over to my side. Zabori's expression kept twisting because of her inner conflict. Immediately afterward, a thought suddenly sprang into her mind, making her cry out. Zabori then excitedly expressed her own guess. I understand. You're planning to use that woman, right? Yes, that is definitely what my friend would do. I will congratulate you now and stop getting in your way. Although there was a bit of a misunderstanding, Afro still played along to get through it. All right, thank you, Zabori. The meeting finally ended with a new understanding forming in Afro's heart. I did not think Zabori would react so strongly. I thought the real Afro was someone unloved, just like me. But in reality, she was loved by the people around her. She is completely different from what I thought. I am starting to feel foolish for having pitted Afro. A moment later, Afro returned to the garden and continued her appointment with another guest. Princess, I apologize for the delay. I kept you waiting for a while, did I not? Andrea immediately denied it cheerfully. Not at all, Marchioness. I was the one who came without notice. Afro then probed the other party's motive for approaching her. May I ask the reason for your visit? Andrea smiled and looked at her with friendly eyes. She answered honestly, There is something I urgently need to discuss with you. This unexpected development made Afro stare in shock. There is. When Andrea nodded slightly and spoke evasively, yes, Afro immediately caught the signal. She was worried that Axlos would eavesdrop. So Afro smiled and offered reassurance. Do not worry. Axlos will not listen. Their shared purpose made Afro feel at ease and relax. Good, because I also have something I need to ask her. Outwardly, she took the initiative and proposed. Your Highness, have you considered learning magic? If you are interested, I can speak to him on your behalf. Andrea expressed her gratitude excitedly. Oh, thank you so much. Afro responded politely. I'm sure Axlos will agree as well. Andrea, however, did not agree with this view and cautiously asked for her opinion. Lord Hostel certainly will not be pleased. But are you sure you are all right with it? I mean, your husband will be the one teaching me. Afro unconsciously tightened her hands together and whispered, But you have talent. You sensed magical power earlier, and you even recognized the power of the bracelet. The other party's overly kind personality made Andrea freeze in astonishment. A sense of guilt suddenly welled up in her heart. You are so sincere that it makes me feel guilty. The murmur was too quiet, so Afro did not hear clearly and asked, Pardon? Andrea immediately restored her usual smiling appearance and praised her endlessly. Oh, it is nothing. I was only thinking about how adorable you are. I'm truly grateful that you brought this up first. Afro shyly fidgeted and thanked her. That action made Andrea speak even more enthusiastically. Your surprised expression is truly adorable. The more I look at you, young lady, the harder it is to look away. That utterly uninhibited attempt to get closer made Afro awkwardly wonder in her heart what has suddenly gotten into her. Just then, Andrea spoke to her warmly. In any case, it seems I've taken up quite a lot of your time. I look forward to meeting you again soon. Afro immediately recovered her polite attitude. Thank you for visiting, Your Highness. The clear sky began to turn golden. The rows of corridors in the mansion were also lit with lamps. Afro walked unconsciously, her mind surrounded by worries. That is right. Someone like her can surely be entrusted with. Axlos, unlike someone like me. The princess is certainly more suitable for Axelos. Just then, Axelos's familiar call rang out. Afro. Afro immediately turned around and smiled gently as usual, asking after him. Axel, you have returned. Is everything all right? Axelos calmly gave a brief answer. Everything is fine. There was nothing too serious, so I came back quickly. But you look deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Afro hurriedly avoided his caress and repeatedly denied it. It is nothing. You always refuse invitations to celebration parties, so I was worrying about how to invite you to a party I want to attend. Is there any particular reason you always refuse? Axelos helplessly acted lonely. There will be many nights attending this sort of celebration party. They would probably feel uncomfortable if I attended. After all, I am their superior. Afro immediately recognized that act of looking pitiful and asked back. That is not the only reason, is it? Guiltily, he cleared his throat. Well, actually, the knights are afraid of me. She instinctively wondered why. Axelos did not hide the truth either. My power is abnormal and frightening. That resignation became even more magnified through Afro's lens. So Axel chose solitude, and yet I simply thought he was tired, so he kept avoiding parties. After that, she lowered her voice and advised him, Axel, if you keep avoiding everyone forever, nothing will change. Afro sincerely took Axelos's hand. Then she bravely voiced her invitation. So please come with me to Zabori's party. You're a kind person. I'm sure you can become friends with everyone. Axelos's eyes could not help softening when he heard those words. I am kind. Afro looked puzzled by such an obvious question. Of course you are. Immediately afterward, he took the initiative by freeing himself from the warmth of her hand. Axelos easily lifted Afro up above his eye level. This unexpected action made her flustered, and she urged him, What is this? What has suddenly gotten into you? Put me down. On the other hand, he stubbornly buried his head against her. I cannot stop. I like you so much, Afro. Of course, unless you dislike me doing this. That blunt confession made Afro's heart soften, and she avoided his eyes. It is not that, but the next second, she lowered her eyes and observed him. What entered Afro's sight was the scene of Axelos acting spoiled, pressing his cheek against her body. Honestly, I thought I would get tired of it, because I have to look at his face all the time. But every time I see Axel's features, I find him even more adorable. What am I thinking? And only a moment ago, I still believed the princess was more suitable for Axel. The two of them maintained this intimate position for so long that Afro had to speak up shyly. Axel, I am a little tired. Shall we go rest? Axelos was willing to satisfy every request from the other party. Of course, at the time, when everyone began to rest, one hand kept passing over the thick books on the shelf. Axelos carefully skimmed through each page, searching for an answer to his problem. Magical formulas and magic tools were scattered everywhere. They had been here since the first time I discovered that this tower had no one in it. No one in the royal family understood the meaning of them when they possessed the tower. The value of the tower far exceeded imagination, but the royal family, who did not know its true value, sold it cheaply. Without hesitation, I immediately accepted it. And the reason was simple, to find a way to treat Afro's condition. Every person possesses their own amount of magical power. Magic compatibility and magic resistance are defined by how we use it, and those with high compatibility can grant enlightenment to humanity. They can perceive the invisible, touch the immaterial, and lead humanity toward faith in a supreme being. On the contrary, those with strong resistance to magic cannot use magical power properly. This is the entirety of the current explanation for magic resistance syndrome. There are no sources that record the symptoms in detail or provide further explanation. In the end, the core of this book seems to be showing humanity a problem with no solution, sowing fear, and thereby promoting belief in the existence of the divine. No matter how much one always prays as a precaution, when something happens, no answer ever comes. I am exhausted. All I want in this world, overflowing with magical power, is simply to live happily by your side. Senna came in and greeted her. Good morning, my lady. You are awake. Afro also replied with a bright smile. Yes, today is the day of the party. I have to wake up early and prepare. Senna excitedly tried to show her something. Perfect timing. There's a dress I want you to see. What do you think? Is it pretty? After saying that, she spread her arms to show off a pale pink dress that looked very fluffy and cute. Afro was somewhat surprised and fell silent for a moment before speaking. It is certainly pretty, but I do not remember buying this. Senna was already smiling until her eyes curved. I knew it would suit your taste. Afro still felt bewildered. Wait, Senna. I said I never bought that dress. Tell me honestly, who bought it? As though afraid, Senna turned her face away. It is a gift from Lord Axlos. Afro felt helpless. What? He bought things for me again? She scolded Axlos in an extremely adorable way. Honestly, I have told him again and again not to spend money recklessly. Senna simply kept smiling. But it is already here, and it suits you very well. So please just wear it, my lady. A little while later, once Senna had finished preparing Afro's outfit, she could not help admiring her own work. Perfect. You'll leave everyone at the party speechless. Afro felt a little shy in the beautiful young lady's dress. That's a bit much, Senna. In her mind, she thought Senna's compliments are always a little too enthusiastic. Senna cheerfully assured her, let me prove it to you. My lady, give me 1 minute. Not knowing what she was planning, Afro grew a little worried. What is she going to do now? Afro looked down. As she looked at the dress she was wearing, her lashes lowered in thought. This is the first time I've dressed like this to attend a party. It's so beautiful and radiant. Cutting through her thoughts, Senna finally appeared, peeking in from the doorway. My lady, you may come out now. Afro hesitated slightly and said, you aren't planning to tease me again, are you? Senna assured her, I'm grown up now, my lady. As she was pulled along, Afro thought to herself, for some reason, I can't quite trust that. When she came outside, only then did she see the person standing by the door. With a tall figure and elegant clothing, it was Axlos. Axelos's face was flushed as he stepped toward her. Afro looked at his outfit, which was in the same color scheme as hers, and was inwardly surprised. Matching outfits? I like it, but does Axlos? After all, I was the one who insisted that the two of us attend the party together. Thinking that, she spoke. Good morning, Axlos. I heard you chose this outfit. Do you like it? Seeing that he had only been standing there silently with his face slightly red, Afro became a little angry. Why aren't you saying anything? Does it not suit me? She thought to herself, what reaction is this? It seems he doesn't like it at all. Afro had imagined Axelos's expected reaction would be that he found her so adorable he would be moved. She pretended to be a little angry. I wore this because you chose it, and yet you won't say anything. I'm going to change into something else. Hearing that, he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly caught her hand. That's not it, Afro. What I mean is Afro. Looking at his embarrassed expression and sparkling eyes, after a moment, she seemed to understand something. She turned around and whispered softly to Senna beside her. I think Senna was right. Senna understood as well. Yes, it seems someone can't even look straight at you. At that, the two of them both laughed happily at his overly adorable reaction. Finding the atmosphere a little awkward and embarrassing, Axlos made an excuse. Actually, I'll go check whether the carriage is ready. Beside her, Senna whispered, see, my lady? I was right. I win. Afro shrugged and raised her voice. Really? He still seemed to be looking straight at me. By then, Axlos had gone somewhere without people, his face flushed red. He lowered his head and thought, since this is a party many people will attend, I chose matching outfits to show that we are a harmonious couple, so everyone will realize the scandal involving the princess and me is only groundless gossip. But as he thought that, he placed a hand over his heart. Why does she have to be so beautiful? If only she were a little less dazzling. Then Arcelos suddenly remembered something, making him somewhat annoyed. Zabori said many knights would be attending the party. Should I chase them all away? Just then, Afro saw him and called out, Axlos. He smiled warmly as well. I'm here, Afro. Shall we depart? You look wonderful today. She also smiled gently in response. That's enough praise. Judging from your reaction, you clearly like it very much. As he spoke, he held out his hand as if to escort her. And how exactly did I react? Shall we go? Afro looked at the hand he offered. His ears were already bright red with embarrassment. Hold on tightly. Seeing that reaction, Afro froze for a moment, then smiled happily. Of course, Axlos. At least in that moment, we believed without the slightest doubt that we would happily enjoy the party. When they arrived, there were splendid, magnificent palaces, and the bright weather made Afro praise it. The weather really is beautiful. What a magnificent mansion. There were sparkling fountains, winding hedge mazes, and light refreshments laid out. They had even prepared snacks and all kinds of drinks in the garden. Suddenly, someone called her name. Afro. She happily responded. Zabori. Grace. Grace, standing beside Zabori, spoke a little shyly. It has been a long time. Afro clapped her hands once and spoke enthusiastically, unaware that Axlos behind her was silently nodding to signal something. That's right, it's been so long. Zabori graced, the party is wonderful. Zabori held a hand fan and laughed brightly. Of course. Just look at who organized it. By the way, I heard there will be Sky Nights here today. Afro replied, that's right. In the end, things turned out that way. Zabori continued chattering on. And besides, Afro, ever since the news got out that you would be attending, all kinds of people have. Suddenly, before anyone knew it, Axlos had lifted her hand and lightly kissed the back of it, making her somewhat stunned. He murmured, "The reporters have already arrived." That was fast. Afro did not seem to hear clearly, so she was about to ask again. What did you? Unexpectedly, he gently kissed her forehead, making her freeze in place. The noble young ladies standing nearby saw it, and shyly offered cheerful congratulations. Oh, look over there. Isn't that Lord and Lady Afro? They truly make such a beautiful couple. Reporters also lurked behind the trees, writing about this happiness. The nobles around them continued to chatter without pause. Oh my, they suit each other so well. I told you those rumors were meaningless, didn't I? I knew it. Of course. How could such an adorable couple possibly have a scandal? Afro seemed to understand everything, what everyone had done together to help her. I see. Axlos chose matching outfits for us to put an end to those rumors. Since we are dressed alike and openly showing affection, everyone will quickly realize the rumors are false. The reason we came to this party together is because Zabori, who is friendly with me, is the organizer. Then she noticed a source of magic power radiating outward and thought, his magic is leaking out. It must still be difficult for Axlos to restrain his magic right now. Worried about him, she asked softly, "Axlos, would you like to rest for a bit? You look very tense." Like an obedient puppy, but one that was somewhat tired, he replied, "I'm fine. It's been so long since we attended a party together. I really am fine." Afro still felt uneasy. "It won't be very fun for you if you stay beside me like this the whole time. Why don't you join Zabori's group and enjoy the party?" Arcelos immediately pointed in another direction. "No, I'd rather go over there." She looked in that direction and saw couples dancing together. She thought, over there, where the guests are gathered to dance. Afro said a little timidly, "All right, let's go." In her mind, she still felt anxious, afraid that she was not perfect enough. Can I dance well enough? I secretly practice dancing for occasions like this. But for some reason, it feels like everyone is looking at us. Sorry, Zabori. Zabori stood nearby, watching with amused support. When the music began to play, Axlos placed his hand on her, and the two of them began moving with the melody. Contrary to Afro's earlier anxiety, now even she was surprised. My body is moving on its own. I see. Afro's body remembers how to dance. Then all this time, the reason my heart raced because of Axlos was simply Afro's body reacting. What a relief. Now I'm sure I can let go of Axlos without regrets. She spoke a little stiffly. Dancing for so long has made me feel warm. He smiled gently as well. I'll go get something to drink. Wait here. Thank you, Axlos. Just then, someone startled her from behind. It was Zabori. You still dance as beautifully as ever. Afro was surprised. Zabori. She hugged Afro tightly and complained, "Shouldn't you push your husband aside for a while and play with me?" Afro was also a little embarrassed. Of course I should. While listening to Zabori speak, she inadvertently saw the man behind them wearing frightened, gloomy expressions. Then Afro. It seemed Afro herself was distracted from Zabori's words as she thought, for some reason, those knights looked frightened. Zabori, not noticing, continued speaking. "My friends really want to talk to you." Afro seemed to realize something. "Oh no, no way. Could they be afraid of Axlos?" Zabori smiled brightly. "Then, if you don't mind, will you come with me to meet the young ladies?" Afro agreed. "Sure, of course. Let's do that." Zabori answered excitedly. "Really? Wonderful. Come on, let's hurry." Although Afro looked happy on the outside, she was thinking inwardly, "Oh dear, surely everything will be all right." A short-haired, black-haired girl, a brown-haired girl, and a red-haired girl all cried out in unison, "Lady Hostel, what an honor. We finally get to meet you. I've wanted to meet you for so long." Afro, you remember me, don't you? It's been so long. Afro shyly waved in greeting. "Hello, everyone." One of them leaned closer and asked, "Afro, how is married life? After all, you married so early." The brown-haired girl nodded in agreement. "That's right." Afro answered shyly, "It's truly wonderful. My husband is very good to me. The girl asked eagerly and curiously. Really? Oh my, he must be gentler than he looks. And there are a few more things we're curious about. Zabori stepped over with a glass of wine and joined them. When did the two of you first kiss? Afro blushed and looked at Zabori, who calmly took a sip of wine. The brown-haired girl cried out loudly, Zabori, you can't ask something like that so suddenly. The short-haired, black-haired girl exclaimed excitedly, oh my, come now. This is exactly what we want to know, isn't it? This kind of conversation is just between us ladies. The red-haired girl eagerly followed. I'm completely ready to hear this story. Afro's face turned bright red with embarrassment. All three pairs of eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Afro shyly confessed, we haven't kissed yet. Everyone was shocked by her answer. Even Zabori was so stunned that she spat out the wine she had just drunk. Losing her composure, she stood up and questioned her. What? After being married for so long? The blonde girl widened her eyes in surprise. Impossible. Lord Arcelos couldn't possibly really be someone who... At times like this, Afro could only put on a confident smile, though her heart was in turmoil. After all, I had planned to leave after Arcelos defeated the sea monster. Since everyone is here, maybe I can find a way to ask what I've always wondered about. She spoke up, changing the subject. You've all heard the rumors about Arcelos, haven't you? The red-haired girl continued. Rumors? If you mean those rumors. The blonde girl asked in an impressed voice. You must already know, my lady, don't you? They say Lord Axlos was like a monster when he fought that beast. Afro's expression darkened as she asked, a monster? She thought anxiously, this is terrible. He was already so lonely. I never imagined there would be rumors like that surrounding him. The blonde girl quickly noticed Afro's poor complexion. Oh my, I'm sorry, my lady. Could it be that you didn't know? Afro answered softly, it's all right. Thank you for telling me. However, I suddenly remembered something I need to take care of. Please excuse me. With that, Afro left, her thoughts in disarray. I can't control my expression anymore. Leaving him alone while those rumors spread, even a little, feels terribly wrong. Zabori ran after her and called, Afro, are you very upset? I apologize on her behalf. That young lady was a little tactless. Afro stopped, looking tearful. I'm not angry. It's just that right now, I need to see Axlos and talk to him. At the tea table, many kinds of drinks were arranged, but no one was seated there. Axlos set a glass down on the table. Afro has always liked sweet drinks. Grace approached and greeted him. Lord Hostile. Axlos turned his head and looked at him with a probing gaze. Axlos spoke. Greetings, Grace. Grace greeted him respectfully. It has been a long time. It is truly difficult to meet you. Please forgive me for disturbing you, but there is something I wish to say. Axlos cut him off firmly. There is nothing worth discussing. Grace tried to hold him back. It will not take long, my lord. About that subjugation. Everything was my fault. Axlos showed no interest. You are speaking of something I do not remember. Grace was flustered as he admitted his fault. It was because of me that those rumors came about. I still remember that day, clearly. Even though you ordered me to stay behind, I stubbornly insisted on commanding my own ship. But unexpectedly, the monster attacked my ship first, forcing you to. Axlos coldly interrupted. Enough. Grace sank back into his thoughts. Human arrows and weapons could not pierce the sea monster's tough hide. The more we shot arrows, the angrier the sea monster became. It deflected the arrows, injuring our own soldiers. When desperate screams rang out and the ship began to sink, the sky turned pitch black, and then Axlos. He appeared. He summoned an army of bizarre monsters that tore the sea monster to pieces. Grace's eyes widened with tension. In his mind, the murmurs returned. The knights who witnessed that terrifying sight saw Axlos command hundreds of creatures even stranger than the sea monster. Those monsters only grew stronger as they absorbed the sea monster. Fear alone was branded into their minds. Now it is too late to change anything. It is all in the past. Do not keep dwelling on it. Just make sure Afro does not know. Grace lowered himself and stammered, yes, please forgive me. His gaze then shifted elsewhere. Grace noticed Afro among the crowd behind Axlos. Understanding the situation, he excused himself. Then, I shall take my leave. The sun had risen to the center of the sky. As Axlos sipped his drink, he heard the surrounding gossip in his ears. Did you see? Grace actually spoke with a monster marquis. Good heavens, why did Lord Hostel come here? Do you not know? Truly, what knight wouldn't be frightened by that grotesque marquis? Perhaps only Grace could do it because he is very brave. I wonder how Lady Hostel can live with him. Is she not afraid? She is from the Roki family. They are reckless nobles. She must have married him only for his status. Arcelos frowned angrily as he looked around. They can say whatever nonsense they want about me. But if Afro hears these rumors, if she wants to leave me, nothing could be more terrifying than that. I know Afro does not want me to force them into silence, because she is gentle and kind to everyone. Even so, I cannot stand by and watch them insult her. Anything but that. Arcelos growled with determination. Any who dare insult Afro, I will destroy them down to the last one. Afro's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Excuse me, Sir Knights. He froze and turned his head toward that voice. With her arms folded, she sternly questioned the knights. I wonder who this grotesque marquis you are speaking of might be. Could it be that you are referring to my husband? They stammered in fear and denied it. We did not mean it that way. Afro raised her voice in interrogation. If not, then what exactly did you mean? Answer me clearly. Was my husband not the one who defeated the sea monster alone? Without him, every one of you standing before me now might already have become food for that beast. Am I wrong? Instead of expressing gratitude to the person to whom you owe your lives, you insult him behind his back. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Is this all the pride the knights of Latella possess? Look me in the eye and answer. Lord Hostel defeated the monster alone, yet those knights went around boasting about their own achievements in the battle. Oh my, how shameful. They must have been lying all this time. The two knights flushed red with shame and bowed their heads repeatedly. We are truly very sorry. Lady Hostel, we spoke wrongly, so please, we beg you, do not speak of this matter. She frowned and spoke in a scolding tone. I am not certain whether it is for me to accept your apologies. You should be asking forgiveness from my husband, who is standing right behind you. They startled, terrified to see that he had been standing behind them at some point. Lord Hostel, how long have you been standing there? Afro stepped forward, took Axelos's arm, and declared, and I married my husband because I love him. How could anyone not love such a classically handsome face? Even so, I suppose you people would never understand. The two of you are so unattractive. Your faces only make me uncomfortable. Would you please get out of my sight? Hearing her words, the other noble young ladies blushed in admiration. The two knights fled in a panic. Yes, we're sorry. Let's hurry and go. Afro anxiously asked after him. Axelos, are you all right? Hearing those words, she widened her eyes in bewilderment when Axelos suddenly pulled her into his arms. Afro blushed in surprise. Axel, moved, he asked. You heard everything, didn't you, Afro? She answered softly, yes, all of it. Axelos said gently, I had hoped you would never have to hear such things. Afro spoke in a quiet voice. I am sorry. He frowned with concern. Afro, do you perhaps pity me? She shook her head in denial. No, that's not it. It's just, for some reason, I feel as if it's my fault. Afro sank into thought. Even according to the original setting, Axelos was destined to learn magic. But that was after I died. Yet he learned magic much earlier than he was supposed to. It was all because I survived in this world, and because he wanted to prevent my tragic early death. In the end, the one who forced Axelos into loneliness was me, the one who urged him to learn magic. She spoke guiltily. If I hadn't brought Alice here, you wouldn't have had to face such humiliation. He comforted her gently. It's all right. You are always watching over me, and you even stood up for me. Afro was flustered and embarrassed. Well, yes, but Axelos placed a hand over his chest and said, that is enough. Thank you, Afro. She blushed shyly as she looked at his smile. Afro trembled with embarrassment. How can you still smile at a time like this? I am truly angry. Axelos placed a hand over his chest and confessed, but I cannot help feeling happy. She was startled when he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. What are you doing? Axelos lifted Afro high into the air. He raised his head and looked into her eyes as he confessed, if you were by my side, I would not care even if the whole world turned its back on me. I love you, Afro, more than anything. The scene shifted to the inside of a magnificent palace. A steward respectfully reported, they say the Marquis and his wife are compatible in every way. More precisely, their relationship is unusually solid. The Emperor silently listened to this information. As soon as Andrea entered, he asked her, "Andrea, why do you think I took you in and gave you the name of the royal family?" She immediately replied, "To play the role of your majesty's daughter." The emperor praised her with satisfaction. "Good, you understand, and yet you do not seem to be making any effort. You did not even attend the young ladies' tea party Zabori hosted." Andrea frowned and inwardly judged him. He truly knows nothing. How can a man who should be acting for the whole kingdom be this incompetent? Outwardly, however, she answered respectfully, "How could I attend merely because an invitation was sent? Lady Zabori and Marchioness Hostel are closest friends. Everyone who attended that tea party clearly supports the hostile couple. If I attended, not only I, but the royal family as well, would become the subject of gossip, and the prestige of royal authority would immediately suffer a blow." Hearing that, he roared in anger. "Is that so? Then are we simply supposed to leave that hostel alone? You know very well that I'm not only concerned about your marriage." But Andrea calmly persuaded him. "There is no guarantee that the Marquis is not plotting rebellion." The emperor lost his composure and shouted even louder, "How would you know? No one can see into another person's heart." She sighed inwardly. "So all he is worried about is the authority of a noble faction growing stronger, even though royal authority is already something of a joke." Andrea fell into silent thought. For the past 9 years, sea monsters have ravaged the entire kingdom. And unfortunately for His Majesty, the hero who appeared amid that chaos was Lord Hostel. Since House Hostel has traditionally been allied with the noble faction, the appearance of that hero weakened royal authority severely overnight. And now, in his despair, "Father wants me to marry into the very family he once abandoned, and wants me to handle this matter? How ridiculous! Truly ridiculous." Still maintaining a mild attitude, she said, "Father, will you listen to me just this once? At this rate, we will never be able to drive a wedge between Lord Hostel and his wife." Anxious, he wanted to hear Andrea's opinion. "Then what should we do?" The emperor listened closely to her plan. "In truth, I already have a good idea. I will personally ask Lord Hostel to teach me magic." The emperor's eyes widened in surprise. "Magic?" Andrea placed a hand on her chest and assured him, "Yes. In fact, I have already passed Lord Hostel's evaluation." His eyes shone with delight. "Is that truly so?" She sneered inwardly. "Of course it is a lie," Andrea explained. "I have already settled matters with Lord Hostel. From now on, I will be studying at the Hostel mansion. The condition is that the rumors must be silenced. Since I will no longer be in the royal palace, Father must keep my absence a secret." The emperor coughed once and regained his dignity. "Very well, do as you wish. It is regrettable that the scandal will die down, but it is all for the greater purpose." She bowed respectfully. "Please trust me, Your Majesty." "Then I shall take my leave. Now I have regained my freedom. I wonder what that sweet, spring-like Afro intends to do." The scene returned to the grounds of the party. Afro shyly whispered, "Axel, aren't you a little too close?" Axelos held her tightly and asked, "Am I?" Afro lowered her head in embarrassment. "He has been following me everywhere under the pretext of showing affection, and his physical contact has become much bolder. Thanks to that, we are being called the perfect couple. But I'm not sure whether this is Afro's body reacting, or whether I truly feel embarrassed." Flustered, she suggested, "Axelos, perhaps we should go back inside." Andrea suddenly appeared and greeted her. Afro, startled, Afro separated from him. "Your Highness." Andrea appeared in a disheveled, worn-out state. "Oh dear, I've shown you such an embarrassing sight. I am sorry." Afro blushed in confusion. "It's all right. What happened?" Andrea laughed and explained, "I am truly sorry for interrupting like this. If possible, could you convey my request to Lord Hostel? It is rather urgent." Afro froze in thought. "I was supposed to tell Axel beforehand, but I completely forgot while preparing for the party. It is a bit late now, but I'm sure Axel will understand if I explain properly." Seeing that Axelos's expression did not look good, she began to explain. "Actually, Axelos, there is something I would like to ask of you, related to the princess." He questioned coldly, "Why are you here?" Afro turned pale in alarm when Andrea told the truth. "Isn't it obvious?" "Of course, it is because of dear Lady Afro." Axelos warned her through clenched teeth. "Cut the nonsense. Do you think I do not know that you are trying to manipulate my innocent wife?" Afro tried to interject and explain. "That's not it, Axelos." "Andrea, Andrea deliberately clung to Afro's hand and acted pitiful. I understand that you are sensitive about the scandal, my lord, but Lady Afro and I are friends now. Because I wish to become closer to her, I personally requested that His Majesty put an end to those rumors. He muttered irritably, lies again. Definitely. She looked into Afro's eyes with a bright smile. Look at this innocent face. Axlos said in irritation. Do not believe her, Afro. Afro coughed lightly and explained, actually, Her Highness wants to learn magic from you. So if you're all right with it. He snapped angrily, absolutely not. Afro stammered in confusion. I know the request is sudden, but still. Axlos said seriously, when I say no, I mean no, Afro. Andrea laughed and said, I am truly sorry for arriving and leaving so suddenly, but I must go now. Could you inform me of your final decision after the two of you discuss it? I apologize, but please help me with this, Afro. He suddenly lost his temper and shouted, wait, who gave you permission to call her Afro? Do not act so familiar. Afro stared in confusion. Is that really the issue? Andrea paid no attention to Axlos and playfully winked at Afro. You are interfering with our friendship right now, Lord Hostile, but I will become close to her anyway. Afro, he continued to burn with jealousy. If you call her Afro one more time, Andrea said mischievously, then I'll be going now. See you later, Afro. She left, leaving the two of them still bewildered. Axlos voiced his opinion. Afro, I have absolutely no intention of teaching the princess magic. Flustered, she tried to explain. Axlos. He ground his teeth in anger. Before, you dragged her out in order to demand a divorce. Now you want me to teach her magic. You may not be able to see it clearly, but she is extremely calculating. Afro raised her head and argued, Axel, even so, we truly need the princess. There was also a little anxiety in her heart. I know it is shameless to ask this without explaining, but the princess must also be preparing for the future based on the original setting. The corners of Axel's lips curved into a smile. He immediately agreed and made a request. Very well, then promise me one thing. Afro asked blankly, a promise? What promise? The princess said I might be a powerful mage, but my compatibility with magic is lacking. I do not know how useful the princess can be, but she is Afro's enemy. She twists Afro to serve her own purposes. Even knowing this obstacle in advance, Axlos began, I have always been waiting for you to bring it up. She answered in a guilty voice. I'm sorry I did not explain everything sooner. He interrupted her. That is not what I mean, Afro. Axlos lifted Afro's chin and said, I have been waiting desperately for the day you would withdraw your request to divorce me. If you want me to teach the princess, then promise me this first. She blushed shyly and whispered, what is it, Axlos? He placed a kiss on Afro's forehead and asked, the promise that we will divorce when we find someone we like. Can we get rid of it? That is truly all I want. After being together for so long, it is only natural for feelings to arise. His gaze is always directed at me. He has never once left me behind. All his joy and sorrow revolve around me. No matter how oblivious I am, I still know that his actions go beyond simple affection. And she knew it herself, too. But Axlos needs an heir. And with this magic-resistant syndrome, I cannot carry his child. A noble family without an heir. There is no way Axlos does not understand how absurd that is. Afro hesitated and stammered. Axlos, you already know that Axlos affirmed once more, I love you. Afro, I cannot imagine a life without you. In her mind, she recalled painful memories from her past life. Love. In the past, even the situations I witnessed with my own eyes were circumstances where people's emotions were disregarded. They were only scenes of fury and anger. Love? Does that emotion truly exist? Afro felt somewhat uncertain about Axelos's words. Love? Perhaps he is simply blinded by a fleeting feeling right now. But 10 or 25 years from now, will he still be able to say he loves me? In the end, he will want someone who can give him an heir. And then what will happen to me? Someone who lives only for his love. In the end, will I have to live like mother? She stepped back and said softly, I'm sorry. I just cannot. Afro always gave herself over to negative thoughts. I have always sworn that I would never love anyone, because I do not want to live like mother. She clenched her hands tightly. Afro raised her head and stated her feelings honestly. Axlos, I hope you do not love me, because I cannot give you an heir, nor can I make you truly happy. Only the princess can lift the curse of House Hostile. So please go to her, Axel, and please forget me. I am truly pathetic. Foolishly, I wanted to stay by his side a little longer, even though I wished for his happiness. All I could do was covet a position I did not deserve, and even hurt him. I never meant to bring up the princess so suddenly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She returned to her room and flung the door open. Afro hurriedly packed her luggage. It is not too late yet. I can take the bag I prepared and leave. His heart may hurt for a short time, but that pain will soon fade. With trembling hands, she wrote him a letter. Please forget me and live happily. Afro left only a few words. Forgive me for wanting a place beside you, where I was never worthy to stand. Axelos quickly chased after her. His face turned pale with shock when he saw the scene in the room. Axelos's pupils widened in astonishment. Afro jumped when she heard him call her name. Afro, wait, I will not be able to understand if you do not tell me what is troubling you. When you protected me at that party, and with everything that happened at the mansion, I thought we had come to share the same feelings. Even if your heart does not belong completely to me yet, I believe that if I tried harder and achieved results, things would get better. She had already made up her mind and picked up her suitcase. I am sorry, Axelos. Axelos asked in confusion. Was my confession too great a burden for you? He stood rooted to the spot, watching Afro leave coldly. Axelos snapped back to his senses when she passed by him and left him with one message. I hope you live well, Axelos. His face darkened and cold sweat broke out from fear. Axelos could not accept the reality. No, do not leave me. Afro, why do you keep trying to abandon me? You made it so I cannot live without you. So why do you keep thinking of leaving? It is all right even if you do not love me yet. If I keep trying, you will eventually look at me. But if you leave, even that chance will disappear. I cannot accept it. Do not leave me, Afro. Do not abandon me. It seemed his thoughts took effect on Afro's body. Axelos panicked when he saw her collapse. Afro. He hurriedly ran over and caught Afro before she fell to the floor. Axelos trembled in fear. It is because I cannot control my magic power properly. From now on, I will be more careful so this will not happen again. He pleaded inwardly, so please do not leave me. A short while later, she finally opened her eyes. Afro sat up in confusion. Did I faint? Axelos immediately realized she did not remember anything. He nodded and answered, yes, but only for a moment. She covered her mouth and yawned. Then what happened? He quickly blamed Andrea. Perhaps it was because the princess's magic power awakened. You must be exhausted, aren't you? Rest for a while. You will feel much better. Afro laughed innocently. It's true that I do feel a little sleepy. Axelos spoke softly with guilt. I am sorry, Afro. She raised her head and smiled. What are you apologizing for? It can't be helped. It's because of my magic resistance syndrome, and besides, I was the one who asked you to teach the princess magic. His eyes filled with tears as he admitted his fault. I am sorry. I am truly sorry, Afro. Afro was bewildered by Axelos's strange attitude. What is this about? Magic resistance syndrome is not something he could have prevented. Why is he apologizing so much? She was worried and confused. Axel, are you crying? It is not your fault that I fainted. You do not need to apologize. Afro guessed to herself. Don't tell me he is sad because I am unwell. She leaned forward and touched his cheek to comfort him. I'm really all right. Would you hold me for a little while? Some fresh air will probably make me feel better. When you were little, you never cried. But after growing up, you became such a crybaby. Don't worry, Axel. With time, everything will be fine. Axelos lifted Afro in his arms and carried her outside. She changed the subject. By the way, Axelos about Blue. Let's change its name later. Blue means seal, doesn't it? But in the end, when we return to hostile territory, that name will no longer suit it. He still did not dare look into Afro's eyes. Then we will come to Letella from time to time. You are not thinking of leaving, are you? She stammered in confusion. No, of course not. Anyway, please think about my suggestion. Axelos nodded in agreement. Very well, I will consider it. But possessive thoughts rose within him. I may have let it pass this time, but if you try to leave me again, then I truly do not know what I will do, Afro. Afro looked at the clothes she was wearing and commented, the dress feels a little loose. She suddenly remembered. Senna did say I have lost weight recently, but I simply brushed it off. Afro tried to adjust the fabric around her wrist. It must be because my magic resistance syndrome has made me lose weight. She silently prayed that the princess would visit today. Hopefully, she would not notice that Afro was unwell. There were also many things Afro needed to ask her. She was probably waiting in the drawing room. I need to hurry. A little while later, Afro cautiously poked her head out from behind the door to greet her. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness. Andrea seemed delighted when she saw her. My spring breeze. It has been far too long. Afro, still maintaining her manners, asked after her. Have you been well since we last met? The princess tilted her head slightly and studied her. Her expression briefly grew sad as she replied, I have been well, but you seem thinner than the last time I saw you, Afro. Afro was startled, thinking she had been found out. Even so, she only smiled lightly and answered vaguely. The doctor said it is simply fatigue. It is nothing serious, so please do not worry. Princess Andrea still did not seem reassured and asked further, if that is so, then I am glad. But you are eating properly, aren't you? Afro firmly reassured her. Of course, Your Highness. Please do not worry. Afro quickly guessed something. Could this be why Axlos has become so much more overprotective recently? Ever since I fainted, he has even added more guards. Everything has become excessive. She silently observed Andrea as though contemplating something. The person who can break the curse of the hostile family. The heroine of this world. If it is the princess, I am certain Axlos, and even the entire world of this novel, can be safely entrusted to her. Thinking that, Afro spoke up at once. Your Highness, this may be sudden, but may I ask you for a favor? Princess Andrea returned to her always willing expression. A favor? Of course. Tell me. Afro reached out and touched the other woman's hand, silently hoping. If it is the princess, she will surely help rename Blue. She has to establish the magic tower and turn the kingdom into a magical nation according to the original flow. And besides, she will surely help me. A trace of sorrow crossed Afro's face as she pleaded, Your Highness, if possible, if I must leave, may I rely on you to help? Princess Andrea was bewildered when she heard that, momentarily frozen in place. She could sense it. Could it be? But outwardly, Princess Andrea forced a smile. If it is only a short trip, would your husband not be able to help? Afro immediately denied it. It may be a journey I cannot tell him about. She looked as if she were about to burst into tears as she made her request. If that happens, I want you to keep it a secret. Princess Andrea realized that Afro had already prepared herself to leave. Believing she could not grant such a wish, she explained, How could I help with something like that? After all, your husband cares deeply for you. Afro knew that, but she had no other choice. But there is still no way to cure magic resistance syndrome. I do not intend to leave immediately, but for the future. Suddenly, a threatening voice came from behind her. Who gave you permission to do that? Horrified, she turned her head. Afro realized Axlos was standing there. Axlos. He seemed to have heard the contents of their conversation. His sudden appearance made her hurry to explain. Wait, that is not what I meant. Axelos's eyes darkened. Afro, even though you no longer have your memories, you're still thinking that way. He requested, Your Highness, please leave us for the moment. Princess Andrea, understanding the situation, immediately agreed. Of course, I shall take my leave first. As soon as only the two of them remained in the room, Axlos warned Afro. Afro, I will make this clear. If you try to leave me again, I cannot guarantee what will happen. Even if I do not intend it, my magic will certainly go out of control. Who knows what that uncontrolled magic will do to this world you cherish? Isn't it about time you told me the truth? How did you, with your magic resistance syndrome, know of Isol's existence, or ask me to teach magic to the princess? The person behind that scandal. Her face turned pale, and she lowered her head. Afro lifted her head, wanting to explain. Axlos, that is. He cut her off with a cold laugh. You truly know nothing about me. All the time I've been by your side, I have always listened to every word you said. After I promised not to eavesdrop anymore, I tried to stop listening with magic. But you know that my physical senses far surpass those of any ordinary person. Afro was stunned because he had once declared to her, From now on, I am determined to change. Hearing Axlos say that, she realized in shock that he had heard everything she had just said. He suddenly took her hand and asked, Axlos, is my question that difficult to answer? She avoided Axelos's gaze and had no choice but to explain. That is because I have prophetic dreams. But he did not believe it at all and immediately denied it. You are lying. Only those blessed by the gods can have prophetic dreams. With magic resistance syndrome, that is impossible. Afro did not answer. She looked down at her hands and thought, I cannot even speak anymore. What should I do now? Axelos's expression became emotional and pained. He suddenly spoke. Even so, I believe you, Afro. Of course, she was startled to hear that. Axlos stepped toward Afro, one step at a time. Whether your dreams are real or not is not important to me, because to me, everything you say is the truth. He carefully embraced her and confessed his feelings. Afro was still dazed, unable to believe things had turned out this way. She gradually felt it. My heart is pounding so hard. Guilt and regret toward Axel. And then, she separated herself from Axel and said, "Let me go, Axel." Afro blushed slightly and came up with an excuse for herself. Because of Afro's body reacting uncontrollably, all the emotions I had been hiding seemed to have burst out. They must be Afro's feelings. Otherwise, she still seemed determined to do as she intended. I need to leave, so... Axlos seemed to understand why Afro was acting that way. Are you embarrassed because I admitted that I heard your private thoughts? She admitted it. Yes, exactly. I am too embarrassed to look at you now. He knows I lied, yet he still came closer. How can I reject someone who trusts me completely like this? He reached out toward Afro and laughed. I promise I will never eavesdrop again. She confirmed, of course. From now on, you had better not. But Axelos's sudden kiss stopped her from finishing her sentence. Afro went completely blank and could not react. He shyly suggested, if you want to leave again, do not leave secretly. Just go with me. No one can protect you better than I can. Those words made her entire face turn bright red. But Axelos, alone in his study, buried his face in his hands as he remembered it. Why did I do that? He regretted what he had done. Even if it was only a mistake, my magic could be dangerous to Afro. I should have been more careful, and yet I selfishly kissed her. Axelos helplessly blamed himself. Am I truly beyond saving? Then he touched his own lips again, remembering the moment the two of them kissed. Whenever I am near Afro, my heart grows restless and uncontrollable. To say I love you, to say I am sorry. Even if I spend an entire night expressing every feeling I have to you, Afro, one lifetime would still not be enough. Even if I pretend, smiling like a gentle and caring husband, or become an outstanding person anyone who knows me would be proud of, it does not change the fact that my magic is dangerous to you. Axelos thought anxiously, I know that if you leave me, you will be healthy. But without you, what reason do I have to keep living in this world? He remained in that gloomy mood, standing dazedly by his desk. I cannot cure the illness of the person I love. I know that if I cannot find a solution, in the end, I will have no choice but to let you go. How can anyone call me a hero or say I am great? Thinking this far, Axelos could not help clicking his tongue. He picked up a sheet of paper lying on the desk. Alsnud. After reading its contents, he seemed to make a decision. I tried to ignore it, but it seems I have no choice but to use that method. As Afro said, if we rename the tower, wizards will quickly appear all over Letella, turning it into a magical nation. Even now, with the tower sealed, wizards have already begun appearing. But aside from Andrea, who has high magical compatibility, I have sealed all other wizards. He stared intently at the paper and, without further hesitation, steeled his resolve. Even if this draws criticism or damages my own body, it does not matter. Because if the seal is released, Afro will collapse from merely encountering magic users outside. Axelos no longer hesitated and quickly walked toward the door. I know this is selfish, but for now, I can still control it. The tower is helping me control and concentrate magical power. I will continue researching. He reached out and opened the door. Axelos. He quickly left the room to carry out his plan. If I can keep Afro by my side, I am willing to do anything, no matter the price. Even if I must use blue sealing power to remove all magic from Letella. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Afro seemed to be observing something thoughtfully. On the tabletop, gift boxes were piled one on top of another. Beside them were invitation cards, making her wonder, do these people have money to burn? Afro, with a slight headache, asked, they say the economy in this territory is not good. Then what is all this, Senna? Senna cheerfully pointed at the piles of items and explained, my lady, what you said is so hurtful. These are all new items, purchased within the budget you allocated very strictly. But Afro genuinely did not understand. What is that supposed to mean? Senna excitedly explained clearly. The merchant group that visited sold them at an incredibly cheap price. Afro seemed to remember and wanted to confirm it. You mean that wicked merchant association that rudely pushed its way into the mansion last time? Senna confirmed it, then curiously tried to guess. Yes, that is right. Apparently, our mansion was not the only place they visited. They went to other houses as well. They're from the Empire Empire, so I suppose it is part of their culture. They mass-produce goods, so even expensive items can be bought affordably. And they conveniently deliver them right to our mansion, too. Hearing the familiar name, Afro added, the Empire Empire. That nation is famous for trade, but mass production sounds somewhat unusual. But Senna, on the other hand, did not think much of it. At first, I also found them suspicious. But apparently, it is a strategy they came up with to eliminate inflated prices caused by other imperial merchants. They asked me whether we could help balance the market, and I happily agreed. Remembering it, Senna was still very pleased. And also, I finally bought that beautiful silk ribbon cheaply. I have wanted a gray ribbon for so long. After hearing the story, Afro seriously pondered. No matter how I think about it, this is suspicious. They are selling goods for less than the cost of raw materials and deliberately trying to create a new trend. Looking more closely, the quality is strangely poor. She suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Senna did not understand what was going on. My lady, are you taking a break? Afro quickly put on an outfit and denied it. No, I intend to go into town myself. Senna eagerly jumped to another idea. Do you want to go on a date with Lord Axelos in town? I will inform him right away. So Afro had to seriously remind her, I am going alone. Axel is busy with research right now. Even so, Senna still enthusiastically suggested, this is also a good opportunity for Lord Axelos to get some fresh air. Afro had no choice but to state it again. Axel is busy. I do not want to disturb him. When Afro recalled the kiss between the two of them, she was still somewhat embarrassed. Besides, after that incident, facing him is too awkward. If I go dressed as a noble, I will not be able to uncover that wicked merchant association's true intentions. She felt the outfit she had chosen was now very suited to the situation. Before leaving, Afro still carefully instructed her one more time. In any case, that is how it is. Today, I will go out with you, Senna. There is no need to tell Axel. Senna's expression as she listened did not look very willing. Just as she was about to go out the door, Axelos suddenly appeared and asked, Where are you going? That made Afro stiffen. Axel. He seemed to be ready to go out. Axelos said resentfully, Were you planning to leave without me? Axelos stood blocking the doorway and asked pitifully, Were you truly planning to leave without me, Axelos? Afro helplessly made up a random excuse. I was only planning to look around town with Senna. As if abandoned, he exposed her. From what I heard, it seems you were trying to sneak out secretly. So she had to explain, I simply did not want to disturb your research. But Axelos did not feel that way. Afro, you never bother me. Afro added, Besides, I find it strange to report to you every time I go out. I only want to investigate the merchant association that has become famous recently. He quickly understood what she meant. You mean the wicked merchant association from the Empire? Axelos suggested. Actually, I also find that merchant association suspicious. So let us go together. Afro did not seem very convinced, so she advised him, Really? If you're only going because of me, there is no need. But he immediately denied it. That is not it. This investigation is necessary anyway. If Axel comes with me, nothing dangerous will happen. We will dress like commoners. So we do not yet know how the Merchant Association and the passers-by will react. She imagined the worst possible scenario, being caught by the Merchant Association's people. Why are you investigating our Merchant Association? In the end, Afro decided, All right, but dress like a commoner. Axelos naturally agreed. Of course, Afro. Senna also gleefully reminded them, Do not forget to buy me a souvenir. Afro had no issue with that request. I will buy you something even prettier than that ribbon from before. Hearing that, Senna was deeply moved and praised her. My lady, you are the best. Axelos felt relieved watching the two of them talk. But very quickly, he became serious again. He pondered, the Empire is one of the threats the kingdom is keeping a close eye on. If this is part of a plan to invade the kingdom, I need to know. On the other side, the two of them were still chatting happily. Axelos glanced over and observed them. Ideally, I should go by myself so that Afro can stay safe in the mansion. But doing that would only make her unhappy. I will avoid doing things she dislikes if I can. When Afro was alone, she secretly thought I should leave as soon as I meet Alice. Even if the Empire plays a major role in invading the kingdom, Normally, this would not be a major threat. She recalled everything. At this point, magical tools were supposed to have already become common among the public, and Axel's students should have grown up. Letella should have become a magical kingdom by now. But because of me, that future was ruined. Instead of researching magical tools, Axlos is busy studying my illness, and the magic tower that was supposed to amplify magical power for the kingdom is sealed to protect me. Afro seemed to have already predicted the situation that would occur. Axlos has no intention of willingly leaving me. And even if we separate, everything may not move precisely in the direction I imagine. Now that it has come to this, I have to do what I can. By staying beside Axlos, I will help restore events to their proper course. Just then, a voice rang out. Afro, I am ready. She lifted her head toward the sound. You are finished already, Axel. And then, Afro's mouth fell open in shock when she saw him and asked, when did you prepare all these things? But Axlos, wearing an outfit no different from hers, cheerfully replied, it is nothing special. I have always used magic for things like this. He explained further, I am still wearing the clothes from earlier, but to others, I look completely different. It only uses environmental magical power, so will not harm you. Hearing that, Afro also smiled happily and suggested, good, then let us go. The carriage set off, rolling down the road. As Afro sat inside the carriage, she was asked, by the way, Afro, those prophetic dreams of yours are real, aren't they? She immediately affirmed it. Of course, Axel. Axlos asked another question, seemingly curious. Then have you seen anything about the future? Afro's hands, resting on her lap, froze slightly. She could only come up with an excuse. I have not dreamed that far yet, but I do not think anything unusual will happen. He acted relieved by that answer. Really? Then I'm glad. I was worried something bad might happen. After that, Afro fell silent and sank into thought. Even though he knows someone with magic resistance like me cannot have prophetic dreams, does he truly believe what I say? At the same time, the carriage came to a stop. Axlos stepped down first and introduced the place to her. We have arrived. This is the market district where the merchants set up their stalls. A nearby shopkeeper was cheerfully calling out his wares. Cheap goods, very cheap. Buy the finest fabric from the empire for just 1 silver penny. Another merchant was also enthusiastically drawing in customers. We even include buttons as a gift. Afro looked at him and remarked, it's packed with merchants from the empire right from the entrance. Axlo suggested, let's go ask whether there are any dresses that can be bought with silver pennies. Afro did not object, but she warned him carefully, please be careful not to get caught, Axel. He immediately went to a nearby clothing shop and asked, excuse me, my wife heard there was a place selling noble-style dresses very cheaply. I only have about 10 silver pennies. The clothing shop owner welcomed Axlos enthusiastically. That is more than enough. I can see you're interested in our goods, sir. With the Empire's technology, we can easily make a beautiful dress for only 10 silver pennies. He added, even Princess Andrea recently bought a dress from our merchant association. Afro put on a helpless expression, not quite believing him. Is that really true, shopkeeper? The clothing shop owner immediately brought out several outfits from his store and introduced them. Doesn't that prove the credibility of our merchant association? Now, choose whichever one you like. She pretended to be surprised and probed him. Oh my, how can that be? The fabric alone should cost more than that. He seemed to think this was perfectly normal. It is all thanks to the Empire's techniques. The people of Letella have simply been forced to pay far too much. Everyone on the continent buys at this price. Afro still wanted to gather more information, so she asked, have you always traded with Letella? After explaining, the clothing shop owner seemed to realize something as well. Thanks to Lord Hostel opening the trade route, we can even sell things more cheaply. But you're not truly interested in these dresses, are you, madam? She hurriedly denied it. No, that is not it. Just then, Axlos spoke from beside her. Anything more than that would be difficult. He was trying to help Afro. This is all we managed to save, you see. I know you are excited because it has been so long since you last went out, but please choose one quickly. She understood what Axlos meant as well. He was indirectly telling her not to dig any deeper. Afro said with a disappointed look, but I think Andy must have picked out the prettier ones already. He spoke sincerely. To me, whichever dress you choose will be the prettiest. She picked up one dress. This yellow one, then. Seeing that, the clothing shop owner eagerly went along with her. Exactly. That yellow dress is absolutely perfect for you. Afro did not drag things out any further and decided at once. Then we will take this one. He laughed happily. Thank you very much, madam. The two of them left the shop. The clothing shop owner even waved enthusiastically after them. Please come again next time. She looked at the paper bag in her hand and thought, he gave me the dress folded neatly inside. Afro remained vigilant and carefully considered the matter. His behavior seemed sincere, but this merchant association was only recently granted permission to trade in Letella. The prices are extremely low. Even if they say it is because of the empire's production methods, it is still highly suspicious. She assessed the situation. This is even lower than the wages paid to ordinary workers. Axlos had also noticed something strange and gave his opinion. For merchants to pursue profits so far below the cost makes no sense. Afro completely agreed. Exactly. None of this makes sense. He considered it. It would probably be best to investigate whoever is backing them. She seemed not to understand very well. Backing them, Axlos explained in detail. They may be colluding with high-ranking officials of the empire, or they could be spies trying to infiltrate the kingdom. Hearing that, Afro felt somewhat uneasy and thought it over. Merchants can certainly gain easy access to information. But who is behind them, and why are they selling goods so cheaply? They would need enormous financial backing to do this. There is more than one person who could do something like this. The crown prince of the Empala Empire. The person who declared war on Letella after it rose as a magical nation. Though that person would certainly disappear once Axlos took action. His appearance was not even described clearly, but he was depicted very clearly as the kind of ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goals. She seemed unable to remember it clearly. I only remember that his hair was described as red as blood. So Afro asked, Axel, who is currently the crown prince of the Empala Empire. Axlos gave her a brief explanation. Human. He was only recently made crown prince. He has been acting very aggressively to consolidate his power. Hearing that, she was slightly startled and immediately denied it. No way. Afro's footsteps suddenly stopped. Axel, this is only my suspicion, but Crown Prince Human may very well be the one behind all of this. She said that, but she seemed quite certain. Axlos still seemed a little surprised. Crown Prince Human? He did not think so and was about to refute it. Even if he is aggressive and powerful, does the Empala Empire truly have enough influence to reach Letella? Afro, on the other hand, was very confident in her own ability. You know I have prophetic dreams, don't you? Recently, I dreamed that a war broke out. She told them what she knew. In the future, Blue was renamed Ast, and Letella became a magical nation. Axlos understood. So that is why you suggested changing the name. Afro hurriedly admitted it. Yes, that is right. Axlos immediately made a proposal without hesitation. I understand. Then we should prepare in advance. That left her unable to hide her astonishment. I do not think you would believe me so easily. Afro hesitated slightly and asked again, You truly believe me? It was not something that could be accepted so easily. But he, in contrast, found it perfectly natural. If those are words you spoke, why would I not believe them easily? She felt somewhat helpless. What is this? Axlos stopped dwelling on it and changed the subject. Anyway, give me that bag. I will carry it for you. Afro felt it was unnecessary, but she still handed him the bag as he asked. It is only one dress. How heavy could it possibly be? She sank into thought. Anyone would surely think it was absurd. How foolish. Axlos truly believes what I say. Not being able to be honest with someone who trusts me so completely is truly painful. After that, the two of them returned to the mansion. On the table was a carefully made cake. When Afro saw it, she praised it with delight. Today's dessert is waffles. It looks delicious. Senna warmly welcomed the two of them. Yes, my lady. Welcome back. She proudly introduced it to Axlos. I know the most delicious way to eat waffles. Just wait a moment. Seeing that Afro seemed to like it very much, he suggested, If you like this so much, I will give you my portion. Afro, however, refused. No, please try eating it like this. Axlos looked at the cake before him, slightly moved. You like sweets so much, yet you prepared this for me. But Afro did not pay much attention to that. It is nothing special. Just try it. Her eyes sparkled as she waited for his reaction. It was a combination I used to love when I worked part-time in Korea. After Axlos tasted it, he exclaimed, It really is delicious. Afro seemed very satisfied with that answer. See? I told you it was very good. She suddenly reached out and touched his face. You have cream here, Axel. Afro smiled innocently and teased him. Sometimes you are just like a child. Axlos blushed slightly and thought to himself, Afro seems much happier after finding that clue. That is a relief, but he voiced a question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. Afro, sometimes I wonder whether you see me as a man. She seemed not to understand why Axlos had suddenly asked that. He added, "You are so comfortable being close to me, and you touch my face as if it is nothing." Afro reached out and picked up the teacup on the table. "What is so serious about that? It is just the two of us." Yet Axelos's next words made her blush in shock, nearly choking. "After all, we have kissed already." Afro cried out shyly, "Axel." He leaned his face closer to hers and asked, "Did you dislike it when I kissed you?" Afro hurriedly reminded him. "I had already managed to forget it, and now you," Axelos asked again. "Was it so unpleasant that you wanted to forget it?" Hearing that, she quickly denied it. "It was not unpleasant. It is just that I was the only one." Then Afro abruptly stopped, as if realizing something. She saw two maids standing there with expressions full of curiosity and wondered, "What is this?" Since when were Senna and Real there? Seeing that Afro was not focused, Axelos called to her. "Afro, where are you looking?" "I am right here." He came even closer and pressed her with questions. "What were you about to say?" "It was not unpleasant." "And then what?" This made her cry out in embarrassment. "Your face is too close." Her face flushed bright red, and her head spun. "He seems to have realized that I get weak when faced with that expression." Axelos smiled gently and tried suggesting, "Perhaps if we do it again, you will understand your feelings." Afro panicked and immediately refused. "No, I am fine. Truly." Just then, Odin hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in to report. "My lord, madam, the Merchant Association has arrived right outside the mansion." She frantically pushed him away and ordered, "The Merchant Association? Then let them in." But Odin added, "The problem is that it is the Merchant Association from the Impala Empire that visited last time, and the atmosphere is quite tense." Hearing that, both of them were slightly startled and regained their composure. Afro walked quickly toward the door, wanting to confirm it. The Imperial Merchant Eva came back. Odin confirmed with certainty, "Yes." It is strange that they returned so soon after their last visit. She seemed to calm down somewhat after grasping the situation. Actually, it is not strange for merchants to come to the mansion. Odin is a veteran head steward. He must have noticed something suspicious too. If the Merchant Association coming at this time is Delucci, then this is truly troublesome. Because that Merchant Association is. Just then, a report echoed from outside. "Head steward, the merchants have forced their way through the mansion gate." Someone outside scolded them aggressively. "What? How dare they be so rude?" Her expression turned serious. Because that association was personally operated by the Crown Prince of the Empire. The person waiting outside had fiery red hair. After observing the place, he gave a faint smile. "So this is the place?" Crown Prince Human asked in a mocking tone. "The home of the esteemed hero?" Odin did not hesitate to warn him. "Did I not clearly instruct you to wait outside the gate, sir? Do you not recognize that this behavior is considered rude in Latella?" He did not seem angry and explained, "I do not understand how merchants coming to sell goods can be considered rude. Our Ark Merchant Association has many quality products. I am sure even the esteemed hero will be satisfied with our goods." Listening to their conversation, Afro worriedly wondered, approaching so aggressively and rudely like this, what exactly are they intending? Just then, a voice startled her. "Afro." Axelos took the initiative and suggested, "I will handle this. Could you wait in the room for a while?" Afro still seemed somewhat hesitant. "But, Axel," he took the initiative to explain, "if your prophetic dream is correct, they are our enemies. And as the head of the household, I have a duty to protect you and our family." Axelos reached out toward her, "And above all else, your safety is the most important thing to me." He gently and carefully touched Afro's face. Crown Prince Human and Axelos stood facing each other. He glanced toward Afro, who was standing behind Axelos. "So that is the rumored Marchioness." Axelos noticed the Crown Prince's gaze and snapped. "Who are you looking at?" He found a random excuse. "My apologies. I am merely a guard, so I am not accustomed to noble etiquette." Axelos had no desire to pay much attention to that and asked bluntly, "Enough. State your reason for trespassing into my mansion." Crown Prince Human seemed somewhat displeased by his words. "Trespassing? We are only merchants who came to promote our goods. We are the Ark Merchant Association from the Impala Empire. Facing fierce competition in Empala, we have come to establish friendly relations with Letella. Axelos's expression clearly showed his irritation and lack of trust. Ignoring his expression, the man continued speaking. And among the families here, we wish to establish relations with the most influential one, the Hostile family. I hope to form a good connection with Marquis Hostile. The person Crown Prince Human was targeting was Axelos. Axelos clearly displayed his dissatisfaction and lack of welcome toward him. You speak too boldly for an uninvited guest. I have no reason to accept negotiations from someone I cannot trust. Crown Prince Human presented his condition without hesitation. 15%. If you agree to trade with Ark, we will supply goods at a price 15% below the minimum. However, Axelos still firmly maintained his original attitude. Even without your discounts, we have enough goods. Therefore, we have no reason to trade with you. Even so, he did not seem particularly offended and calmly changed the subject. What a pity. Incidentally, if I may ask, Crown Prince Human looked up above his head. The invisible energy surrounding this mansion, is that what people call magic? Axelos reached out and touched the particles of magic. I have only heard that highly perceptive knights can sense magical power. An ability like that seems a bit much for an ordinary merchant's guard. He assessed the man with meaningful implication. Crown Prince Human did not answer and instead bowed politely. I will take that as a compliment. Please reconsider our proposal. Axelos gave him the same answer as before. My decision will not change. Leave. Crown Prince Human looked regretful. What a true pity. His gaze seemed threatening. You will regret this choice. Regardless, it was an honor to meet you, Lord Hostile. Axelos said nothing and simply stood still, watching Crown Prince Human leave. The door slammed shut in front of Axelos. Inside the room, a maid spoke up and asked attentively, "My lady, are you all right? You must have been frightened." Afro hurriedly answered to reassure her. "No, I am fine. Thank you for worrying about me." Senna took the initiative to suggest, "I will bring hot tea to help you calm down." Uneasy, Afro could not help recalling the image of Crown Prince Human from earlier and told herself, that man is definitely not an ordinary guard. The aura around him was far stronger than that of a merchant's escort. Even the head merchant was afraid of him. Hair as red as blood. An image suddenly flashed through her mind. Only then did Afro startle, as if she had realized the truth. Could be. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Human had already left the mansion. A member of the Merchant Association cautiously asked, "Excuse me, how did it go?" "Your Highness," Crown Prince Human. Although he had been rejected, his mood did not seem bad. Crown Prince Human even asked himself cheerfully, "What should I do now?" He suddenly remembered Afro's frightened expression when she saw him. Crown Prince Human smiled with interest and ordered, "Let us return. I will consider the next move." The carriage began to roll away. At present, Human was always struggling to erase the label of being the child of a barbarian mother, and he was constantly threatened because of his bloodline. He had achieved many accomplishments before becoming Crown Prince. But even after becoming Crown Prince, his position was still unstable. To consolidate his power, he planned to control all of Letella. But then Axelos suddenly appeared, a hero with extraordinary power known as magic. Because Axelos was now regarded as a hero in Letella, Human decided to tame Axelos himself. That was why he had come to the Hostile Mansion. Crown Prince Human suddenly asked, "You said Letella is very joyful?" The member of the Merchant Association hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, Your Highness." He tried to assess the current situation. Preparing the Delia Order Merchant Association's ships and visiting under the pretext of establishing trade should be enough. The man quickly proposed, "Then shall we leave the representative position vacant?" But Crown Prince Human did not want to do that. "No, for the time being, I will continue acting as a guard." The Merchant Association member quickly accepted the order. "I understand. I will inform them immediately." He quietly repeated one name. Letella. Unlike the Impala Desert, this place was warm and flowers and fruits bloomed. Crown Prince Human observed the scenery outside and silently recalled it. It was the homeland his mother had always wanted to visit once, though he had never thought he would visit it in this way. In truth, it felt as though he had already been there. An image of Afro briefly appeared in his mind again. Unfortunately, the hero Axelos did not seem easy to control. But was there not a woman who embodied the spring of Letella? Without a doubt, that woman. Crown Prince Human felt very pleased that he had guessed a secret. She was the hero's weakness. Meanwhile, at Axelos's mansion, He was still lost in thought. The Merchant Association's suspicious visit, their hidden motives, the merchants forcing their way into the mansion, and that mysterious guard. Afro's warning kept appearing in his mind. I cannot sleep at all. Axlos remembered how Afro had carefully warned him at that time. It would be best to investigate whoever is backing them. It may be someone among the nobles of Empela. That made him feel worried. She was definitely talking about her dream of war. Empela intends to weaken Latella, and they may already have planted spies here. Axlos turned and asked, "What is it?" Senna reported, "My lord, your student has arrived." He was a little surprised. Why would Axlos find it strange? Had she come at this hour? Princess Andrea politely spoke first. "I'm truly sorry to disturb you so late, Marquis Hostile." Axlos frowned, somewhat suspicious of her sudden appearance. "What brings you here at this hour, princess?" Andrea sighed. Or perhaps she was exhausted by his overly suspicious attitude. "While reviewing confidential documents on magic resistance syndrome, we found this. You need to see it immediately. Surely you do not need to be that wary. Would you come with me to the Royal Archives right now?" Axlos hurriedly questioned her. "Could it be that you found a clue?" She smiled triumphantly. "Of course. You know me too well. However, my skill with the ancient language is limited. I cannot fully interpret all of its contents. So it would be best for you to read and judge it yourself." He was delighted inside, as if he had finally grasped fate. It seemed they had at last found a clue. Axlos eagerly agreed. "Then let us go at once." They quickly activated a magic circle. Brilliant, dazzling streams of golden light radiated out, enveloping the luxurious library space. Princess Andrea handed him the book to begin their work. "Would you examine this book?" She opened the book. Princess Andrea exuded calm and intelligence. Her amber eyes focused intently on the page. "We interpreted the aura surrounding this heart as mana. The heart on the left, surrounded by an aura, represents high magical compatibility, and the barren heart on the right represents magic resistance syndrome." Axlos pointed curiously. "Then what does this phrase mean? 500 years later?" She spoke like a professor. "According to another book I read, priests often wrote their impressions immediately after receiving a prophecy beside the symbolic image. Those notes are valuable clues for interpreting prophecies. Perhaps 500 years later means that it can only be interpreted now." The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment as the truth was revealed. His expression became unusually grave. "By that reasoning, our current discovery of mana matches the prophecy 500 years later." Princess Andrea pointed to the drawing of a tree in the book. "However, I do not understand the next part. Since mana originates from the heart, interpreting that aura as mana seems reasonable. But what do the dagger and this right mean?" "Literally, it says to carve out the heart and offer it as a sacrifice, but surely there must be some other implication. Perhaps if we ask the great sage for help, there will be another interpretation." The atmosphere grew heavy once more when Axlos asked the question. "So, you know the great sage?" He was extremely suspicious. He had never mentioned him to her directly. She glanced away and awkwardly explained, "Ah well, that was written in the Royal Archives, and Afro mentioned him as well." Axlos felt slightly jealous. "You two seem closer than I thought," Princess Andrea said proudly. "Afro and I are good friends." He was grateful for her cooperation this time. "In any case, thank you. Next time, I will teach you how to send messages properly." Her eyes sparkled flatteringly. "You rarely agree to teach things like that so easily." He acted coldly, suspicious, yet in truth, he was easily swayed. "Well, I am your teacher, after all." Axlos was so irritated that he even began forming a plan. "I do not like how the princess clings to Afro, and this sudden visit could also cause Afro to misunderstand. I must cut this off quickly." He quickly teleported back to his room. Axelos's steps were heavy. Isla was probably at Yokia Peak. He lightly raised his hand, exuding a regal aura that was arrogant and breathtakingly alluring. "The hidden space where I trained with Islet. After the training ended, I never intended to open it again. And yet now I have to open it once more." In the hazy space, the sound of footsteps striking the classically patterned tiles rang out with firm decisiveness. The footsteps drew closer and closer to the door. As if announcing someone's arrival, the door opened. It was Afro. She hurriedly came to speak to him. "Axel, I'm sorry it is so late. Can we talk for a moment?" A blinding snowstorm enveloped the mountainside, covering the pines and desolate cliffs in a cold, pure white. Axlos panted in the cold. It has been a long time since I came to Yokia. This place is still covered in eternal white snow. New snow piles upon old snow, making the mountain even more prone to avalanches. The rabbit cave. Yes, the only small creature that could survive here must be Islet. Just what exactly are you doing here? On the rough cliff face, riddled with cracks. Islet's ears twitched. HM, does it make sense for someone who abandoned his mentor to come looking for me again to talk? Axlos knelt down in shock. Are you that disappointed? He brushed it off as if it were only natural. More or less. I know you would not seek me out without a reason. Why have you come here? He had no choice but to endure it and ask for help, which made Islet laugh scornfully. Ah, it is about the ancient prophecy. How ironic. You cast me aside, and when you need me, you come running back. Axlos sighed wearily. I admit I was at fault then. He turned away and acted haughty. At least you know how to admit fault. Axlos offered the best condition he could. If you return to the mansion, I guarantee I will treat you with the utmost respect. Islet showed not the slightest interest in those words. Then came a piercing question. That little girl is still doing well, is she not? Axlos snapped. If not for Afro, I would never have come to you. He smiled. Of course, if you have seen the prophecy, then you must know what your ancestors did. Axlos lowered his head slightly. Now I understand clearly. In the confidential documents the princess had presented, the record said that the hostile family were traitors. The first king exiled the traitor named Hostile to Yokia Peak. But as a result, the northern lands had to suffer a curse. Axlos bowed his head with a sorrowful expression. After that, only the descendants of House Hostile could govern the northern lands, and the king had no choice but to hand control over to them. The king suspected that Hostile was behind the curse and remained wary of House Hostile until his final breath. Even so, he believed the opposite. If the first member of House Hostile truly cursed the North, the family would not have continued passing down the mission to break the curse. Clearly, someone else cast the curse. Islet carefully analyzed the document in the book. The prophecy appeared exactly when Hostile was cursed. Axlos was impatient to know. Can you decipher what that means? But he evaded the question by complaining about the cold. Who knew Yokia Peak would be this cold? My fur has suffered greatly. My thoughts are not clear either. With a worried and pleading expression, Axlos begged earnestly. Please, even a small hint would be enough. Islet pointed at the ancient characters and explained their meaning. The heart is the origin of life. What that girl needs is your life force. Give her your heart, which is full of mana, and her magic resistance syndrome will melt away like snow. Axelos's body froze, and his mind fell into chaos. His heart for Afro, Islet continued in amusement. No matter how precious she may be, giving away your life is still. Axelos could not believe what he had heard and asked again to make sure. Truly, do you truly mean my ordinary heart can save Afro? Thank heavens. Islet exuded exasperation, helplessness, and was almost at a loss for words, as though questioning life itself. Let me ask just to be sure. You know humans cannot live without a heart, do you not? He declared firmly. I know, but for her, I am willing to sacrifice everything I have. If there was one thing more terrifying than death, it would be, he was happy because it had been so long since he had returned. It has been so long since I visited. This bed is still soft and comfortable. Axelos had to restrain himself greatly to bring Islet back here. He quickly left. Then I will be going. Islet bid him farewell coldly. Yes, go. Hurry up and get out of my sight. Axelos gently closed the door. Islet comfortably lay on the soft mattress and slept soundly, creating an extremely peaceful and adorable scene. He heard a sound at the door and opened his eyes to look. Why are you still here, Real? Real politely made an offer. Please excuse me. I came to help tie to your bed. Islet's eyes instantly shifted into vigilance. He shouted at her mercilessly. Get out. I said get out. How dare an ordinary human come in here? She awkwardly apologized. Little rabbit, I am sorry. Islet kept shouting. I told you to leave at once. He rose, his eyes glowing bright red, surrounded by a strange, ghostly purple demonic aura that floated in the air. That power seeped into every corner of the room. Islet stood there in hatred. After being cared for by Afro for so long, I let my guard down. Only now do I notice the stench of humans filling the entire room. Afro, that child is special. She's not like other humans, because her vitality is depleted. She no longer has any scent. A magic circle activated, shooting up brilliant and powerful golden pillars of light as if to tear apart the surrounding space. Heavy footsteps rang out as Axelosa's tall black boots slowly approached. His smile was gentle and his demeanor calm. He told himself, "At first I intended to stay by Afro's side, but it is all right. Knowing that Afro's illness can be cured makes me feel relieved." But why does the mansion suddenly feel so chaotic? Axelosa's premonition grew certain when Senna screamed, "My lord!" He turned in alarm. "Senna, did something happen to Afro?" Her eyes were wet, as if she were about to cry. "This is terrible, my lord. The young lady has fainted again." His gentle smile disappeared. In its place was Axelosa's dazed face, filled with overwhelming shock. "What?" He rushed off without hesitation. Senna pitifully recounted what had happened. "I happened to see that your bedroom door was still open. When I went to close it, the young lady was inside." In utter panic, Axelos hurriedly reached out and shouted in despair, as if trying to stop the dreadful thing unfolding before his eyes. But it was already too late. Afro, Real was speechless. "My lord." Afro remained deep asleep. It made his legs tremble endlessly. "She must have entered the room right after I left. Her condition is so poor that even a tiny amount of lingering mana was enough to make her faint. Just when I thought I had found a clue." She asked anxiously, "Real, how is she? Has Miss Afro gotten better?" Real answered in sorrow, "Fortunately, her breathing has stabilized, but she is still." Axelos was deeply grateful. "Real, Senna, thank you for taking care of her." The two of them turned toward him fearfully. "My lord." He volunteered to stay and care for her. "I will watch over her now. Go and rest. It is late." They did not forget to give instructions before leaving. "Yes, my lord. If anything happens, please call us immediately." In the freezing winter air, beyond the brilliant sunset that dyed the whole sky gold, Afro hazily opened her eyes. "Axel." Afro had just woken up on the royal bed and called out, "Axel." She stepped down from the bed in confusion. "I remember going into Axel's room at dawn and fainting. Did I sleep all the way until now? Axel must have brought me back to my room. But where is he now?" Afro stepped outside and was startled to find Axel already standing there waiting. She wondered, "Axel, why are you standing here? Please come in." He forced a smile. "I just wanted to breathe some air. I was sweating too much." She smiled brightly and waved, inviting Axelos into the room. "Come in, Axel. I will have Jack prepare a bath for you." He leaned away and avoided her. "It is all right. I should meet you here." That made Afro ponder. "Huh? Why does it feel like he's avoiding touching me?" She tried to pull Axelos in. "We can meet inside too. Besides, the sweat on you must have dried by now." He avoided her even more. "The clothes underneath have not dried." That was the problem. Afro's face crumpled, her eyes squeezed shut, her mouth hanging open, and a drop of sweat ran down her temple. "He clearly just flung me off." Axelos did not forget to tell her something else. "Also, Afro, I have locked the connecting door between our rooms." On the outside, she smiled faintly. On the inside, she cried silently at the sudden dilemma. "What? Did we not agree to keep that door open? Why did you lock it again?" He awkwardly explained, "It is for your own good, Afro." Afro was irritated, thinking she had been deceived. Doing something for my own good, without a proper explanation, is even stranger. Honestly, Axel, this makes me really sad. I thought we had finally grown closer. Was I mistaken? Axelos lowered his head sorrowfully. Senna told me she saw you faint after entering my room. I locked it because I was worried you might faint again if I accidentally left suddenly, like today. I'm sorry for locking it so abruptly without telling you first. She asked curiously, "But where did you go?" He answered softly, "Yokia Peak. I went to Sea Islet." Afro's hand froze. "Islet? Why did you suddenly go to Sea Islet? Were you not still upset about what happened before? You know, when he dropped me from the railing." Axelos's confession was exceedingly gentle as he revealed the reason for his unexpected action. "I was, but I thought you seemed sad, so I brought him back for you." I placed him in the former head's room. She could not believe that strange action had been for her. He really went out at dawn just to bring Islet, someone he dislikes, back here for me? It makes no sense at all. His eyes were filled with guilt as he gently touched Afro's face. "More importantly, I am sorry I made you faint because of me. I promise I will be more careful. I will make sure this never happens again." "I am sorry, Afro." At the magnificent castle, Princess Andrea quietly stepped out. She smiled triumphantly. "I've become rather good at sneaking out, have I not? I gave my personal maid 1,000 gold coins. Money does not matter. Today at last I will. Princess Andrea happily recalled Afro's adorable appearance. "Your Highness, let us go shopping." Because of that, she became even more determined. "I will buy many gifts for that spring breeze. Wait for me, my beloved Afro." Honestly, I could easily summon merchants directly, but openly sending gifts to House Hostile would provoke the king. He should focus on governing the country. Princess Andrea felt disgusted as she imagined the emperor shouting in her imagined scene. How can a princess be so shameless as to send such extravagant gifts to the head of the noble faction? Do you have no royal dignity? Ah, she thought in exasperation. It is not that I am afraid. I am avoiding him because I find him disgusting. Through the manna spreading around the palace, I heard sounds. Crown Prince Human seems to be discussing taxation in the West. He even whined to a servant to handle it for him. He removed me from the line of succession just because I'm a princess, then made a complete fool of the crown prince. His judgment is terrible. Let us ignore this and go into town. Princess Andrea ordered the carriage to stop. "Stop here. I will get off here." She stepped down gracefully. It took longer than I expected. I will have to give Afro her gifts another day. Among the Merchant Association shops today, Ark stood out the most. That shop has established a firm position among famous merchants. It was so unique that I bought more than I intended. The Marquis's reaction differs from the established principles, but there have not been any serious problems yet. Thanks to Afro, magic is developing, and becoming Axel's student has helped strengthen my position. But for Afro, living with magic-resistance syndrome must be extremely painful. Though I found a few clues about magic-resistance syndrome by searching through the Royal Library, even with Axel's help in deciphering them, they're still very difficult. We must find a solution before her physical strength collapses completely. I worry whether her frail body can endure it. I should return to my room and review the notes once more. Shock appeared clearly on Princess Andrea's beautiful face when she was suddenly surrounded by the sounds of recent discussions. The voice of Crown Prince Human rang out, making her freeze in place. "We wish to restructure the Letella market. This is the will of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Impala Empire." Princess Andrea turned in surprise. "Why are people from the Empire in the royal palace?" He continued his presentation. "The Impala Empire will revive the Letella market, build factories, develop technology, and increase employment." She discovered that the discussion was taking place before her. This manna vibration is coming from the reception hall. Crown Prince Human looked proud and triumphant. They are openly declaring that they will dominate the Letella market. Princess Andrea's weary mind struggled. The king is refusing, but they are far too confident. How can a mere merchant representative dare speak that way to a king? I should send more manna to the reception hall, so I can hear more clearly. His threatening voice echoed throughout the mansion. This is His Majesty's mercy toward Letella. How pitiful. We are offering everything, from ownership of the factories to taxation rights. The dazzling splendor of power filled the room. A calculating, triumphant smirk appeared on the crown prince's face. "It is rare to be offered such a generous relationship. Your Majesty, what more could possibly be unsatisfactory?" The king's face turned pale, and he quietly ground his teeth as he thought, "I did not realize it before, because he was in disguise, but this man is Crown Prince Human." Then he silently glanced to the side. Human thought about how he had to wear a mask to hide himself, then curled his lips into a faint smile. "My apologies for the intrusion. I did not think I would be able to enter unless I disguised myself as a merchant guard. Since this is an unofficial visit, as you can see, surely you understand, Princess Andrea." Elsewhere, as if sensing something, Andrea looked briefly surprised and wondered. "Crown Prince Human? What is happening in the reception hall?" At the same time, the king finally raised a hand to cover his face in helplessness and requested, "Give me time to consider." Crown Prince Human's bland laugh immediately rang out. "I will await a favorable response." Princess Andrea seemed to see that scene faintly and furrowed her brows. They are exchanging official documents. But this place is too far away for me to see clearly. At the very least, I should cast a tracking spell to make up for it. In the original story, Crown Prince Human brought the Continental Alliance with him to conquer Letella. But that was after hundreds of mages had appeared. The timeline has been pushed forward by a great deal. Just then, Human suddenly saw points of light flashing in the air and wondered silently, that invisible white light. His eyes instinctively narrowed dangerously at the same time. Andrea seemed to sense something as well, and her eyes suddenly widened. A guess slipped into her mind. Could Crown Prince Human know magic? He is looking directly this way. I should temporarily withdraw my magic. Right now, Axlos and I are the only ones in Letella who can use magic. If Human knows magic, then he must have already met Axlos. Axlos surely would not have treated Crown Prince Human with respect, which means Human intends to eliminate him. And Axelos's only weakness is Afro. Afro could become Crown Prince Human's target. I have to hurry and warn them. But just as she was about to turn away, a pair of hands suddenly appeared from behind her, trying to grab her. Found you. Andrea's white mana immediately reacted, and she spun around, forcefully knocking Human's hands away. How insolent! You dare touch a princess? Seeing that, he curled his lips into a scornful, mocking smile. Ha! And is the princess's hobby eavesdropping like a rat? But Andrea did not answer him. Instead, she remained completely on guard and calculated silently. I meant to pretend I knew nothing, but it seems he has noticed. What should I do? Even so, Human did not give her a chance to think. He leaned his face close and spoke in an excited voice. Interesting. Very interesting. I thought the only mage in this tiny kingdom was Lord Hostile. After regaining her composure, Andrea curled her lips into a faint, mocking smile. What empty boasting. You seem rather foolish yourself. It seems you have never seen real magic before. Allow me to show you what it looks like. As soon as she finished speaking, something impossible to see clearly shot past Human's face before he could react. When he lowered his body and turned his head to look, a window pane behind him had shattered to pieces. Though startled, Human quickly straightened again and questioned her arrogantly. Andrea, do you realize who I am, speaking to me like that? She calmly shrugged without the slightest hesitation and replied, Oh my. And you still laid hands on me despite knowing exactly who I am, did you not? Try touching me again. I will show you magic far worse than that. Hearing this, Human narrowed his cold eyes slightly, then smiled with interest as he thought, I thought she was merely a foolish princess caught up in the king's ridiculous scandal. But in terms of magic, she seems genuinely useful. If I handle this smoothly, she will have value. Because he had already made up his mind, Human's tone unconsciously softened as well. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness. I will be busy from now on, but soon let us meet again properly. Only then did Andrea relax slightly, watching him leave in great confusion. Busy? What is he planning to do? I have to inform Lord Hostile immediately. In the middle of speaking, she suddenly realized something and widened her eyes. Wait. Elsewhere, Axlos was sitting alone, deep in thought. He lightly placed a hand over his chest and thought to himself, Alice said my heart could heal Afro. My purpose in life is to remain by her side forever. But if it is to save her, I am willing to sacrifice this life. This is the princess's message charm. At this hour, as soon as Axlos touched the charm on the table, blue letters immediately appeared in the air. Urgent, carriage, danger, reddish-brown hair, merchant guard, target. As if realizing something, his face instantly went pale, and he softly uttered a name. Afro. Points of light quickly slipped through every corner. I have to find her. Calm down. Listen carefully for any sign of Afro. Even the smallest sound will do. Please. Just then, Axlos heard Afro's very faint sneeze. His eyes flew open, and he quickly identified the location. The indoor garden on the first floor. An image of a fountain immediately appeared in his mind. In the small garden, Axlos lightly flicked his hand, nimbly controlling the points of light. I will carefully send communication mana to the princess. I must make sure not even a trace touches Afro. She has to come to the mansion immediately. Wait, they already. Axlos hurriedly sprang to his feet and shouted, Afro. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, behind it was the indoor garden on the first floor. Axlos rushed out from the smoke and urgently spoke. Afro, can you hear me? Suddenly, an arrow shot out from somewhere, but he easily caught it. Intruders have already entered the mansion. At the same time, a shrill scream rang out from within the smoke. Run! That sound made him freeze instinctively as well. The frightened screams of the servants. Intruders hiding in the smoke, threatening me from the darkness. They deliberately caused chaos to capture Afro. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, Axelos's pupils contracted and dense murderous intent poured out of him. How dare you? His furious growl had not yet ended when someone rushed out of the smoke and attacked. The man's blade swept toward Axelos's neck at tremendous speed, but Axelos merely flicked his hand calmly. Not just one, but every assassin hiding in the smoke was sent flying. Axelos thought silently. You plotted something that filthy against Afro. He clenched his fist and snapped the arrow. His face was so furious that veins stood out as he growled. Do you think superior numbers will save you? Just then, Andrea hurried over from behind. More hostile. Seeing her arrive, he suddenly regained his composure. There you are, princess. Andrea suddenly raised her head and declared, Leave this to me. Those words surprised Axelos so much that he turned sharply. You mean, as if understanding his meaning, she cut him off and explained, With the magic you taught me, I can handle something like this. Afro's safety is most important right now. Hurry and go to her. Hearing this, Axelos gave a soft laugh of admiration. Even an ordinary student has moments when she shines, I see. Andrea, annoyed by the teasing, snapped back, I'm not ordinary, you know. Even so, Axelos entrusted the place to her with complete confidence. Then I leave this to you, Princess Andrea. Seeing that he had left, she raised her hand as if warming up. All right then. Facing her were several assassins who looked down on her and sneered. Andrea gave an excited smile and began moving the white points of light. Let's review the magic lessons I have learned. Meanwhile, the commotion outside had reached Afro's ears. She glanced over blankly and asked cautiously, Senna, what is that sound? Senna looked in that direction as well and replied, I'm not certain, my lady. I will go check immediately. Afro looked down at the paper neatly placed on the desk and felt dissatisfied. I specifically asked them to keep quiet while I organized the documents for the masquerade ball. Did something happen? Even so, she still smiled gently and spoke. It is all right, Senna. I will go see for myself. Hearing that, Senna looked somewhat flustered and advised her, but, my lady, that is my duty. Afro paid no attention and stood up, walking straight toward the source of the sound. No, it will not take long. But then she suddenly turned her head and wondered, did I just hear something? Why is that person hiding their presence instead of showing themselves? Axel would not do something like this. Senna has not noticed. Thinking that, Afro suddenly became serious and called softly, Senna. Senna answered in confusion, Yes, my lady. Unable to hide her unease, Afro glanced over and ordered, Could you bring me wine and a pot of tea at once? Senna was also startled by her expression. Then Senna seemed to understand her meaning and obeyed. I understand. I will return quickly. Afro instructed her softly. Good. Be careful. After Senna left, Afro broke into a cold sweat and nervously told herself, That is the code Senna and I prepared as a precaution. I'm glad we planned ahead. Waiting alone until Senna returns is truly worrying. But I will be fine. I still have the bracelet Axel gave me. This bracelet even kept Alice from approaching, so I trust it. Just a little longer. Axel will notice and come to me. While Afro was thinking, several shadows suddenly appeared behind her. Afro was not surprised at all and quietly gritted her teeth. Just as I suspected, intruders have entered. A man with a hood wrapped around his head curled his lips into a sneer and said, Hey, are you really all right being alone? The man beside him pointed a knife at her and threatened, Stop wasting your strength. Quietly come with us. We do not want to hurt you. Afro lowered her head slightly and obeyed them. In her heart, she continued judging the situation. They must have broken the garden barrier when they came in. Because of my condition, Axel made the barrier thin and did not use powerful magic. But even if it was weakened, Axel would certainly notice if the barrier was broken. I just need to stay calm and wait for him. Senna will return soon too. I'm so scared. What if something happens and I die, Axel? Just as Afro's mind was about to be swallowed by fear, Senna returned. She shouted loudly, Take your hand off my lady at once. The man holding the knife hurriedly pulled his hand back and turned in surprise. What now? Afro quickly regained her senses and shouted an order. Hurry, Senna. Senna obeyed and threw the wine bottle in her hand. Yes, my lady. Standing beside the man with the knife, Afro tensely watched the wine bottle flying toward her. As long as I have that, I can hold out until Axel arrives. The man did not stand still either. He raised his hand and shoved her shoulder hard, shouting, Do not let her. Do you think you can get your hands on that? Because Afro was shoved hard, she missed her chance to catch the wine bottle. Then it simply fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The wine inside the bottle immediately splashed everywhere. Everyone stared in shock as a dark red puddle of wine gradually spread across the floor. Seeing this, the two assassins laughed smugly. What is this? Just ordinary wine? We're not sure what you meant to do, but it's spilled. What a pity. But Afro suddenly curved the corners of her lips slightly. A flash of determination appeared in her eyes. No. Then she immediately used a cloth to tightly cover her mouth and nose. Senna beside her also covered her nose with a handkerchief. A cloud of white smoke suddenly shot upward. The man holding the knife, still unaware of what was happening, ground his teeth and demanded, "Huh? What are you smirking about?" Before he could finish speaking, his words were replaced by the terrified screams of both men. "What is this hot smoke? What is that smell?" Looking at the broken wine bottle giving off smoke, Afro thought to herself, "This wine is a simple medicine that can change its composition based on impact. Even just inhaling it causes terrible dizziness. It causes the face to swell like an allergic reaction, but it is not life-threatening, right?" His face is swelling. He will faint soon. Behind her, Senna quickly stepped forward to check on Afro's condition. "My lady, are you all right? Were you frightened?" Afro smiled with curved eyes to reassure her. "I am fine because you came quickly, Senna. Axel will probably arrive soon too." Before she could finish speaking, a sound from the nearby bushes drew her attention. Afro and Senna instantly looked over in alarm and went on guard. "Wait, there is still another intruder." The bushes shook more and more violently. A black shadow sprang out from within, startling Afro. But unexpectedly, that person was Axlos, calling out in panic. Afro, seeing who had come, Afro removed the cloth and called back Axel. As if he had found a lost treasure, Axlos hurriedly embraced her tightly. "Afro, are you all right?" Afro cried out in slight surprise. "Axel, you finally came." Only then did Afro's mind relax. Fear immediately rushed over her without stopping. "I knew Axel would come for me, but I was still so scared. Perhaps the relief of seeing him made me relax. Now I cannot hold on anymore." The hand she had been using to hold Axel's suddenly slipped free, leaving him confused. "Afro," and then Afro closed her eyes and fell backward. "I have reached my limit." Immediately afterward, Axlos and Senna's worried, panicked shouts rang out at the same time. "Afro, my lady." A long while later, in the quiet pink room, Afro was still unconscious, lying weakly on the bed. Axlos looked at her, his heart aching unbearably. Afro has grown much weaker. Before, she would not faint so easily from something like this. She even insisted on helping restore the mansion. Thinking of this, his gaze lowered slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "Is the Impala Empire behind this?" Andrea, standing beside him, answered possibly. "Before coming here, I saw the king speaking privately with Crown Prince Human. The man calling himself a merchant guard was Crown Prince Human." Axlos immediately recalled Afro's warning as well. Crown Prince Human is likely behind this. He could not help furrowing his brow in thought, just as Afro suspected. Then Axlos spoke again and asked, "What do you think Impala is aiming for?" Andrea's somewhat pensive voice rang out. "Most likely war." Axlos looked at Afro lying on the bed again and murmured softly. Afro said the same thing. Just then, Senna's voice rang out in announcement. "My lord, the royal guards have arrived." Hearing this, Axlos turned and left. "I will go at once." "Your Highness, please remain here. It would not be good for the kingdom to learn of your presence either." Andrea replied with some gratitude. "Thank you for your consideration." With that, the room fell silent once more. Andrea gently reached out and stroked Afro's hair. "Afro, I am truly sorry." Meanwhile, Axlos had quickly stepped outside. The two guards waiting there spoke in turn as soon as they saw him. "My lord, we have captured all the intruders. But why does it smell like wine here?" Axlos replied with a stern face, "It is nothing important." Even so, in his heart, he felt a little embarrassed as he thought of Afro and Senna's special move earlier. "I never imagined wine could be used in such a way. Wine brewed from flowers in the garden, when combined with unfiltered liquor, will react with the leaf residue and create a thick smoke with a sedative effect. I am surprised Afro thought of using it as a precaution when I was not present. I should give Afro more ways to defend herself." Not long after that, Afro woke up in bed. Somewhat speechless at herself, she slowly sat up. "I fainted again. Judging by how I feel, I must have slept the whole day." Fortunately, Axel came quickly that night. I thought he would arrive soon, but he came even faster than I expected. I should thank Axel properly. "Huh?" Axlos, from who knew where, he poked his head in and looked at her shyly. "Afro, you are awake." As soon as Afro saw him, she smiled brightly and called out, "Axel." Before she could say anything more, she found herself blankly wrapped in Axelos's warm embrace. Once she regained her senses, Afro laughed and reassured him. "Axel, I am all right now." "Axlos, you look as though you have not slept at all." Hearing that, Axlos blushed and looked at her anxiously as he replied, "Are you really all right? You were unconscious all day. I was so worried, Afro." Afro continued to smile brightly and said, "I guess I was just tired. Usually, something like this wouldn't be enough to make me faint." Only then did he look slightly relieved. "That's good, then." "Afro, I'm sorry for suddenly hugging you earlier. When Afro heard that, Axlos quickly stepped back and asked in bewilderment, "Why would you apologize for that?" Her words left him somewhat surprised. Only then did Afro stammer and express herself. "I mean, if you want to hug me, then just hug me. If you want to touch me, that's fine too. What I mean is I don't hate it when you touch me, Axlos." Axlos was instantly struck by how adorable she was and flushed bright red. After saying those words, Afro was also so embarrassed that she could not look directly at him. Afro lowered her gaze. Her eyes shimmered as though she was about to cry from embarrassment. Axlos, meanwhile, was still staring at her in shock, unable to react. This rosy atmosphere unknowingly made Afro fall into thought. I used to be certain that these feelings belonged to Afro. My heart races every time I see Axel. It makes me feel so warm and expectant. But when Afro's obsessive symptoms faded because her body had weakened, that fluttering feeling still didn't change at all. They were my feelings from the start. They belong entirely to me. Because she had confirmed her own feelings in her heart, she bravely took a step forward. "Axel, if I die, please don't be too sad." Hearing those words, Axlos suddenly stiffened and asked, "Why are you suddenly saying that, Afro? I already told you. I don't know what I would become without you. So how can you say something like that?" Even so, Afro was still very uneasy. Before she could say anything more, Axlos hurriedly cut her off. "No, I don't want to hear it." Seeing him avoid the subject like that, Afro could only close her eyes in resignation. She understood very clearly in her heart. He's clearly upset. This will only make it harder to leave him behind. But if I keep staying by his side, thinking this, Afro gently rubbed her hand and spoke cautiously. "Axel, before we leave Latella, I want to visit the temple." Axlos, still sulking, looked away and replied, "Only if you promise never to speak as though you're about to die again." Afro could only smile gently and reassure him. "I won't, I promise." Only then did Axlos sigh and ask, "All right, Afro, aside from visiting the temple, is there anything else you want to do?" She avoided his gaze a little and answered, "There are many things, actually." In her heart, Afro silently added, "Though my physical condition won't allow much." Come to think of it, ever since I came here, I've hardly ever been apart from Axlos. Unlike before, when I was always alone, I am now always surrounded by Axlos and everyone in this mansion. Will everyone be sad if I die? After I fainted, I vaguely remember hearing the princess's voice. Just thinking that she came to see Axlos makes me feel jealous. Though perhaps something happened. Good heavens. Before, I even hoped Axlos and the princess would be together. Yet now I'm jealous. I really am. While she was still lost in thought, Axlos gently asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I bring you some food?" Suddenly, Afro reached out and lightly hooked his little finger. "Axel." Axlos immediately clasped her hand tightly and asked tenderly, "What is it, Afro?" Afro softly parted her lips. Could it be, "Do you love me?" As soon as those words came out, Axlos froze on the spot for 5 seconds. Seeing his reaction, Afro's heart tightened. "I hope you didn't love me." Their hands were still clasped tightly together. But then Axlos suddenly loosened his grip. Feeling guilty, he avoided her eyes and did not dare look straight at Afro. Then her voice rang out, sounding somewhat relieved. "Thank goodness." Axlos jumped in surprise and wanted to explain, But Afro did not let him speak and quietly cut him off. "I was worried that you might love me. At this point, her heart was tangled like a ball of thread. Then why is Axlos so good to me? Guilt? Responsibility? Or perhaps something else? Even so, what I've realized is, Afro stepped forward and softly called, "Axel." At that moment, her heart rippled slightly, like a drop of water falling onto a still lake. Even if it is not called love, it is still possible to long deeply for someone. Afro smiled brilliantly. Her eyes curved and sparkled as she looked at Axlos and suggested, "Kiss me." Hearing that, he suddenly froze in disbelief. Axelos's cheeks instantly flushed red. He hesitantly asked, "Do you mean that?" Afro simply smiled at him, her eyes full of resolve. "Perhaps my personality is worse than I thought, because this feeling affects someone extraordinary so much, even if it is only a little." She reached out and gently touched Axelos's face, and then the two of them tenderly kissed each other on the lips. The passionate kiss made Afro's heart bloom like flowers. It felt so happy. A while later, both of them blushed shyly and gradually parted. In another corner, Senna sat flat on the ground and let out a soft groan. "Oh no, if we get caught, we're done for. Beside her was Princess Andrea, who was blushing and grinning. Goodness, it's not as though we committed a crime or anything, Senna. Senna, by contrast, was utterly flustered and pounded Andrea's back. This is improper. If his lordship finds out, we'll be in trouble. Even so, Andrea still smiled teasingly like a cat that had just stolen something. As long as we don't get caught, it's fine. If you keep shouting like that, we really will be exposed, Senna. After saying that, she and Senna once again poked their heads out to look. With hearing as sharp as his, he probably already knows. Oh no, we really have been caught. His lordship is looking this way. Senna immediately turned pale from Andrea's scare. Run! Night gradually fell. When maid saw Afro, she smiled and asked after her. Welcome back, my lady. You were out for quite a long walk. Still blushing, Afro smiled awkwardly, waved her hand, and replied, Ah, yes, I suppose. The weather was so nice, so I walked a little longer. I'll go inside first. Seeing Afro run away at full speed, the maid was left full of question marks. Ah, yes, but since you've only just recovered, please don't overexert yourself. Very quickly, Afro returned to her room. Only then was her reason overwhelmed by embarrassment. What did I do? What did I do? How am I supposed to face him tomorrow? Stop thinking about it. Stop it seriously. I'm definitely not the only one who keeps remembering that moment, right? Meanwhile, in another room, someone kept pacing back and forth. Axlos was no different from Afro. He was clutching his head, running in circles, and silently screaming. He even wanted to scream loudly enough for the whole palace to hear in the middle of the night. The next day, Axlos was still floating in a daze as he sat alone and muttered, It's almost time to leave. Looking at the empty room, he thought to himself, I have an appointment with the priest to review the temple records. But why did Afro suddenly want to visit the temple? Doesn't her constitution resist divine power? Previously, when we visited the temple together, she even fainted from a high fever. In short, these days, the temple is no longer important. The temple's power has weakened over time, and now the priests mostly only perform commemorative rituals. Although divine authority cannot suddenly recover at present, even a small amount of power has a great effect on Afro. So why would Afro, who is already frail, want to go to that temple? I must be crazy. How could I suspect her before she explains anything? Even if I suspect her, Afro is always right in the end. I must not doubt her, not even in my thoughts, until she tells me herself. But indeed, it is painful to remain silent about something related to Afro's health. It really is distressing. A while later, someone walked along the road in front of the temple's main building. Axlos approached and said coldly, I came to view the temple records. The priest bowed respectfully and replied, Please come inside. Shall I show you the records related to the hostile family? Hearing that, he politely answered, Yes, please. Nobles registered births at the temple. Afro's records should still be there. As Axlos looked through the record book, he thought to himself, it only shows how much the Roche family donated and that Afro visited the temple when she was 5. Did she simply forget that she fainted at the temple? She was young, after all. Perhaps she was only following her family's footsteps in supporting the temple. I can't believe I suspected her over this. When I return, I should suggest another place to visit. If I show her these records, Afro will probably understand. Axlos thought this as he walked out of the temple. Suddenly, his voice lowered dangerously. Before that, inside the dark dungeon, the two men who had previously gone to assassinate Afro heard a sound and turned around. Is it time for the guard shift already? Wait, isn't that Lord Hostile? How did he get into the prison? Guards, there's an intruder. After dealing with those two men, Axlos finally felt some relief in his heart. I should punish those who frightened Afro. Back in the study, Real suddenly spoke up. My lord, it is time for your meal. Axlos replied in a low voice, I'll be there soon. Real did not mind and changed the subject. Also, a reply has arrived from Duke Roche. Hearing that, he picked up the letter and examined it seriously. Looking at the dense lines of writing inside, Axlos pondered. I invited Duke Roche to the party to ask more about Afro. She says she cannot attend because travel is difficult and also asks whether she and Afro may visit the temple. His eyes darkened slightly in displeasure, and he reread one sentence from the letter. Have you forgotten how much I hate the temple? Afro, just what are you planning to do? Meanwhile, a pair of feet in pretty shoes stepped down the corridor. Afro closed her eyes and thought to herself with some annoyance. I focused too much on organizing the diary. Now I'm late for dinner. Reading those old diary pages from when I first came here made me lose track of time. Thinking this, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at a piece of paper. Not long after, Afro smiled brightly and led Cinna as they pushed open the door to her room. Axel, I'm sorry I'm late. I just bathed. Axelos's voice came from inside. It's fine, Afro. Come sit here. But the moment Afro saw his troubled expression, she realized he is unusually quiet today. She quickly sat down, tilted her head, and asked, Axel, did something happen? You went out early again today. Is it because of the crown prince? If you're worried, I'll skip the party. Axelos remained silent for a moment, then parted his lips and said blandly, It's nothing, Afro. I'm just a little tired. Afro's eyes wavered slightly, and she thought anxiously, he doesn't look all right at all. While I tossed and turned because I kept remembering the kiss, was Axel not affected at all? Afro's hands, resting on her skirt, curled slightly. She hesitantly spoke. May I ask what happened? Axelos did not hide it and told her. I visited the temple. Afro looked a little surprised at the paper he handed over and asked, was it to confirm the appointment schedule? Axelos did not answer and simply reminded her, read the part below, Afro. Still not understanding what was going on, Afro accepted the paper. Isn't this the appointment schedule? Let's see. Afro LaRoche, subject prohibited from participating in rituals. She developed a high fever when visiting the temple. After reading that far, Afro placed the paper on the table and laughed awkwardly. I completely forgot. She felt somewhat guilty inside. Oh no, this wasn't mentioned in the original work. The temple later provided important support in the princess's power struggle. I had no idea Afro was incompatible with divine power. Now there's nowhere left for me to gather information about reincarnation and my original world. The temple is very important. At this rate, leaving the country might be my only choice. I don't want us to part like this. While she was still lost in thought, Axelos suddenly called, Afro. We can find somewhere better. May I invite the priest here? Afro asked with some worry. Huh? Can you do that? Axelos laughed and confirmed, Of course, Afro. There is nothing in this world I cannot do for you. Hearing that, she shyly replied, Then, all right. Thank you. Seeing her reaction, Axel secretly felt puzzled. Strange. Before, she asked so many questions. Why is she suddenly silent this time? Afro wandered absent-mindedly through the palace grounds. If I wait in the garden, the priest should arrive soon, right? I did say I wanted to meet them, but I didn't expect them to come this quickly. Perhaps I underestimated the kingdom's hero. She turned around when she heard Axelos calling her. Afro, you are already outside. These priests have kindly agreed to your request. Afro answered happily. Really? I truly don't know how to thank. Grace. Grace spoke shyly in greeting. It's been a while, Afro. I heard you fainted recently. I'm sorry I couldn't visit sooner. I was too busy with work. She ran over worriedly and asked after her. I'm Fine. It wasn't anything serious. But why are you? Grace awkwardly explained. Because you requested a priest, I came as the representative of the clergy. I do have authority as the representative. Afro's mind filled with question marks. Does that mean Grace is the high priest? Grace shyly clasped both hands together. You seem surprised. Officially speaking, it's still a secret. By the way, that person over there, he doesn't seem very comfortable with my presence. She spoke apologetically. I am sorry. He's only worried that I might faint again. Grace smiled awkwardly in confusion. I see. Then let's discuss things here. Afro happily agreed at once. All right, thank you for being so considerate. Grace sat down and got to the point first. Afro, please explain why you called us. She sat down and slowly explained. Actually, I have prophetic dreams. Recently, they have all come true. And your prophetic dream is related to the gods, correct? Grace was dazed with shock. A prophetic dream? Can you tell me exactly what you dreamed of? Afro answered calmly. For example, I knew in advance that Axelos would become a mage. I even found him a mentor. Grace tapped the table and asked, What else? She calmly recalled and recounted. I dreamed of the day Princess Andrea visited the temple. A fragment of an aurora appeared in the sky. A flowering tree bloomed everywhere throughout Latella. Even in the coming winter, countless flowers still burst into bloom. Afro secretly speculated. I'm certain that's what was described in the book. She continued to explain, and on that day, I saw a prophecy from the goddess. I believe it was the ancient deity. Grace was startled. All of that appeared in your dream? Afro knew very well that of course they would be surprised, because the goddess was known only through ancient legends. I only learned about the goddess and the three sages from reading the original work, but Grace and the priests won't doubt me after hearing this. How could they possibly doubt what I said I saw in dream? Outwardly, she still cheerfully continued. Therefore, Grace interrupted and suggested, "Wait, Afro. I'm sorry, but could we speak privately?" The smile on Afro's lips suddenly vanished. Axelos's expression also changed when he heard Grace's request. She turned to Axelos and said, "Axelos, may I speak with Grace alone? Just for a moment. Perhaps it concerns a secret of the temple." He was tense and uneasy. The two of them watched Axelos's back as he said, "All right, Afro." Afro turned back and smiled at Grace. "So, Grace, what did you want to talk about?" Grace's attitude changed immediately. "Thank you for cooperating, Afro. But you lied about the prophetic dreams, didn't you?" She froze with an awkward smile. Grace got straight to the point. "I'm sorry to say this, but you have no divine power. Only those chosen by the gods can have prophetic dreams." Afro still kept a calm smile. "Is that so? Then what did I see?" But inside, she was panicking. What is with this sudden change in attitude? Grace spoke without the slightest hesitation. "However, Afro, what I see is something completely different from what was in your dream." Afro was frightened and did not dare look into Grace's eyes. Grace's eyes have turned purple. Is that divine power? What should I say? How should I respond? Grace continued, "Don't worry, Afro. Your secret will be safe with me." She smiled calmly. "Secret? What secret?" Grace leaned forward, drawing close to Afro. "There's no need to lie to me. I will help you, but there is one thing I cannot help with. That is beyond my authority." Afro's eyes widened in confusion. "What do you mean?" Her face flushed red. Afro grew tense and nervous as she waited for Grace's next words. "Afro, if you stay by Axelos's side, you will die." Panic rose in her heart. How? How could she know? She tensed at Grace's confession. "Afro, you have loved Axelos ever since you were young, since the first time you met him. I cannot interfere with that." Grace let go of Afro's hand. That voice continued to ring out. "That is why I'm telling you this. After you die, you will die as well." Afro's eyes widened in shock at those words. Then Axelos's furious voice suddenly rang out. "Grace, that is enough." Axelos's heavy footsteps approached Afro and Grace. His face was filled with murderous jealousy. Axelos gritted his teeth and growled, "I think your conversation has gone on long enough. You are only spouting nonsense. Leave my mansion at once." Afro trembled in confusion. "Wait, Axelos, is that true? If it is, then you could die after I die." His voice rose in anger. "No, Afro. She is only trying to manipulate us. Neither you nor I will die." Afro's heart was filled with worry. Could that really be true? There was no way there could be a future where Axelos died. But why did she feel so uneasy, as though Afro had survived when she was supposed to die? Axelos was tense with concern. Afro felt lost in worry. Perhaps Axelos, the one who was supposed to live, would die instead. The scene shifted to a magnificent, splendid castle. Crown Prince Human gritted his teeth and questioned them. "You failed to kidnap Lady Hostile?" His subordinate answered respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." "Worse than that, all of our mercenaries in the prison were brutally killed." He frowned in irritation. "This is more troublesome than I expected. We need to speed up the plan." His subordinate asked anxiously, "Where should we go now?" Human made his decision. To see the Emperor. The Emperor was surprised by his appearance. "We do not have a meeting scheduled right now." Human laughed in greeting. "Forgive my sudden intrusion. It seems your majesty is also free." The Emperor questioned him. "What nonsense is this?" Human bowed and smiled, saying words that struck right at the Emperor's weakness. "There is no need to play dumb. It is not common to see a throne this unstable, is it? I know you are worried about Lord Hostile, and that you intend to use the princess as bait for him. But here is the surprise. The princess has already joined hands with Lord Hostile. She bought luxury goods worth 1,000 gold coins from my merchant guild and sent them to the Hostile mansion. She also happened to disappear at the exact moment the attack on the Hostile mansion took place. That could only happen if they were conspiring together. If you need proof, questioner made. Even I was shocked when I heard it. It truly made me pity you." The Emperor's eyes widened as his voice trembled. "Impossible." The princess. Human handed the Emperor a vial of poison and said, "Here, take it. The antidote can only be made from Kutra leaves found in the desert of the Empire, and anyone who drinks this poison will not live for more than an hour." The Emperor was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Human brought his face close to the Emperor's and said, "You cannot simply stand still and take the blow. At the upcoming masquerade ball, give this drink to Lord Hostile. It is colorless and odorless. It will be easy to use. The emperor's eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out from fear. Trembling, he accepted the vial of poison. Human smiled in satisfaction. Then I will wait for the news. After that, he closed the door and left the room. As soon as Human stepped out, he gave an order. Very good. Investigate Andrea thoroughly and find every hidden mage in Letella. His subordinate bowed and obeyed. Yes, sir. Human silently made his conjecture. There was no way there were only 2 mages. He was certain the others were hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, Afro was leisurely strolling through the palace grounds. She stopped when she heard Axelos's voice. Afro, why did you not tell me about the prophetic dreams? Afro smiled gently and said, I am sorry. That happened only recently. I did not have time to tell you. His voice suddenly lowered with embarrassment. But we have been together all the time lately, she replied in a gentle voice. If I intended to hide it, I would not have discussed it openly in front of you like this. Do you truly think I deliberately hid something from you? Axelos's hands unconsciously clenched tight. Afro stared at him blankly, panicking when he did not answer. What? Why is he not replying? I thought we had grown closer after that night. Was I wrong? There is no way I would deliberately hide anything from you. Axelos lifted her hand and said, That is not it. Rest for a while, Afro. Afro's heart pounded. Axelos. Her heart stirred as well. It was clearly a gentle kiss, so why was she so worried? Please, I want him to stay by my side. Just as Afro wanted to respond, he pulled his hand away. His expression did not look at ease either. She stared blankly at Axelos's retreating figure as he left with a final instruction. I will come back soon, Afro. Today was also a peaceful day, without even a breath of wind. Axelos walked alone through the grounds. He murmured sadly, I acted like a fool. Axelos was troubled by the thought that Grace knew something about Afro that he did not, that made her feel like a stranger to him. Why did she not tell me first? Unlike the Afro of his childhood, the present Afro was completely mysterious. What she liked, what she disliked, and most importantly, how she truly felt about him. He had thought the 2 of them had grown closer, but now it seemed they had taken another step apart. Even so, when he looked back, you looked so sad, Afro. He turned back in a fluster. I have to go back. I was too hasty. The place where Afro was waiting had an incredibly warm atmosphere. Axelos opened the door and stepped inside. He froze when he saw the scene inside. At some point, she had collapsed onto the table. Axelos was confused and distressed. Afro, why are you crying? Is it because of me? He slowly walked over to Afro. Axelos sat down and softly called, Afro. She spoke, pushing him away. Go away. He patiently comforted her. I am sorry, Afro. I should not have suddenly left like that. Afro raised her head, the corners of her eyes wet with tears. Axelos spoke gently to console her. I think I wanted to know everything about you first. I'm truly sorry for acting selfishly, Afro. He embraced her to soothe her fragile heart. Axelos repeated once more, I am sorry. Then he carried Afro away in a princess carry. The atmosphere between them was extremely awkward. She suggested in embarrassment, You can put me down now. We have reached your room. I mean it. You do not need to carry me all the way inside. Axelos listened and placed Afro down on the bed. He knelt down and asked, May I stay by your side until you can fall asleep? With tears in her eyes, she whispered, I hate you. Axelos laughed fondly. I understand. I was too harsh earlier, was I not? Afro shook her head and confessed, No, actually, I do not hate you. It is just that the more I stay by your side, the more confused I become. He spoke awkwardly. Does that mean you do not like being by my side? She blushed and confided. If I did not like it, I would not be confused. Axelos let out a soft laugh and replied, That is true. He reached out and stroked Afro's soft hair. Axelos gently held her in his arms, but in his heart he was worried. Now, even these tense emotions completely exhausted him. Axelos saw that Afro had fallen into a deep sleep. He whispered softly by her ear, Good night, Afro. Axelos gently left the room. I should leave quietly without waking her. He suddenly froze in surprise. Axelos was startled because she was clutching the hem of his clothes. Afro, should I stay? Afro breathed softly as she talked in her sleep. He lay down beside her. All right, if that is what you want, I will never leave you. As if Afro heard him, she responded to Axelos. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story will continue with many exciting developments ahead, so do not forget to like and subscribe to support us and avoid missing the newest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.